Welcome back to Worlds of Prothika audiobooks. And if this is your first time, be warned. Once you step into Prothika, you'll never want to leave. With beasts who will stop at nothing to protect the women they love, and women who are only just finding out what a real man can be, you'll lose yourself in the dark romance of these fantasy stories. To bring you these free full audiobooks, we have to listen to this platform's guidelines, and they say that Prothika's steamiest scenes aren't allowed. But you can still get them from the unabridged version of any Prothikan audiobook. All you have to do is go to worldsofprothika.com. With promo code YouTube30, we're offering you the opportunity to get 30% off of any audiobook, ebook, or bundle. We appreciate you subscribing to the channel, as it makes bringing these free full audiobooks to you possible. Don't forget to like and comment to let us know what you think. Prothika's magic is eternal, and this story is just the beginning. Chapter 1. Amelia. A small sliver of sunlight pierces through the thin curtains of the room. I can hear Delia and Fatima whispering amongst themselves on the other side of the room, brushing their hair with makeshift combs and using a spoon for a mirror. As much as I want to stay in bed a little while longer, I can't. Even from here, Alerin's furious screams echo through the mansion. Delia and Fatima flinch violently, while I jump out of bed and start getting ready for the day. Gods, he's in a mood today, Delia mumbles. He'll take it out on one of us, Fatima says, a hint of bitterness to her tone. It's become a pattern at this point. Whenever practice goes bad for Master Alerin, he makes sure everyone knows it the next day. Sighing, I dress myself in simple, loose clothing and make my way out of our shared bedroom. Creeping gingerly down the creaking wooden staircase, I keep my head low, an instinct honed from too many unpredictable mornings. The harsh cadence of Alerin's voice grows louder and more distinct with each step I take. He's already seated at the long, roughly hewn dining table that dominates the room, his dark silhouette framed against the morning light streaming in from the tall windows. His voice crackles with impatience, a sharp contrast to the hushed whispers of Delia and Fatima that still linger in my ears. "Faster, you fools! Do you want me to starve before today's practice?" He barks, his words slicing through the tense air. I hold my breath as I enter the kitchen, where the scent of freshly baked pastries mingles with the sharp tang of fear. The other women, their faces tight with anxiety, are hurriedly arranging platters of food. I quickly join them, my hands trembling slightly as I help pile thick slices of bread next to hunks of cheese and cold cuts of meat. Together we move as one, a silent, synchronized group making our way to the tyrant's table. I carefully set down the platter in front of Alerin, my movements deliberate, trying not to draw attention. His piercing eyes scan the spread before him, and for a moment, I fear the breakfast might not meet his exacting standards. Alerin is a formidable figure, renowned not just for his cruelty, but for his prowess in the Zerix arena. As a popular dark elf player, he amassed fame and fortune, and unfortunately, slaves, us, human women, won from many brutal matches. Each victory at the game adds not just to his wealth, but also to his collection of lives he controls. I retreat a few steps and lower my gaze, waiting for the storm to pass, hoping today I am invisible in his eyes. Please let this be enough for him. My hands tighten into fists behind me. A sinking feeling forms in my stomach. Alerin glares at the spread before him, his scowl deepening. "This is what you've got for me?" he snarls, his voice a low growl. "I'm training all day with the team," he grumbles, eyeing the food with disdain. "So don't serve me trash that'll mess with my game." Despite his complaints, he starts eating with a voracity that speaks of long hours of physical exertion to come. His hands almost blur as they move from plate to mouth, tearing into the bread and meat with equal ferocity. Beside me, Mara, a slight woman with hands perpetually stained from kitchen work, whispers nervously, "I thought it would be enough." Her eyes are wide with the fear of retribution. Next to her, Sari, older and more seasoned, merely shakes her head, her expression one of resigned frustration. "Never enough for the likes of him," she mutters under her breath, but loud enough for me to hear. I nod slightly, acknowledging the truth in Sari's words. We've all learned the hard way that what pleases Alerin one day might set him off the next. It's a precarious balance, trying to meet his unpredictable standards. As Alerin devours the meal, I can't help but notice the mechanical nature of his eating. There's no enjoyment, only necessity. He's fueling up, like he's stoking the fires of a furnace, preparing for the brutal day ahead. Every so often, he pauses to shoot a glare across the table, as if daring us to comment or complain. The room is thick with tension, each of us holding our breath, praying we escape his notice. I keep my eyes downcast, focusing on the worn wood of the floorboards, counting them silently to distract myself from the heavy atmosphere. He keeps us here for the duration of his meal, torturing us with the lavish meal while we stand with empty stomachs. Beside me, someone's stomach growls loudly. I wince, trying to ignore the hunger pains. With a loud belch and a slam on the table, Alerin finishes the last of his meal. I suck in a breath, waiting for him to complain about the quality of the meats or the taste of the bread. Gods, he once whipped a girl because he thought the bread was too stale that morning. I grimace, remembering that moment. Finally, with a grunt, Alerin pushes away from the table, his chair scraping loudly against the stone floor. "Keep it better tomorrow," he commands, a vague threat lingering in his tone as he strides out of the room, leaving a wake of palpable relief behind him. We exhale in unison, the threat momentarily past, but the anxiety of anticipation for tomorrow is already beginning to build. As soon as Alerin's imposing figure disappears through the doorway, a collective sigh of subdued relief ripples through the kitchen. Yet, the tension doesn't fully dissipate. It lingers in the air like the faint smoke from the extinguished candles on the breakfast table. I begin gathering the dishes, my movements automatic, the clink and clatter of the plates a familiar, grounding sound in the charged silence. Mara and Sari join me in silence. The only sounds are our synchronized cleaning and the occasional soft thud of a dish towel being picked up or laid down. We move around each other in a well-rehearsed dance, each knowing her place, each too absorbed in her thoughts to speak. The fear of Alerin's unpredictable wrath casts long shadows even in his absence. I scrub the plates vigorously, my hands moving mechanically. Each scrub is a stroke of forced forgetfulness, each rinse a momentary purge of the fear that knots in my stomach. I'm no stranger to his moods, having witnessed the spectrum of his temper, from icy disdain to explosive anger. Yet dreading them never makes them easier to endure. Beside me, Mara drops a spoon, and it clatters loudly against the stone floor. She flinches visibly, a swift glance towards the door, betraying her fear that the noise might summon him back. I place a reassuring hand on her shoulder for a brief moment, offering a silent solidarity that we all feel but seldom voice. "Better be quick, girls," Sari whispers, her voice low, almost blending with the bubbling of the pot on the stove. "He might want more before he leaves for practice." Her words spur us into quicker action, our hands moving faster, our feet shuffling silently across the kitchen floor. It's a meticulous process, cleaning up after Alerin, as if erasing any trace of his presence could somehow protect us from his caprice. As I wipe down the table, I can't help but feel the oppressive weight of the mansion around us, the fear of his cruelty emerging without warning, like a storm on the horizon, keeps us perpetually on edge, ever watchful, forever cautious. Our morning ritual of tension and silence concludes with the kitchen restored to its pristine state. We exchange looks that say more than words could, each of us retreating into our tasks, the dread for the next outburst simmering beneath the calm surface. The day stretches long and thin, like a shadow at dusk, each hour seeming to linger longer than the last. We move through the sprawling mansion, dusting the ornate carvings and polishing the vast array of statues that gleam under the chandelier's soft light. The mansion, with its high ceilings and long, echoing hallways, feels more like a mausoleum than a home. Its beauty, undeniable yet stark, mirrors Alerin's own cold elegance. As I run a cloth over the rich wood of the library shelves, I steal glances at the vast windows that offer views of the manicured grounds. The outside world seems both tantalizingly close and impossibly far, a realm of freedom we can see but not touch. Lila, who tends to the plants, quietly trims the indoor hedges, snipping the only sound in the otherwise silent room. "Keep it down," I whisper, half joking, half serious, as her shears softly clip another overgrown frond. She gives me a small smile, a fleeting moment of camaraderie in our shared servitude. The dynamic in the mansion is as meticulously arranged as the furniture. We, the human women, exist in a perpetual state of heightened alertness, always wary of Alerin's unpredictable moods. His footsteps, sharp, commanding, can sometimes be heard echoing off the floors. When he appears, it's as if a shadow passes over the sun, chilling the air and darkening the day. We are his trophies, living proof of his victories and prowess in the brutal sport of Zerix. He flaunts us as one might display fine art, prized but inert, valued yet utterly controlled. The mistreatment varies, from neglect to outright cruelty, depending on his whims and the outcome of his latest match or practice session. Today, as the sun begins to dip below the horizon, casting long gold beams through the stained glass, we gather in the kitchen, a quiet sense of urgency among us. Alerin is due back from his day's training, and the air tightens with anxiety. "We need everything perfect," Sari hisses as she double-checks every dish on the dinner table. The silverware is aligned with precision, the glasses sparkling under the flickering light of the candles. The door slams somewhere in the distance, and instinctively we stiffen, our bodies and minds preparing for the storm that might follow. Each return is a test, and each evening is an ordeal, the dread of his displeasure hanging over us like a dark cloud. We move silently back to our quarters, the mansion's oppressive magnificence a gilded cage. Here, beauty masks the brutality of our existence, a poignant reminder of everything visible and invisible that confines us.
Chapter 2. Jorto. Gritting my teeth, I brace myself as I storm through my wall of obstacles. My teammates, serving as my practice opponents, throw their all at me. They grasp and claw at my arms, toss their bodies at my legs, and do everything they can to wrestle me to the ground. Still, that does nothing to deter me. I shove them off with a loud groan. I ram my head into their chests, knocking the wind from their lungs. "Damn," Kyleb exclaims, slamming to the ground. "Jurto, I'm no use to the team if my ribs are broken." An excited laugh escapes me as I sprint to the other side of the field, the ball tucked underneath my arm. In my peripheral vision, Rogan narrows in on me and tries to wrestle the ball from my grasp, but I spin out of his reach and leave him spiraling to the ground. "You'll have to do better than that!" I bellow with glee, my voice booming across the field as I leap up and slam the ball through the elevated training goal. The net quivers with the impact, the sound a triumphant echo across our practice field. As I land back on the turf with a solid thud, my teammates rush toward me, their massive shirtless forms slick with sweat under the relentless sun. "Jurto, you're unstoppable!" Borka slaps my back with a force that would stagger a lesser being, his tusks gleaming in a proud grin. "Every practice, you guys push me harder," I shout back, the rush of our game fueling my spirit. We stomp over to the benches, our muscles flexing and shining, the ache in them a testament to our hard work. I grab a water skin, the cool water soothing my scorched throat as I gulp it down eagerly. We collapse onto the wooden benches, feeling every bit of our exertion but reveling in it. Rogan, his chest heaving with deep breaths, drops beside me with a grunt, his huge frame sprawling over the space. "You nearly had it today, Rogun," I quip, nudging him with an elbow. "Next time, Jurto, I'm snagging the victory," he retorts with a playful snarl, his eyes gleaming with the promise of a tough rematch. Krog, his body lined with the scars of many games, stretches out, his gaze sweeping over us with both pride and tactical assessment. "You young ones keep speeding up. Makes an old player like me stay sharp. Krog, your strategies make us more than just a team. They make us winners," I say sincerely. His experience has shaped many of our gameplays, turning potential defeats into celebrated victories. Our laughter is hearty and fills the air, mixing with tales of past games and strategies for future matches. The bond within our team, forged in the heat of relentless practice and shared triumphs, feels indestructible. With these players at my side, no game feels too daunting. As the break draws to a close, we rise together, united by our shared passion for Zerix. "Back on the field, blood crushers! We're not just training to play, we're training to dominate!" I rally, feeling a surge of collective energy from my teammates. "Think we're ready to take down Alarin's team?" Krodash, a young orc whose shoulders are not yet as broad as the rest of us, throws the question into our midst as we head back to the field. His eager yellow eyes flick between us, seeking reassurance. "I heard they've got a couple new dark elves on the team." I chuckle, clapping him on the shoulder with a thud that echoes his hearty spirit. "Krodash, we've trained hard. Elves or not, we're ready for them. Oh." Borka grins, his tusks catching the last light of the sun. "Dark elves are quick, but they lack our brute strength. Remember last year's match? We grounded them every chance we got." "True," Rogan adds, pounding his fist into his other hand, the impact sounding like a drum in the quiet evening. "And it's not just about strength. It's about heart, and no one has more heart than a blood crusher." We nod, feeling a surge of pride. The bond in our team is about more than just playing Zerix. It's about standing together, pushing each other to be better, both on the field and off. I turn to Krodash, noticing the way his shoulders square a little more with each word of encouragement. "Listen, those dark elves might be fast, but they haven't felt a game against us yet. We play with the ferocity of a storm and the solidarity of a mountain. They might be good, but we have something they don't: unbreakable unity." "And strategy," Krog interjects, his voice a low rumble of wisdom. "We'll outplay them with tactics. Jurto, lead the first offensive. Rogun, you anchor defense. Borka, disrupt their formation. And Krodash," he says, turning his sharp gaze on the young orc, "you're with me. You'll learn how to turn their speed against them." Krodash's chest swells visibly with pride. "I won't let you down," he vows, a fierce determination lighting up his expression. As we approach the field again, the setting sun casts long shadows, making our figures loom like giants over the ground. Our steps are synchronized, a powerful rhythm that feels like the beating of a war drum. The excitement builds in my chest, a wild, pulsating thrill. "Let's show them what it means to face the blood crushers," I roar, and a chorus of assent rises around me, fierce and exultant. We're more than a team. We're a brotherhood clad in determination and strength, ready to dominate the game and forge our legacy in the annals of Zerix. I scowl at the mere mention of the dark elf. Alarin's name alone was enough to tighten my fists, the memory of his smug grin at last year's tournament burning in my mind like a fresh wound. He has quite the reputation, one steeped in arrogance and disdain. There's nothing I desire more than to crush that arrogance into the dirt of the field. "We'll dismantle their team," I growl, my voice low and firm, each word dripping with determination. "Player by player, until there's nothing left but the echo of their defeat." Around me, my teammates' grunts of agreement fuel the fire in my belly. Borka's eyes gleam with a fierce joy, his massive hands clenching in anticipation. "We'll break their line early. Let's see how they handle a real Orcish onslaught. Rogan, ever the strategist despite his brute force, nods thoughtfully. And keep them on the defensive. They can't play their game if they're too busy keeping us out. Krog steps closer, his veteran scars a map of battles past. Remember, it's not just about power. It's precision. We hit them hard and where it hurts. Jurto, target Alarin. You know his tricks. I nod sharply, the plan crystallizing in my mind. The thought of going head-to-head with Alarin sends a thrill through me. I want to see the surprise in his eyes when he realizes we've outplayed them, the moment his arrogance crumbles. Krodash looks between us, his youth not diminishing the fire in his gaze. What about the elves' speed? Use it against them, I reply, clapping him on the back. Force them to make quick decisions. They're fast, but under pressure, they'll falter. We keep the pressure relentless. The air around us crackles with intensity. The field under our feet feels like the deck of a warship, bracing for the storm of battle. Blood Crushers on 3, I call out, and every hand comes in, each one rough and calloused, symbols of our unity and strength. 1, 2, 3, Blood Crushers. We roar together, our voices a single thunderous force. As we break and take positions, I catch Alarin's smirking face in my mind's eye. Not for much longer, I promise silently. I grin, already envisioning Alarin's humiliating defeat in the upcoming Zerix match. The thought alone fuels my anticipation, the sweet taste of upcoming victory mingling with the salty evening air. The Tlaus Zerix League never skimps on its rewards, money, exotic foods, and sometimes rare trinkets from distant lands. This year, I'm expecting the haul to be especially grand. But that's not the best part. Seeing Alarin crumble under pressure will be the best prize yet. Everything else will be an added bonus. The Dark Elves are not allowed to use their magic during Zerix games. No one is. The presence of magic only repels the ball, forcing a competition of brute strength and wit. Imagine what we could do with this year's prize, I muse aloud, turning to my teammates. Last year's haul bought my mother a new roof. This year, maybe more. Borka laughs, his voice booming across our small circle. I'm eyeing some spiced meats. Nothing celebrates a win better than a feast. Krodash, ever the dreamer among us, chimes in, his voice laced with a hint of longing. I heard they might include some of those enchanted stones from Praj. Imagine bringing one of those back home. Rogan slaps him lightly on the back, his smirk broad and teasing. Always got your head in the clouds, kid. Focus on the game. Stones won't matter if we don't win. We play right, and we can all get a taste of those prizes, I declare. But first, we crush Alarin and his crew during the upcoming match. I can't wait to see the look on his face when we dominate the field. Krog nods sagely. It's about more than just prizes, though. It's about respect. About showing the league the Blood Crushers aren't just a team. We're the team. As we finish our practice, the setting sun casts a warm glow over the field. The air around us is thick with the promise of challenge and the weight of what's at stake. The intensity of our practice might as well be the real thing. The ambience prepares me. It thrills me. It makes me feel as if I can take on all of Prothika on the Zerix field and still come out victorious.
Chapter 3. Amelia. Keeping my head low and my hands busy, I sweep the great hall of the mansion, making sure I clean every spot. Alarin has thrown fits in the past when our cleaning is not to his liking. Near the windows, Gianna and Myra tidy up the furniture and wipe down the windows. They speak in hushed whispers for the most part, but now that I sweep closer to them, I hear more of their conversation. Alarin has an upcoming Zerix match against an orc team, the Blood Crushers. The rumours and speculation surrounding the match has sent us alight with excitement, though we keep this hidden from our Dark Elf master. I don't know much about the orcs, but I do know that they have a tendency to fire up the Dark Elves with their brutality and strength. I kind of hope to see an orc tackle Alarin to the ground one of these days, I think to myself. It would make for some good amusement. Did you hear Master Alarin's betting one of us in the big match next week? Gianna whispers, her voice trembling slightly as she clutches a dusty rag closer to her chest. What? No, that can't be, Myra replies, her work pausing as she turns to face Gianna, her expression a mix of disbelief and fear. The light from the window catches in her wide eyes, making them glisten with the beginnings of tears. She looks genuinely shaken by Gianna's words. I slow my sweeping, the bristles of the broom barely brushing the floor now. My heart starts to race, a cold sweat prickling at the back of my neck. The idea of being gambled away like a coin is terrifying, yet somehow it doesn't completely surprise me, given Alarin's ruthless streak. Gianna nods solemnly, biting her lip. I overheard him talking to one of his teammates. He seemed pretty confident about it, laughing as though our fates are just pieces in his game. Myra leans against the windowsill, her shoulders slumping. This is bad, really bad. What if he loses? What will happen to the one he bets? Her voice cracks, revealing the fear that seems to grip her. We can't let it break us, Gianna says, her voice stronger now, determined. She resumes her cleaning, moving vigorously as if the activity could ward off the looming threat. We need to stick together, no matter what. Maybe it won't be so bad. Maybe the orcs will be kinder than Alarin. I snort quietly at the thought. Kindness is a rare commodity in clues, especially among the likes of orcs and dark elves known for their brutality in the Zerix fields. Yet a part of me, perhaps foolishly, holds on to a sliver of hope that Gianna might be right. Turning back to my sweeping, I force myself to focus on the task at hand, though my thoughts are tumultuous, swirling with dread and uncertainty. The idea of being owned by an orc, potentially even more cruel than Alarin, sends fear spiralling through me. But deep down, there's a rebellious spark within me that wishes to see Alarin defeated, to witness him brought low, not just in the game but in his pride as well. Myra is still stiff. But the orcs are nasty creatures, and how do we know who will be offered up as a prize? It could be any one of us. I don't know, but that's all I've heard, Gianna whispers, her voice a sharp hiss that cuts through the otherwise silent hall. Makes the prize for winning more valuable, don't it? Gives his team extra motivation to crush those orcs. Myra shudders visibly, her hands wringing the cloth so tightly that her knuckles turn white. But we're not prizes, we're people, she murmurs, more to herself than to us, a desperate attempt to affirm her dwindling sense of self. I freeze, the broom handle growing slick in my grip. The reality of our situation settles heavy on my shoulders, like the thick, oppressive drapes that hang from the high windows, blocking out the soft light of the afternoon. I've known the upcoming Zerix match against the orc team is important, but Alarin has failed to mention upping the prize pool with one of his slaves. The deceit stings, a silent betrayal that coils tight around my heart. Why would he do that without telling us? I finally managed to say, my voice barely above a whisper, afraid that any louder might make it all too real. Gianna glances over at me, her dark eyes solemn. Maybe he thought we'd run or rebel, or maybe he's just that confident he'll win. The possibility sends a ripple of unease through me. Alarin's confidence is legendary, but so is his cruelty. The thought of being handed over to another master, especially an orc with unknown intentions, is terrifying. Yet there's nothing we can do but wait and see. My gut twists with unease, a gnawing sensation that makes my hands tremble slightly as I clutch the broom. I feel a deep sorrow for whoever might end up as part of Alarin's bet. Throughout Clues, orcs are spoken of in hushed, fearful tones, creatures of immense brutality and scant mercy. My mind is clouded with preconceived judgments about them, images painted by stories of their ferocity in battle and their ruthless leadership in the Zerix leagues. As I sweep, the soft swish of the broom on the stone floor, does little to soothe my racing thoughts. The idea of falling into the hands of an orc, becoming a mere token in a game of blood and power, makes me nauseous. The stories I've heard of humans treated little better than playthings or trophies haunt me, each tale more harrowing than the last. I glance over at Gianna and Myra, noticing how the shadow of fear has subtly altered their features, drawing lines of worry and whispers of doubt. We share a bond, not of blood but of circumstance, woven through shared fears and silent understandings. The thought of one of us being ripped away to serve an orc master is unbearable. "Why are they like that?" I murmur, more to myself than to my fellow slaves. Why do the orcs have to be so harsh? Suddenly my mind is filled with images of them: green skin, tusks protruding from their mouths, and a volatile nature that can upset even the most stoic of dark elves. Gianna pauses, leaning on her mop with a sigh. Maybe it's just the way they're raised, or maybe it's the life they're forced to lead. Being tough might be the only way they know how to survive. Her attempt at explanation does little to comfort me. It's hard to imagine that brutality could be merely a survival tactic when it seems so deeply ingrained in their culture, so celebrated in their games. Myra shakes her head sympathetically at Gianna and me, her eyes softening with resolve and fear. "We best be on our best behaviour then," she murmurs, her voice a low blend of resignation and caution. "Don't want to risk angering Master Alarin before the match and end up his bet." I nod silently, feeling a heavy lump form in my throat. The broom in my hands feels heavier now, each stroke across the cold, hard floor echoing the weight of our predicament. I return to sweeping, pushing the broom back and forth mechanically, my movements automatic, but my mind far from the task. The great hall, with its high ceilings and grand windows, suddenly feels like a prison, the ornate decorations mocking us with their silent opulence. The light streaming in casts long, dark shadows that seem to stretch out like fingers, grasping at us, reminding us of our entrapment. As I sweep, my thoughts whirl chaotically. The notion of being used as a wager in a game is dehumanizing, reducing us to mere objects of exchange. I understand the necessity of survival in Alarin's world, but the coldness of it cuts deeply. I wonder about the others, about who among us might be chosen, and whether there might be any way to protect them, or if such thoughts are as futile as trying to sweep away the shadows themselves. The whispers between Gianna and Myra grow quieter, laden with unspoken fears and shared anxieties. We work closer together than usual, our usual spaces of isolation breached by the need for quiet companionship, for the comfort that comes from shared dread. It's a small defiance, but in our world, even small acts carry weight. "My mother used to tell me stories," I whisper back, not stopping my sweeping. "She said that not all orcs are cruel, that some are like us, just trying to get by in a world that's too harsh, too ready to judge." Gianna looks at me, her expression a mixture of hope and skepticism. "Maybe," she says softly. "But stories won't change our fate." "No," Myra interjects, "but maybe knowing there could be kindness out there might help us cope. We need to hold on to whatever hope we can find, even if it's just in stories." Their words stir something in me, a flicker of defiance, a spark of hope. Maybe hope is a dangerous thing in our position, but it's also a form of resistance, a way to keep the darkness at bay.
Chapter 4. Jurto. When I ram my body into the training dummy, constructed of logs and thin sheets of plated armor, the flimsy thing explodes from the force of the impact. Splinters of wood and metal fly in all directions, while I emerge unscathed with the ball still tucked under my arm. Alarin won't stand a chance against me. With a proud smirk on my face, I continue the play. I dash forward, imagining opposing defenders on the other team trying to claw at my skin and wrestle me to the ground. Like muscle memory, my body moves naturally to avoid these invisible foes, until I find myself in front of the moving goalpost. It moves from side to side at a gradual pace, so I time my shot nicely and launch the ball directly into the goal. Turning around to face the rest of my teammates, my chest heaves with satisfaction. Hrogun stares at me with a blank expression, even as I make the move to approach him. As I close the distance to Hrogun, my nostrils flare with each heavy breath. Casting a quick, questioning glance with a slight tilt of my head, I demand answers from his unusually somber expression. Hrogun meets my gaze squarely, his voice a low rumble, barely audible against the rustling of the passing breeze. "Alurin's raised the stakes for the match," he informs me, his eyes narrowing slightly. "He's wagering a human slave this time." A flicker of irritation sparks within me. Alurin's ploy is clear as day. It's not about the human. It's about him flaunting his confidence, insinuating that his dark elf team will trample us without effort. The thought tightens my jaw. He's using this bet to get in our heads, to rattle us. Why up the ante with a human? I grunt, more to myself than to Hrogun, the disdain clear in my tone. Does he think we'll be distracted? Does he assume we'll falter, knowing the price? Hrogun shrugs, his thick arms crossing over his chest. Perhaps he believes it'll unsettle us, make us lose focus. Alurin likes to play mind games, you know that. He wants to believe he's already won. The idea stokes the fire of competition within me. It's not about the slave. Humans are traded often in these games, a fact of life here on Tlus. But the presumption of victory that Alurin dares to flaunt, it grates on me, this arrogance. I turn back to the field, my eyes tracing the outline of the goalposts. The calm before the storm of our next match seems almost eerie now, charged with this new tension. "We'll show him," I declare, my voice a low growl, turning back to face Hrogun with a fierce glare. "We'll smash his team into the ground. We'll take that human and everything else he holds dear, not because we care for the prize, but to crush his pride." As Hrogun nods his head in agreement, I clap him on the shoulder, a silent acknowledgement of our shared resolve. The rest of the team pauses their drills and gather around, their practice halting as the news spreads like a low, ominous thunder through the ranks. Their faces are masks of concentration, the air thick with brewing storms. Krodash, the largest of my warriors, approaches, his heavy footsteps thudding against the soft earth. His tusks gleam slightly in the dimming light, his eyes narrowed into slits. He's always had a keen sense for when the tension rises amongst the team, crippled by uncertainty and unanswered questions. "Captain," he rumbles, his deep voice resonating with the gravity of the moment, "if we claim victory, the human is yours, right?" His question isn't about greed, it's about order, about knowing who leads and who follows. I nod firmly, meeting his gaze. Yes, the prize will fall to me. But it's not about owning a slave. It's about proving a point. I let my gaze sweep over the circle of my team, ensuring each of them understands the stakes beyond the physical. We're not just fighting for victory in the arena. We're fighting against Alurin's arrogance, his disrespect. Murmurs of agreement ripple through the group, their usual rowdy energy turning into a focused, fiery determination. They understand what I am driving at, not just a win, but a win that humiliates our rivals and throws their plan back in their faces. "We use what he thinks is a weakness as our strength," I continue, my voice rising with my building passion. "We show him that we're not distracted by the stakes. We're empowered by them. We fight harder because he thinks he can manipulate us with them." Grunts and nods of approval answer me, the orcs clenching their fists and banging their chest plate, a heartening display of unity and readiness. I snort, the sound rough and dismissive. The very idea of owning such a creature as a human slave holds no appeal. What use would I have for one? Feeble, frail, always requiring protection rather than providing any strength or resolve. The notion itself is almost laughable, if not for the irritation bubbling within me. Humans are only good at housekeeping and quick makeouts. That's it. And I have many orc women desperately waiting for a chance to slip into my bedroom these days. How can a human woman compare with them? Alarin's audacity to use this as a tactic gnaws at my insides. It's a mockery, a slap to our faces, thinking he can unnerve us with such a paltry offering. He underestimates us, thinks us simple, easily swayed by the prospect of owning another life. But we are orcs, not collectors of weak trophies. With a guttural growl that rumbles from deep within my chest, I clap my hands sharply, the sound echoing like a war drum across the training field. Back to work! I bellow, my voice carrying the command of a leader unswayed by petty games. Give everything you have into this training. Work as if your lives depended on it. The blood crushers fall into line with a renewed intensity that even the ground beneath our feet seems to feel. We attack the training equipment with a ferocity that would make the mountains tremble. Each hit against the padded dummies is a promise. Each dodge a rehearsal for the upcoming battle. I watch as Krodash slams into his target, the dummy barely withstanding the force of his wrath. His movements are a dance of destruction. Each step, each swing, each grunt infused with the raw determination to crush our adversaries. Think of each strike as a blow to Alarin's arrogance, I shout, moving among my warriors, pushing them to exert every ounce of their strength. Let the dark elves feel the quake of our resolve. The air fills with the sounds of grunts and the thud of impacts, the scent of sweat and dirt mingling with the crisp evening air. My heart pounds in rhythm with their efforts, my own blood heating with the visions of victory, of seeing the shock on Alarin's face when he realizes his gamble has failed. Our victory over the Dark Elves will be euphoric. The evening deepens as we, the Blood Crushers, gather in a tight-knit circle under the fading light. Exhausted yet exhilarated, each breath is a testament to the day's hard work and a pledge for the upcoming match. Around me, my brothers stand tall, their eyes alight with the fire of warriors ready to demolish any opponent. Rogan, ever the stalwart, claps a hand onto my shoulder, a solid, reassuring weight. "Solid work today, Jurto," he rasps, his voice a hoarse echo of our day's efforts. His grin splits his face, not disguising his scars, but highlighting them. A warrior's proud badges. Krodash, a tower of strength among us, nods with a satisfaction that rumbles deep within his chest. "Alarin won't see us coming," he booms, a chuckle threading through his words, the sound like rolling thunder promising a storm. Beside him, Borka matches his ferocity with a growl of his own. He flicks his braided hair back, his eyes sharp and ferocious. "Let's shock them. I want to see their faces when they realize they've misjudged us," he growls, the thrill of the challenge vibrant in his voice, and the desire to win is ever present in his eyes. Krog, fierce as any seasoned Zerix player, clenches his fists, his features set in a determined scowl. "They'll remember this game for ages," he declares, his energy infectious, sparking a round of approving nods and grunts from the group. I survey my brothers, feeling the unbreakable bond that has been forged through countless battles and shared victories. "We are more than a team," I declare, my voice slicing through the evening chill. "We are brothers. When we face Alarin's team, we fight not just for victory, but to uphold the honor of the Blood Crushers." A roar of approval erupts from the group, a primal sound that would send chills down the spine of any who hear it. As they begin to disperse out of the practice arena for some well-deserved rest, I remain behind, my gaze fixed on the horizon where the last light of day gives way to the night. Thoughts of Alarin with his cunning and contempt flicker through my mind like sparks from a fire. Silently, I make a vow, my resolve hardening like forged metal. I will be the one to face him on the field. My eyes will meet him as I deliver the decisive blow, a blow that will crush his arrogance. For every slight, every disdainful look he has dared to cast our way, I will repay him tenfold. Tonight, I will rest, and my dreams will be of the game. But on the morrow, Alarin will come to know the true cost of underestimating the Blood Crushers, and I will ensure his pride is thoroughly shattered beneath the might of our brotherhood.
Chapter 5. Amelia. Get up. I mumble, eyes still closed and body still aching for sleep. I hardly know what's going on before someone roughly grabs my right arm and yanks me out of bed. What dash? Get up! Looking up with wide eyes, Alarin looms over me with a fierce expression, scowling down at me as if I'm the lowest creature on Clues. And to him, maybe I am. In my peripheral vision, I notice Fatima and Delia cowering underneath their thin blankets. Deep down, I wish they could help me, but speaking up would only give them a backhanded slap across the face from Alarin. Get dressed. Now, he demands, staring at me with narrowed eyes. His head snaps towards Fatima and Delia. And what are you two gawking at? Want your eyes removed? Quickly, Fatima and Delia turn their backs towards us. Meanwhile, I scramble for the nearest torn scraps that I call a dress. Worn, stained, and utterly pitiful, but it's good enough for now. Damn humans, he mumbles, can never do anything right. His voice slices through the dim morning like a blade, and I can't help but shiver as I fumble with the tattered fabric of my dress. Alarin paces the room, his heavy boots thudding ominously against the wooden floor. Each step sounds like a countdown. Each breath I take feels heavier, laden with dread. As I straighten the worn fabric over my shoulders, my stomach churns with the realization that today is no ordinary day. Today, Alarin's team, the Night Swords, face off against the formidable blood-crusher orcs. It's not just the violence of the match that frightens me. It's the stakes involved. Stakes that could alter my very existence. Alarin pauses in his pacing and turns abruptly to face me, his gaze cutting sharply through the dim lighting of the room. Are you ready yet? He snaps, his voice laced with a venom that makes my skin crawl. I nod, avoiding his eyes, feeling the weight of his stare like chains around my neck. Yes, I manage to whisper, my voice barely breaking the heavy air between us. Good. His reply is curt, and he resumes his pacing, each step echoing ominously around the room. The walls seem to close in on me, the air thick with the scent of his impatience. Fatima and Delia are no longer staring at me, but I can sense their fear from where I stand. We are all trapped in this nightmare, yet my role today feels singularly catastrophic. The horror of it grips me tightly. The uncertainty is the worst part. Each scenario plays out in my mind like a loop of torment. What if Alarin loses? I'd be handed over to the orcs, torn from the twisted familiarity of this misery, into another, unknown and potentially more brutal. Remember, you're mine until you're not. Alarin's voice cuts through my spiralling thoughts, cruel and cold. Make sure you're seen at the match. Those orcs are primitive. Seeing a human woman might distract them, which is better for my team. His words are a slap, harsh and stinging. I feel nauseous, the room spinning slightly as I try to steady myself on the wooden chair near the bed. Today's match isn't just a game, it's a showcase, and I am part of the spectacle. Shock freezes me in place as Alarin's words slice through the room, each syllable a cold shock against my skin. It's an honour, Amelia, he declares with a smug grin that doesn't reach his cold, dark eyes. My heart stutters, the reality of his announcement settling like a lead weight in my stomach. I am to be wagered in today's match, a prize for the brutal game of Zerix, tossed into the bet as casually as one might throw a coin. The room suddenly feels smaller, the walls inching closer, as if to bear witness to the moment my fate is sealed. We can't lose now, not with such high stakes. You will bring us luck, Alarin continues, his voice a confident, cruel purr. His arrogance is palpable, the air thick with it, and it makes my skin crawl. How can he stand there, so assured, so utterly untroubled by the gravity of what he's just pronounced? To him, this is nothing more than a strategic move, a way to motivate his team, the Night Swords, by raising the stakes to a grotesque level. But to me it is the potential end of everything familiar, a terrifying leap into an unknown so dark, so full of potential violence and despair that I can barely breathe. But why me? The question escapes my lips before I can stop it, a whisper of fear, a flicker of anger. I need him to articulate it, to spell out his cruelty, to confirm that this is not just a terrible misunderstanding. Alarin's smirk widens, his gaze assessing as he steps closer. Because, Amelia, you are valuable. Your presence in the bet will inspire the Night Swords to fight harder, to ensure they claim their prize. You are not just a person. You are a symbol of victory. His explanation, meant to reassure, only deepens the horror. I am reduced to a token, an object, a mere symbol in his eyes. The room tilts, and I suddenly feel as if the room is spinning around me. Somehow, I keep myself steady in front of his cold gaze. If I show any sign of weakness in front of Alarin, he'll beat me for that. The notion that my life might change hands based on the outcome of a game, that my future rests on the brutal game that leaves so many athletes, dark elves and orcs alike, gravely injured by its end, is overwhelming. Panic claws at my throat, and I struggle to find my voice. And if you lose, I manage, my voice a choked whisper, dreading his answer. Alarin's expression hardens, the playful cruelty shifting into something darker. Then you serve the victors. But fear not, Amelia. We will not lose. We never do. I have the utmost faith in my team. Don't you? Swallowing thickly, I nod. Yes, Master Alarin, I do. Each word is a nail in the coffin of my hope, sealing a fate I am powerless to escape. The casual dismissal of my fear, the readiness with which he stakes my life on the prowess of his warriors, it's a clear testament to his dark nature, his complete detachment from any sense of humanity or compassion. Silent and trembling, I stand before the small mirror hanging precariously on the wall above my bed. My fingers, numb and awkward, fumble with the strands of my auburn hair, each movement disjointed as I mechanically weave them into a braid. I focus on the simple act, trying to find solace in the rhythm, the over and under. But the normalcy of the gesture mocks me, a stark contrast to the chaos threatening to erupt within. I glance at my reflection, barely recognizing the woman staring back at me. My face is pale, the usual freckles across my nose and cheeks stark against my skin, eyes wide and haunted. This can't be happening. Yet the heavy truth sits on my chest, making it hard to breathe. Pleading my case seems utterly futile. Alarin's decision is final, his mind as closed as the heavy door that separates my quarters from the rest of the mansion. I swallow hard, stifling the desperate urge to scream, to beg him to reconsider, to see me as a person rather than a prize to be won or lost. The room feels colder now, the shadows deeper. I wrap my arms around myself, the braid half finished, the ends of my hair tickling my arms. It's as if the temperature has dropped in response to my sinking heart. I should be used to his cruel whims, his unpredictable nature. But this, it's a new low, even for Alarin. I try to think, to plan, to prepare myself for any outcome, but my mind whirls with too many thoughts, too many fears. The sound of my own heart beating feels like a drum in my ears, echoing the impending doom. Finally, I finish the braid, securing it with a small, plain tie. The simplicity of the tie feels like a resignation, a signal of my dwindling hopes. I turn around slowly, steadying myself. I'm ready to face my fate, even if my eyes still glimmer with unshed tears. Alarin's voice cuts sharply through the stagnant air, snapping me from my reverie. Come, Amelia, it's time. His command is harsh, brooking no argument. With a swish of his dark cloak, he turns and strides from the room, the door slamming shut behind him with a finality that echoes in my hollow chest. I hesitate, my body tensed against the reality of what's coming. Each second I delay feels like a small rebellion, a fleeting grasp at control. But the choice isn't mine to make. With a heavy sigh, I force my legs to move, my feet dragging across the cold stone floor. The air in the corridor feels thick, each breath a struggle as I follow the sound of his receding footsteps. The corridor is dimly lit, the torches on the walls casting long shadows that flicker like the doubts darting through my mind. A desperate prayer loops continuously within me, a silent chant for freedom, for a miracle. Yet with each step I take, the heavy weight of inevitability settles deeper. Hope, once a bright flame, flickers dimly now, threatened by the gusts of my grim reality. Maybe things won't be so bad for me. Maybe he'll win and I'll get to stay. My attempts at optimism are soon drowned out by the eerie thoughts that invade my mind. Either way, I'll be a slave to someone, a dark elf or an orc. I'm used to a miserable life here, but what if it only gets worse? What if the orc is crueler than Alarin?
Escape this world and step into one where romance and magic intertwine across realms, with stories that are not just standalone tales, but part of a vast, interconnected universe.
Imagine not just one, but 100 stories, where characters, destinies, and legends cross paths in unexpected ways.
100 audiobooks from the Romantasy 100 book bundle.
These aren't just isolated stories. They share themes, worlds, and threads that make every journey feel part of something grander.
Fated lovers, ancient prophecies, and the delicate balance between power and passion.
Get all of these stories today for a mind-blowing 90% off. That's right, 100 audiobooks for the price of 10.
800 hours of audio where these alpha males prove just how puny the human men of Provoking are. 12 complete series where they show their human women what they've been missing and more.
One-time purchase, lifetime access to a universe of interconnected magic and romance.
Prothika's magic is eternal. With the Romantasy 100 book bundle, your pleasure will be too. Chapter 6. Jurto. Standing in the player's tunnel, waiting for the match to begin, we sense the trembling of the arena due to the boisterous cheering and yells of the rowdy fans that await us. We stand shirtless, showing off our muscles, scars, and years of meticulous preparation for this very moment. My teammates encapsulate me, from Hrogan to Rogar, to Karg and all the others. In any Zerix match, we need an abundance of players ready to jump into the match at any given moment. The Dark Elves are dirty bastards, and they've knocked my players unconscious in particularly brutal games before. If Alarin or any of his Dark Elves do that today, I'll break their damn arms. You're tense, Jurto, Hrogan notes, clapping a hand on my shoulder. We've prepared well for this moment. I wouldn't worry. I turn towards him slightly. I won't be able to relax until we've secured our victory. Spoken like a true champion, he replies with a crooked grin. Outside, a horn blows and echoes loudly throughout the arena, signaling our entrance onto the field. As I step into the sunlight, the roar of the crowd hits me like a physical force, a tidal wave of noise that makes my blood thrum in my ears. My chest swells with pride as I lead my teammates, the mighty blood crushers, onto the field. Rogar and Karg are immediately on either side of me, their huge frames casting shadows that merge with mine. Behind us, Varg and Kyla beat their chests, their deep, guttural roars adding to the chaos of the crowd's excitement. The stands are a sea of faces, a blur of colors and movement, but the energy they emit is unmistakable. It feeds my spirit, sharpens my senses. I can almost taste the anticipation in the air, tangy and electric. Today, we conquer, I mutter under my breath, and Hrogan, ever the keen listener, echoes my words with a nod and a fierce grin. Borka and Crag jog past, slapping my back as they move to flank the group. Their laughter booms over the din, infectious and bold. Krodash lets out a bellow that silences a nearby section of the crowd for a mere heartbeat before their cheers redouble. The ground beneath my bare feet feels alive, vibrating with the stomps and cheers of the crowd. I look around at my teammates, seeing the fire in their eyes, the readiness, the unspoken promise of a battle to be remembered. "This is our day," I shout over the noise, my voice raw with passion and determination. Rogan leans in, his voice steady and sure. "And they'll sing songs of this match, brother. Let's give them a chorus they'll never forget." As we take our positions on the parched, cracked ground of the arena, the dirt feels like ancient bones crumbling under my feet. I know the terrain well, every uneven spot where a foot might slip, every patch that kicks up dust like a small storm when trodden upon. The rules of the game race through my mind, no weapons, but any brutal takedown of the ball carrier is fair game. Magic can't secure the ball, only scatter it, a rule that puts pure physical prowess at the forefront. Across the sun-scorched field, Alarin and his knight swords make their entrance. They strut across the arena with an exaggerated elegance, drawing both boos and cheers from the crowd. The discordant sounds merge into a wild cacophony that fills the air with tension. Despite their show, my gaze remains unflinchingly fixed on Alarin. His smirk, ever present, seems painted on, a mask to hide whatever flicker of doubt he feels facing us. I ground my teeth, feeling a growl rise in my throat, suppressed only by the tightening grip I have on my self-control. Focus on the game, not their theatrics, I remind myself, speaking the words softly under my breath as if to cement them in my mind. My teammates, sensing my tension, rally around, their presence a solid reassurance of our strength and unity. Karg, massive and unyielding, claps me on the shoulder. "We smash through them, Jurto. Let their dance end under our boots." I nod, grateful for his simplicity. It's not about the flash for us. It's about the impact, the raw energy of collision, and the thrill of the chase. As the referee gives the signal for the captains to come to the center of the field, my heart hammers in my chest, adrenaline surging like wildfire through my veins. Meanwhile, the rest of my team lines up, our formation tight and aggressive. The ball, which explodes out from the ground underneath us with each new play, is held by the orc referee at the center of the arena. He beckons me over, and he does the same to Alarin. Clenching my jaw, I keep an indifferent expression for the dark elf bastard. I can feel the heat from the sun above, and the heated breaths of my teammates beside me, all of us primed for the chaos that's about to erupt. "Remember, brothers," I shout over the noise, gesturing towards them as I walk towards the center. "Hold nothing back, and defend your brothers like your lives depend on it." Rogan and Borka lift their fists up and let out roars of approval, continuing to rile up our side of the crowd with their enthusiastic gestures. As the initial chaos of our entrance settles, Alarin and I advance toward midfield, the traditional ground of truce before the storm of the game. The ground crunches under my heavy steps, a stark contrast to his lighter, almost noiseless tread. The sun beats down, casting sharp shadows that slice across the dry earth, mirroring the sharp divisions between our teams. Alarin's lip curls into a haughty smile as we near each other, his eyes gleaming with disdain and challenge. He's always had a way of looking at the world as if it owes him something more. I keep my face stoic, my gaze steady, sizing up this elf who I've come to know so well on the field. Too well, perhaps. Every scar and sneer on his face tells a story of our past encounters. We stop less than an arm's length apart, the customary handshake pending like a silent battleground itself. His hand meets mine, the grip firm but slippery, like grasping a snake. "Jurto," he says, his voice smooth, almost silky. "Ready to taste defeat once again?" I tighten my grip slightly, feeling the coarse dirt beneath my feet. "Alarin, your arrogance remains unmatched, but it will be your downfall, as always." His eyes narrow slightly, the smile never wavering. "We shall see. Perhaps this time you'll finally understand that brute strength can't match precision. I let out a low chuckle, feeling the tension rise like a wave between us. And maybe you'll learn that all the precision in the world can't save you when real power comes crashing down. We release our hands, stepping back with mutual reluctance, the air thick with unspoken threats and remembered pain. As we turn to head back to our respective sides, Alarin calls over his shoulder. "Don't hold back, Jurto. I wouldn't want your defeat to have any excuses." "I never do," I reply, the words thrown like a spear. "Watch closely today. It might teach you something about real strength." A flash of anger crosses his sharp features, which elicits in me a deep satisfaction. Alarin's gaze attempts to pierce through me, sharp and calculating. I meet it without flinching, my resolve as hard as the sun-baked earth underfoot. In this moment, the air between us crackles, charged with the history of our rivalry and the anticipation of the clash to come. His team, sleek and confident, stands behind him like shadows mirroring his arrogance. Mine, robust and resolute, forms a solid wall of determination at my back. The referee, a neutral figure amid the swirling emotions, steps forward. His hand lifts, a silent herald of the impending storm. Time seems to slow, the crowd's roar dimming to a distant rumble, and my focus narrows to the immediate task at hand. With the gravity of a general leading his troops, I turn and stride towards my team, every step planting deeper the seeds of impending victory. "We know what we're up against," I speak low, my voice steady, reaching each of my teammates as they gather around. Their nods and clenched fists fuel my spirit. "We've trained for this. We've bled for this. Today, every drop of sweat pays off." Their responses, a chorus of grunts and determined looks, forge our resolve into something unbreakable. We line up, our formation as tight as the bonds that hold us together. I glance once more across the field, catching Alarin's smug expression, a silent promise of the challenge he brings. The moment stretches, each second a drawn-out battle of wills across the dusty expanse between us. The referee scans the field, ensuring every rule is met, every player in place. The crowd holds its breath, the collective anticipation palpable in the air. The referee mumbles an incantation, which sends the ball into the ground underneath us. It will emerge suddenly once the play begins. We must be ready to take possession of it. This pause, this deep breath before the plunge, sharpens everything. The colors of our uniforms, the distant shouts of the crowd. The very air seems charged with electricity. I tighten my grip on my resolve, my eyes never leaving the ball, the prize that awaits our contest. Today, we stand on the brink. Today, the battle is set, the lines drawn. The whistle will sound, the game will start. But at this moment, we are already warriors, already champions in our hearts. Victory calls, and we are ready to answer.
Chapter 7. Amelia. Around me, screaming fanatics and jeering fans are loud enough to make my ears ring. My eyes can't tear away from the field. Orcs and dark elves, only clad in leather shorts and nothing else, pound their chests and make the crowd go wild. The nerves have already made me bite off all of my fingernails by this point. While Alarin and his team look confident, the orcs, the blood crushers, they're different beasts altogether. My gaze lands on the orc captain, tall with broad shoulders and green skin lined with scars. A long diagonal scar etches across his chest. He keeps his dark black hair out of his face with a small braid that reaches his nape. I swallow hard, wringing my hands continuously, while the crowd anticipates the starts of the match. If the orcs win, will he be my new master? Gods, I hope not, I mumble, shaking my head slightly. I'll be worse off, I can tell. The ground beneath the field trembles slightly before it splits, sending a shower of dirt upwards as the first magical ball of the game bursts forth. It hovers, pulsing with an eerie glow just inches above the cracked dry ground, inviting the brutal dance to begin. The air around me charges with anticipation, the crowd's roar crescendos into a deafening clamour. I can barely keep my breath steady as I watch, my heart pounding against my chest like it wants to escape. The orcs, those towering beasts known as the blood crushers, don't hesitate. With a unified, guttural war cry, they charge forward. Their movements are both terrifying and mesmerising, pure, unadulterated power wrapped in green skin. Each step they take shakes the ground, and their broad shoulders and thick, muscular legs seem to propel them forward like engines of war. The dark elves, agile and fierce, meet them head-on, but the sheer mass of the orcs is something to behold. One particularly massive orc, his chest a tapestry of scars and old battle wounds, barrels into two elves. The impact is so severe that it sends them sprawling into the dirt, gasping for air. I wince, my own body recoiling as if I felt the hit myself. The orc captain, the one with the long scar and the braid, grabs the ball effortlessly. His large hand engulfs it, and it seems to pulse in response, like it's alive and aware of the brute clutching it. He turns, a swift, powerful movement, and begins a thunderous run toward the elusive goal that has just blinked into existence on the other side of the field. The crowd around me is a blur of faces, some painted in the colours of their favourite teams, all screaming and shouting. I find myself caught in the wave of their excitement, yet a part of me is held back by a thread of fear. I'm reminded of what awaits me if the orcs manage a victory. His team forms a protective barrier around him, crashing into any elf that dares to approach. It's not just a game, it's a battle, a display of dominance and survival. I watch as the captain moves. There's an elegance to his savagery, a ballet of brutality that captivates and terrifies. He's unstoppable, an indomitable force of nature, and as he nears the goal, my fate seems to pulse in time with the throbbing of the ball in his unyielding grip. "Alerin, you idiot!" I whisper, gritting my teeth as the orcs stop at nothing to score. My voice is drowned out by the yells of the crowd. Do something. As the orcs continue their relentless assault, I can't help but cringe each time they tackle or throw elbows with reckless abandon. Each collision reverberates through the stands, and the sounds of grunts and groans from the field mix with the crowd's frenzied cheers, creating a cacophony of chaos. It's less like a game and more like sanctioned violence, a spectacle of strength and endurance where the only thing more durable than the players' bodies is their will to dominate. I watch as an orc lifts a dark elf clear off the ground before slamming him back down with a force that sends a shockwave of dust around them. The dark elf tries to rise, his movements sluggish, his face contorted in pain. My stomach twists. This isn't just a competition, it's a demonstration of power, raw and unfiltered. As the match rages on, my mind starts to drift, not away from the game but deeper into its structure. Victory in Zerix isn't merely about scoring, it's about scoring enough to maintain a lead, needing 6 points to win, but crucially, by a 2-point margin. This rule keeps the tension high, as the lead can swing wildly back and forth with each round. The mystical goals, a marvel of magic, zip around the field unpredictably. One moment they're at one end, and in a blink they appear at the other, their movements as erratic as the thoughts scrambling through my head. The unpredictability of the goals makes strategy not just about brute strength, but also about anticipation and adaptability. I watch the players, their eyes constantly shifting, tracking the next goal's location even as they dodge or initiate contact. The crowd's energy shifts with each movement of the goal, gasps and shouts merging into a single living entity of sound. Even as I try to focus on the technical aspects of the game, my heart can't help but ache with the personal stakes tied to this brutal ballet. If the orcs win, if the blood crushers claim victory, my life will change hands once again. The thought sends a cold shiver down my spine, mingling with the adrenaline that courses through me with each thunderous impact on the field. I find myself gripping the edge of my seat, my nails digging into the material, as if I could hold on to my current life that way, Each point scored is a step towards or away from a future I'm not sure I'm ready to face. The game blurs into a whirl of green and black, the colours of sweat-soaked leather and bruised flesh, and all I can do is watch, wait, and wonder. "I've got my money on the blood crushers," an orc fan nearby announces to the fans around him. He downs a pitcher of his ale and slams it on the head of a nearby dark elf fan. Even the fans are fighting amongst themselves, I think hopelessly to myself. An agonised cry slices through the arena, pinning my attention back to the field with a jolt. There, sprawled on the ground, lies a dark elf, his body unnaturally still. The crowd's roar shifts suddenly, the sound morphing from ferocious encouragement to a rumble of concern and morbid curiosity. The orcs, their bodies glistening with sweat under the harsh light of the arena, don't pause in their celebration. They roar triumphantly, pounding their chests with fists as large as hams, revelling in their dominance. Their green skins seem almost to glow with sweat, a stark contrast to the fallen dark elf's pale, dust-coated figure. My heart clenches tight, sympathy and fear tangling together in a tight knot. The game, already brutal, now feels even more vicious, more real. It's not just a competition, it's a battle where the consequences are painfully tangible. I find my gaze locked on the motionless dark elf, the reality of his vulnerability, and by extension, my own, crashing into me with suffocating force. Medics rush onto the field, their movements swift and practiced. They kneel beside the fallen player, their hands moving with efficient urgency. Around me, the crowd's mood swings back to the game, their earlier concern dissolving as quickly as it appeared, replaced again by the bloodthirsty excitement that fuels this spectacle. But I can't shake off the image of the injured dark elf so easily. Each shout from the crowd, each cheer for the orc's aggressive gameplay feels like a sharp jab to my conscience. I'm torn between the primal allure of the game and the harrowing empathy for those who suffer for this entertainment. As the medics stabilise the dark elf and prepare to carry him off the field, the game resumes with undiminished intensity. The orcs capitalise on their numerical advantage, their movements even more assertive if possible. I watch, breath caught in my throat, as they manoeuvre with a blend of strategy and sheer physical might, pushing closer to the elusive victory. As the game rages on, a knot of dread tightens in the pit of my stomach. Each charge from the orc team, each grimace of effort from the night swords, hammers home the stark reality of my situation. If the night swords lose, I will belong to a ruthless orc. The thought sends a chill through me, colder than the night air that begins to settle around the stadium. The orcs play with a ferocity that seems to border on the feral. Their every move is a blend of raw power and tactical cunning, a relentless force that appears almost unstoppable. The dark elves, my last hope, move with desperate speed, their faces set with grim determination. They dodge and weave, but the orcs' physical superiority is daunting, their every block and tackle like the blow of a war hammer. Above the tumult, the score flickers on the giant screen, a constant reminder of the thin thread upon which my fate hangs. My hands clutch each other, knuckles white, as I watch the magical ball swoop through the air, chased by shadows under the stadium lights. The crowd's roar fades into a distant echo in my ears, drowned out by the pounding of my own heart. With each point scored by the orcs, the possibility of my new, daunting future grows stronger, wrapping around me like chains. I watch, almost in disbelief, as the brutal ballet unfolds, each move and counter-move on the field pulling me closer to a fate I dread, yet cannot escape. "Alarin, you said you would win," I whisper, fists clenched in my lap. Tears brim my eyes, and the crowd around me rages on.
Chapter 8. Jurto. Around me, dark elves rush to try and bring me down. They throw their bodies towards me, hoping to wrestle me to the ground. But they don't stand a chance against the brute strength of my teammates. Yes, I think to myself, watching Crodash elbow a dark elf square in the nose for getting too close to me. Exactly what that bastard deserved. Ahead of me, the elusive goal awaits. The crowd's roars deafen and exhilarate me all at once. My only goal is to win, and if we have to injure all of the dark elves on Alaren's team, so be it. He should have known better than to screw me. Jurto! Varg exclaims, running up beside me to knock away a pursuing dark elf. You need to score! We can't hold them off any longer! Gritting my teeth, I nod and force my way down the field, fending off attacks while my team forms a protective ring around me. As I brace for another crushing tackle, the game intensifies around me. Elbows fly, and the air is thick with the grunts and shouts of battle-hardened players. I feel the impact as bodies slam against mine, each hit a testament to the ferocity of this game. I push forward, my muscles screaming against the onslaught, but my determination is fierce. Out of the corner of my eye, I see Crodash, my trusted teammate, moving in a blur of motion. He intercepts a dark elf charging straight for me, their bodies colliding with a sickening thud. For a moment, our eyes lock, his filled with fierce loyalty, mine with gratitude. Then, with a gut-wrenching howl, Crodash crumples to the ground, brought down by the punishing hit he took to give me time. Crodash! My voice is a roar lost in the chaos of the crowd, my heart clenching as I see him struggle to rise, then fall back, defeated by pain. The field narrows to a tunnel around me, the goal just ahead. I can almost feel the cool touch of victory, but the weight of responsibility presses down on me. Crodash's sacrifice can't be in vain. I grit my teeth, the taste of blood and adrenaline mixing in my mouth, and summon every ounce of strength left in my body. As I charge towards the goal, the remaining dark elves converge, their faces twisted in determination. I can hear Varg's voice, distant and urgent, shouting encouragement. But it's the pounding of my own heart that fills my ears. With each step I fend off attacks, my arms swinging, pushing aside anyone who dares to block my path. The goal shifts, elusive as ever, a moving target that mocks my efforts. But there's no turning back. Crodash's pained howl echoes in my memory, fueling my resolve. For Crodash, I whisper under my breath, a silent promise to push through, to win, no matter the cost. The crowd's roar crescendos into a deafening wave as I near the shifting goal, the ground beneath my feet trembling with the collective anticipation of the spectators. Every muscle in my body burns, yet I drive forward, the image of Crodash's fall etched into my mind, compelling me to not just play, but dominate, to claim this game as ours. A surge of raw power courses through my veins. With a defiant roar, I lower my shoulder, transforming pain and fury into pure momentum. The elven defenders ahead, their eyes wide with determination, brace for impact. Too late, they are but feathers in a storm. My body crashes into theirs, a brutal, unstoppable force. Bones jolt and muscles clash. Their attempts to halt me crumble like dry leaves underfoot. Bastard! The dark elf exclaims, writhing on the ground while clutching his abdomen. You! But he doesn't get to finish that thought. I'm already surging ahead, with only one goal in mind. Past the wreckage of elves, the mystical goal beckons. It's a floating ring, shimmering ethereally, dancing just out of reach of lesser players. It shifts subtly, as if alive, challenging me to match its dance. My chest heaves, drawing in the charged air, every breath laced with the dust and sweat of the field. With the crowd's roar swelling around us, a tidal wave of sound that drowns out all but the most primal instincts, I grip the ball, its rough texture a familiar comfort against my palm. Time narrows. The world shrinks to just me and that elusive ring. My muscles coil, every ounce of my being focused on this one decisive moment. I unleash a guttural roar, raw and fierce, as I hurl the ball. My arm cuts through the air, a perfect arc of power and precision. The ball spins, a blur of potential energy, sailing toward the goal. The crowd holds its breath, The world pauses. Anticipation is a palpable force, thick and electric, overwhelming the entire audience as they watch my performance with full attention. Then, with a clean, satisfying swoosh, the ball sails through the ring. The goal absorbs it, a brief flare of magical light confirming the score. "Another point for the Blood Crushers!" the announcer exclaims to the delight of the arena. The crowd explodes around me, a cacophony of cheers and shouts that vibrates the very ground. My teammates rush toward me, their faces alight with triumph and relief, slapping my back and yelling praises that blend into the thunderous applause. I scan the sidelines for Krodash, needing to see that he knows his pain wasn't in vain. Finding him, I meet his gaze. He's on his feet now, pain etched on his face, but pride shining in his eyes. Our look is a silent exchange, a warrior's nod that says everything. Panting, each breath a fiery ache in my lungs, I can't help but let a fierce grin split my face. Victory hovers tantalizingly close, just one more point within our grasp. I catch my breath, feeling the pulse of the game through the soles of my feet, the vibrations of the crowd's cheers, and the electric tension of imminent triumph. Turning my attention across the field, I lock eyes with Alrin. The dark elf's usually poised and elegant features are marred by desperation, his ethereal beauty strained under the weight of the game's stakes. His eyes, sharp and calculating, flicker with the fire of a cornered beast. It's a look I know well, the raw edge of someone who isn't ready to concede, not without unleashing everything they have left. I watch as Alarin gathers his team, his lips moving quickly, hands gesturing with a conductor's finesse. They're plotting, planning a counterstrike. It's clear from the set of his jaw and the tightening of his shoulders. He's ready to throw everything into this final play. Back on my side, the air is thick with anticipation. My teammates gather around, their faces a mixture of fatigue and exhilaration. We huddle briefly, shoulders touching, a circle of shared resolve. "One more point," I whisper, my voice hoarse yet fierce. "We end this on our terms, for Krodash, for us." Nods all around, and a low murmur of agreement pulses through the group. We then separate and head into formation, positions taken with renewed vigor. I feel the ground beneath my feet, the slight give of the turf, the distant rumble of the crowd. Every sense is heightened, every heartbeat a drum of war. The game horn's cry slices through the charged air, and almost instantly the ground at the center of the field rumbles ominously. With a dramatic burst of energy, another magical ball erupts into the arena, glowing with an intense, pulsating light. It hovers for a split second, as if challenging the players, before darting off in a random direction once the Dark Elves try to use their magic to beckon it near. The game is back on, and with it, a frenzied rush of movement. The Night Swords move like shadows under a waning moon, their movements swift and almost ghostly. They unleash their magic with desperate intensity, arcs of dark energy flickering from their fingertips, attempting to corral the elusive ball and disrupt our advance. Their faces are masks of focus, painted with the stark colors of desperation and determination. Yet we stand ready, a wall of resilience and brute strength. Our formation is a bulwark against their mystical assaults, each orc a pillar in the storm of magical and physical onslaught. I plant my feet firmly, feeling the energy surge up through my feet, grounding me with its ancient strength. "Stay firm, brothers!" I shout over the din, my voice a rallying cry. We are an unbreakable line, each of us aware of the stakes. Victory is within our reach, and we can almost taste the sweet nectar of triumph and the spoils it will bring. The Dark Elves' desperation is palpable. They fling themselves against us with a wildness that speaks of their fear of defeat. Alarin, amid the chaos, is a whirlwind of darkness and sharper spells, his elegant features twisted in a snarl. He darts forward, a blur of motion, trying to pierce our defenses, his hands weaving complex incantations that send shivers of dark magic skittering across the field. But we are unyielding. With each wave of their assault, We respond in kind, bodies braced and arms outstretched to wrangle the dark elves to the ground. The clash of magic against muscle, the grunts and shouts of exertion blend into a symphony of battle. My heart beats a furious rhythm, adrenaline coursing through my veins like wildfire. As the magical ball ricochets near, I lunge with outstretched hands, my eyes locked on its shimmering form. The field around me narrows, the noise fades, and there's only the ball, glowing like a star against the night. This is it. This is our moment. This is our...
Chapter 9. Amelia. No, I whisper, shaking my head while the rest of the arena trembles with the intensity of the cheers. No, no. The Orc team manages to score yet again, all thanks to the Orc captain who doesn't flinch even if all of the Dark Elves lunge his way. He's an unstoppable force, one that the Dark Elves can't control despite their many attempts. His teammates take the fall for him, time and time again. Even as there are Orcs hauled off the field with grotesque injuries, they do it with a smile. Jurto is a wonder, a fan nearby says, obviously referring to the Orc captain. I've basically learned all of the Orcs' names because of conversations flying around me. Alarin was a fool to challenge him. Alarin is not as good as he used to be. It's pathetic. They might be right, but for my own sake, I need Alarin to do better. He needs to be the star player he used to be. Otherwise, I'm as good as dead. My heart hammers in my chest as the Orcs take possession again during the final play. The ground vibrates beneath my feet, resonating with the thunderous roars from the crowd. I glance around, helplessly watching the Dark Elves scatter across the field like leaves in the wind. They're desperate, uncoordinated. I gnaw on my nails, the sharp pain as they tear to the quick barely registers over the crushing anxiety. The metallic taste of blood fills my mouth, a grim reminder of the stakes at play. I can't stop, each ragged bite driven by an uncontrollable fear. I know what's going to happen to me if the Dark Elves lose, and I'm not ready to face that reality. Not yet. Not in such a humiliating way. In a stadium filled with fans who would give up their lives to see the Blood Crushers win another match. The thoughts circle in my mind, a relentless predator. Across the field, Alarin's face is a mask of fury and humiliation, his usual poise shattered, replaced by a raw, desperate energy. He shouts orders, but his voice drowns in the cacophony of the stadium. His team is crumbling, and with each fumble, a piece of my hope crumbles too. Jorto charges forward like a beast unleashed. His teammates fall around him, their sacrifices painting a brutal path towards the goal. Despite their injuries, they rise, faces split with grins, as if each blow they take is a victory in itself. It's terrifying, the way they revel in their pain, as if they're already celebrating their win. Jurto is unstoppable. None of those damn Dark Elves can even touch him. Someone near me shouts, their voice dripping with awe and exhilaration. I try to swallow, but my throat is tight with dread. Alarin used to be that unstoppable force, the name on every fan's lips. Now, whispers of his decline buzz around me, ridden with disgust and animosity towards the Dark Elf who crumbled under the immense pressure of the game. I squeeze my eyes shut for a moment, willing Alarin to find that spark he was famed for. He needs to be the champion he once was, not just for his pride, but for my very survival. The fear is a constant thrum, as pervasive and unyielding as the noise that fills the arena. But Alarin has failed me before, and it looks like he's going to do it yet again, in front of all his fans who would rather him dead than on the field right now. The air crackles with energy as the Night Swords, Alarin's team, unleash every ounce of their magic in a desperate, last-ditch effort to turn the tide. The field lights up with brilliant flashes of light, colours swirling like a stormy sea. It's beautiful, in a terrifying sort of way, and for a moment, it feels like hope might not be lost. But then, the hulking figures of the orc players emerge through the chaos, their massive forms barely affected by the magical assault. They move like boulders rolling downhill, unstoppable, their momentum seemingly boosted by the very forces meant to hinder them. It's as if each spell only adds fuel to their fiery determination, and my heart sinks with each thunderous step they take. I want to shut my eyes, to block out the impending doom, but I can't. My gaze is locked onto the field, drawn to the spectacle with a morbid fascination. The clash of magic and might right before me is like watching the inevitable crash of lightning, terrifying yet mesmerizing. Alerin's face contorts with effort as he casts spell after spell, his hands moving in a blur. The veins on his neck stand out, a testament to his desperation. He's fighting not just for victory, but for redemption, his pride hanging on by a thread. The air around him shimmers with heat and magic, but it's not enough. The orcs, led by Jorto, seem to thrive under pressure, their grins wide and wild as they push forward, undeterred. "What are they doing?" a dark elf fan shouts, resting his hands on his head. He looks like he's about to tear his own hair out. "Alerin, you coward bastard!" The crowd's roar reaches a fever pitch, a mixture of awe and horror filling the arena. Every muscle in my body tenses as I watch the orcs near the goal, their path cleared by sheer force and relentless aggression. The night swords falter, their defence crumbling under the weight of orcish resolve. "Come on, Alerin!" I whisper fiercely, almost believing that my words could reach him across the chaotic expanse. My hands clench into fists, nails digging into my palms, mirroring the clash of forces on the field. The desperation, the fierce need for Alerin to reclaim his former glory. It all swirls inside me, a storm that mirrors the tumult around us. With a final, mighty heave that seems to draw on the very depths of his primal strength, Jurto launches the ball. It cuts through the air, a swift comet trailing the hopes and fears of everyone watching. Time seems to slow, the world holding its breath as the ball arcs perfectly towards the magically hovering goal. It sails through. The goal shimmers, confirming the score, and the stadium erupts into a cacophony of ecstatic roars. The sound is deafening, a tidal wave of joy and despair crashing over the stands. My heart sinks into the pit of my stomach, a cold dread washing over me. The orcs erupt in wild celebration, their massive bodies slamming into each other with bone-jarring thuds that speak of victory and relief. Jurto, towering and formidable, is hoisted onto the shoulders of his teammates. Their cheers are raw, filled with the triumph of the underdog. They howl and beat their chests, a fierce pride radiating from every line of their sweat-drenched bodies. Their grins are wide, revealing sharp teeth, their joy infectious to their supporters, who mirror the celebration with less ferocity, but equal happiness. Contrastingly, the dark elves, including Alerin, are the picture of defeat. Their shoulders slump, heads bow, and the air of invincibility that once cloaked them is shattered. Alerin stands apart, his expression one of utter defeat, his hands on his knees as he catches his breath, eyes fixed on the ground. His teammates exchange looks of frustration and regret. Alerin always used to call me useless, but what can I say about him and his team? The ones who were too weak to win against the orcs. Around me, the fans' reactions are a mixed bag of emotions. Orc supporters jump up and down, clapping, shouting, some even hugging each other in their elation. The atmosphere is electric with their victory chants echoing around the arena. On the other hand, fans of the Dark Elves are solemn, some shaking their heads in disbelief, others silently leaving their seats, their disappointment too heavy for words. I stand frozen, my own reaction muted by shock and a gnawing fear for what comes next. The reality of my situation sets in, stark and undeniable against the backdrop of celebration. Jurto's win isn't just a game changer, it's a life changer for me. I feel exposed, vulnerable as eyes might start to turn my way. the human prize in a game I never wished to play. My future, once tied to Alarin's fortunes, now hangs uncertain in the balance, swayed by the jubilant cries of those celebrating Jurto's undeniable prowess. My heart drops like a stone as reality sinks in. The blood crushers have won. The raw, unfiltered reality hits me. Because of Alarin's reckless wager, I now belong to them. More specifically, to Jorto, the colossal leader whose prowess on the field has just sealed my fate. I wrap my arms around myself, an instinctive, futile attempt to shield from the implications of what's just happened. Jorto, still perched high on the shoulders of his teammates, is the epicenter of the raucous celebration. His laugh booms across the field, a victorious, thunderous sound that makes supporters cheer louder and my heart sink deeper. The stadium around me feels like it's spinning, all blending into a dizzying whirl. Every cheer stabs at me, each shout of Jurto's name a reminder of the new life that awaits me, a life I never chose. My gaze fixes on Jorto again. He's everything formidable and feared, a warrior born from the tales meant to frighten children into obedience. And now, possibly, my master. The thought sends a shiver through me, cold despite the warmth of the crowded stadium. There's a hollow feeling in my stomach, a mix of dread and disbelief. How could Alarin have gambled so recklessly? How could he have lost? As the reality sets in, my knees feel weak, and I grip the back of the seat in front of me to steady myself. My future, once filled with choices, now seems as directed and inevitable as the path of the ball that sealed my fate. From the depths of the darkness of Provoking,
or clawing up from the realms of fantasy,
come the most fearsome beasts you have ever seen.
These monsters are done watching from the shadows.
Now, as they step into the light, something unexpected grips them.
Something even they can't fight off.
Love.
Vampires.
Demons.
Dark elves.
Gods.
Minotaurs. Creatures of light and dark.
They will protect their mates.
Do whatever needs to be done.
Morally grey heroes who will burn the world to protect the women who love them.
10 audiobooks.
Fall into over 60 hours of fantasy romance.
20 ebooks.
Over 1 million words of these brutes who will protect their women.
Even if they might destroy themselves in the process.
Get the immersive Provoking fantasy romance bundle.
For 80% off, right now, dive into Provoking at a once-in-a-lifetime discount.
The first bundle to offer both ebooks and audiobooks on worldsofprovoking.com. Provoking's magic is eternal, and this romantasy bundle will make it endless.
Chapter 10. Jurto, the win is awarded to the Blood Crushers. The scrawny orc, who would never last an hour on the field, shouts as he thrusts the massive trophy toward me. It's dented, likely from too many orc parties it's been shoved around and scratched, but that only fills me with more pride to be able to rip it from his hands and hold it high. It's hard fought and hard won for the trophy alone. Screams erupt from the crowd, and my teammates, well, the conscious ones at least. And I grin widely as I thrust the trophy higher. But that's nothing compared to the frenzy that starts to shift through the crowd as spoils are pulled out. I can't help but smirk at the dark elves as they drag out all that they betted. Next comes the spoils, chests of gold, piles of roasted meats, and finely crafted weapons and armor. My team tears into our bounty with victorious abandon. The scent of roasted meats fills the air, mingling with the metallic tang of blood and sweat. I watch as the dark elves grudgingly drag out their bets, their faces twisted with resentment. They thought they could best us. Fools. I revel in their defeat. "Check this out!" Rogar exclaims, prying open a chest brimming with gold coins. He lets out a victorious roar, tossing a handful into the air. The coins glitter in the sunlight, raining down like golden confetti. "Save some for the rest of us, you greedy bastard!" Krodash laughs, giving Rogar a hearty shove. I can't help but chuckle at their antics. This camaraderie, this unrestrained joy, is what makes the brutality of Zerix worthwhile. I survey the spoils. Intricately crafted weapons and armor, each piece a testament to its maker's skill. These are not mere trinkets. They are symbols of our dominance. "Look at this blade!" Varg shouts, holding up a dark elf sword with a wickedly curved edge. "This'll slice through anything." "Better not cut yourself on it, Varg," I tease. "Wouldn't want you out of the next match." He grins, his tusks glinting. "Not a chance, Captain." As the team feasts on the roasted meats, I feel a sense of satisfaction wash over me. This victory, these spoils, they're tangible proof of our strength and skill. I grab a hunk of meat, tearing into it with relish. The flavor explodes in my mouth, rich and savory. Then the human slave girl, Amelia, is led trembling onto the field. She's petite, nearly 2 feet shorter than me, with fair skin dotted with freckles that stand out against the flush of her rosy cheeks. Her long, wavy auburn hair cascades down her back, catching the light in fiery hues. Large green eyes, wide with apprehension, peer out from a heart-shaped face. Her button nose and soft smile give her an almost ethereal innocence. Delicate hands clutch nervously at the fabric of her simple dress, and her slender build seems fragile amidst the chaos of the arena. When I first heard a human was part of the prize, I scoffed at the thought. What use is a human in a world of orcs and dark elves, where strength and brutality reign supreme? But now, seeing her up close, something stirs within me. An unexpected protectiveness, a curiosity. "Bring her here," I command, my voice gruff and authoritative. The dark elves leading her hesitate for a moment, then comply, pushing her gently but firmly in my direction. Just as they begin to move, Alarin, the dark elf captain, steps forward, his face twisted with rage. "No! She belongs to us! You've taken enough!" He spits the words out, his eyes blazing with anger and humiliation. I turn to face him, my own anger rising. "You lost, Alarin. The spoils are ours by right." My voice is low, dangerous. The crowd around us falls silent, sensing the imminent confrontation. Alarin draws his sword, the blade glinting menacingly in the sunlight. "You have enough! You aren't taking her too!" he snarls, lunging at me with swift, deadly precision. I dodge his strike, my reflexes sharp from years of combat. I lunge at him, tackling him to the ground. The crowd roars as I pummel him with my fists, each blow landing with a wet, crunching sound. Blood splatters across my knuckles and his face, and he struggles beneath me, trying to fend off my attacks. With a savage growl, I grab him by the collar and slam his head into the ground. Blood streams from his nose and mouth, but I don't stop. I want him to remember this, to know without a doubt that he's been bested. He manages to land a punch to my jaw, but it only fuels my rage. I grab his arm and twist, feeling the satisfying snap of bone. He screams in agony, but the sound is drowned out by the cheers of the crowd. Finally, I stand, leaving Alarin a broken, bloody mess on the ground. He clutches his side and his shattered arm, his face a mask of pain and defeat. I stand over him, my chest heaving with exertion, my eyes dark with triumph. "The spoils are ours," I repeat, my voice carrying over the din. "All of them." Alarin glares up at me, his defeat bitter. He knows he cannot challenge me further. With a pained nod, he concedes, and the dark elves retreat, leaving the girl alone, standing alone. I turn toward her expectantly. As she approaches, her eyes dart around, taking in the scene of orcs celebrating and devouring their spoils. None of them even bothered to stop during my fight, too used to the bloodshed of our kind. She looks terrified, and yet there's a resilience in her gaze that catches my attention. She stops a few feet away from me, trembling, her eyes finally meeting mine. "What's your name?" I ask, my tone softer, though it still carries the weight of command. Amelia," she stammers, her voice barely above a whisper. "Amelia," I repeat, tasting the name. It's delicate like her. I step closer, towering over her, and she tilts her head back to look up at me. I can see the fear in her eyes, but also a flicker of defiance. Interesting. She swallows hard. I can tell she's trying to be brave, but the uncertainty is clear in her eyes. I feel a strange mix of amusement and admiration. This will be interesting. Turning to my team, I raise my voice. Tonight, we celebrate for the blood crushers and our new spoils. A cheer erupts from my teammates, and I feel a surge of pride. As they joke about who will claim Amelia, the air buzzes with crude comments and laughter. Rogar elbows Karg, a wicked grin on his face. Think she can handle an orc, Karg? Karg snorts. She looks like she'd snap in half. Maybe we should draw lots. Laughter ripples through the group, but I'm not amused. Anger flares within me, a protective instinct I don't fully understand. These men are my brothers, my comrades, but their words about Amelia strike a nerve I didn't know I had. I step forward wordlessly, pushing past Rogar and Karg, who have managed to get between me and Amelia, silencing their banter. The crowd murmurs in surprise as I reach for Amelia. Her eyes widen as I lift her chin with a calloused hand, forcing her to look at me. In that moment, everything else fades away. The noise, the crowd, the victory. It's just her and me. She's mine, I declare gruffly, my voice brooking no argument. Amelia recoils slightly, but I hold her firm, my fingers gently yet insistently keeping her in place. Her skin is soft beneath my rough hand, and her large green eyes flicker with fear and something else. Something that intrigues me deeply. The way her auburn hair cascades around her face, the freckles dotting her fair skin, the delicate curve of her nose, it all captivates me in a way I can't explain. She seems so out of place here, so fragile amidst the brutality of our world. And yet, there's a spark in her eyes that speaks of resilience, of defiance. I'm drawn to it, to her. The murmurs of the crowd die down, replaced by a tense silence. My team falls silent too, recognizing and respecting their captain's right to the prize. I see a few raised eyebrows and exchanged glances, but no one challenges me. They know better than to question my decisions. Understood, Captain, Rogar finally says, breaking the silence. There's a hint of respect in his voice, and he nods slightly. I can tell he's surprised, perhaps even impressed by my claim. I release Amelia's chin, my fingers brushing against the softness of her skin for a moment longer than necessary. She takes a step back, her breath quickening. I can see the confusion and fear in her eyes, but also that spark of defiance. Good. I'd hate for her to be completely broken. As I look at her, I feel an unexpected pull. She's beautiful, yes, but it's more than that. There's something about her that stirs something deep within me. A curiosity, maybe. I want to know who she is, what she's been through. I want to understand the fire that still burns in her despite everything and how to make it burn only for me. I've seen countless spoils of war, but none have ever affected me like this. There's a possessiveness growing inside me, a need to keep her safe from the world's harshness, for me to be the only that breaks her. She's mine. Come, I say, softer now, but still authoritative. You'll stay with me. Amelia hesitates, then nods, her movements stiff and uncertain.
Chapter 11. Amelia. I can do this. I can do this. I can do this. My entire body trembling and my heart pounding, though, are telling me that I cannot, in fact, do this. I feel like I'm about to pass out, and Jurto, enough orcs were shouting it that it didn't take long to figure out his name, must notice. Do I need to drag you? He huffs as he turns around, and even though I'm close to blacking out from fear, my mind still drinks in the sight of his shirtless torso. I shouldn't think someone like this is so hot. But I do. My short legs are barely keeping up with him as he leads me back to the clan, the other orcs having taken off and leaving the two of us alone, and I'm stumbling so bad I'm surprised I haven't tripped or vomited from the nerves. I open my mouth but no sound comes out. Jurto just grunts, the noise sounding dangerously like an angered animal. With a grumbled, "Got to be kidding me," he stalks toward me and grabs my bicep, nearly yanking me off my feet as he jerks me into a half-jog, half-stumble at his side. The fear coating my tongue is nearly suffocating at this point. I'm trying to hide it, trying not to anger him, but I can't stop it. He beat Alerin. He's absolutely terrifying. What have been thrown into? Jurto's grip is unyielding as he drags me through the clan's encampment. My legs struggle to keep pace with his long strides, and the ground beneath my feet feels uneven and treacherous. The other orcs barely glance our way, too engrossed in their own celebrations and spoils. We approach a sprawling estate, its dark, imposing structure looming against the twilight sky. The air is thick with the smell of smoke and sweat, and the sounds of revelry fade as we enter the quieter, more secluded part of the compound. Jorto's grip tightens as he steers me through the emptier areas, and the rough stone walls that encircle the camp feel like they are closing in on me. My heart pounds louder with each step, echoing in my ears. His brusque manner and snarling voice terrify me, and I can barely manage to keep from collapsing in fear. I hardly get a glance at his house as we approach it. I'm too busy trying to keep up, but I do notice it's massive. It's rougher than dark elves' homes, more in line with the brutish nature of the orcs, but I can tell it was made with care. Even as I'm dragged through the wide living area and down a tall corridor, I'm impressed that this is how he lives. Finally, we stop in front of a heavy wooden door. Jurto shoves it open with a grunt, revealing a small, bare room. The only furnishing is a narrow cot pushed against the far wall. The room is cold and unwelcoming, the air stale. "You'll sleep here, human," Jorto growls, his voice dripping with disdain. "And you'll serve me obediently." I nod mutely, unable to find my voice under his intense gaze. His eyes are dark and piercing, filled with a mixture of contempt and something else I can't quite identify. He lingers for a moment, as if ensuring his command is understood, before turning on his heel and leaving the room. The door shuts behind him with a solid thud, the sound reverberating through the small space. I'm left standing alone, the weight of my situation crashing down on me. My legs give out, and I sink to the cot, my body trembling with exhaustion and despair. I can do this. I have to do this. But as the reality of my predicament settles in, I feel the first tears of hopelessness welling up in my eyes. The room feels like a prison, and the narrow cot offers little comfort. I curl up on the thin mattress, hugging my knees to my chest, and let the tears fall silently. Over the next few days, my life becomes a cycle of fear and confusion. Jorto's presence is a constant, looming threat. Each morning, he storms into the small, bare room, barking orders with a snarl. "Get up, human," he growls one morning, kicking the cot's leg. "Don't just lie there like a useless lump." I scramble to my feet, my heart pounding. "Yes, Jurto," I stammer, trying to avoid his piercing gaze. "Stand over here and clean," he demands, pointing to a dusty corner of the room. I hurry to comply, grabbing a rag and starting to wipe away the grime. But no sooner have I started than he changes his mind. "No, wait," he barks. "Go over there and tidy up the shelves instead." I hesitate for a split second, unsure whether he means it, but the flash of irritation in his eyes spurs me into action. I rush to the shelves, my hands shaking as I try to organise the clutter. "Never mind," he snaps, his voice dripping with contempt. "Go cook in the kitchen. I'm hungry." My head spins from the rapid-fire commands, but I nod and scurry to the kitchen, desperate to avoid his wrath. The kitchen is a chaotic mess, pots and pans strewn everywhere. I start by lighting the fire and gathering ingredients, my mind racing to figure out what to cook. "Faster, human!" Jurto growls from the doorway, watching me with a predatory gaze. "I don't have all day." I fumble with the knife, slicing vegetables as quickly as I can without cutting myself. The heat from the fire makes me sweat, and I can feel his eyes boring into my back, judging every move. As I stir the pot, trying to make something edible, he steps closer, his breath hot on my neck. "Pathetic," he mutters. "You can't even cook properly." I bite my lip, fighting back tears. "I'm so sorry," I whisper, knowing it will do no good. "Sorry won't feed me," he snaps. "Hurry up, or you'll regret it." Finally the meal is ready, and I serve it on a crude wooden plate. Jurto takes it, sniffing the food with a sneer. "This better not be as disgusting as you look," he says, turning and walking away without another word. The days pass in a blur of menial tasks and harsh commands. Jurto's orc servants are no less intimidating. Their guttural language, filled with growls and snarls, echoes through the hallways, and their imposing frames tower over me, making me feel even smaller and more vulnerable. One morning, as I'm scrubbing the kitchen floor, one of the orc servants barges in, nearly knocking me over. His massive frame blocks out the light from the doorway, casting a shadow over me. He barks something in their harsh language, and I flinch, not understanding a word he says. "What did you say?" I manage to ask, my voice trembling. He snarls, pointing to a pile of dirty dishes that was just dumped in the wash bin. "Clean," he says, his tone leaving no room for argument. I nod quickly, scrambling to my feet and hurrying to the sink. As I start washing the dishes, I can feel his eyes on me, watching my every move. The tension is suffocating, and I struggle to keep my hands steady. Jurto enters the kitchen, his presence instantly commanding attention. He glances at the orc servant, then at me. "What's taking so long, human?" he demands. I'm doing my best," I stammer, my voice barely audible over the clatter of dishes. "Your best isn't good enough," he snaps, stepping closer. "Hurry up, or I'll find a way to make you work faster." The orc servant chuckles, a deep, rumbling sound. I grit my teeth, my hands scrubbing furiously. The anger and sadness inside me bubbles up, making it hard to focus. What did I do to deserve this? I whisper to myself, the question hanging in the air. Jurto's sharp ears catch my words. He grabs my arm, yanking me away from the sink. "What did you say?" He growls, his face inches from mine. "Nothing," I reply quickly, my heart pounding. "Don't lie to me," he snarls, his grip tightening painfully. "You think you deserve better. You're here because you're weak. You're here to serve. Understand?" Tears well up in my eyes, but I blink them away. "Yes, Jurto," I whisper, my voice hollow. He releases me with a shove, and I stumble back to the sink, my body trembling. As I resume washing the dishes, I can feel the anger boiling inside me. Why is he doing this? Why do they all take such pleasure in my suffering? The orc servant eventually leaves, but the oppressive atmosphere remains. Jurto's brutish behaviour is a constant reminder of my helplessness, and each day feels like an endless struggle to survive. But somewhere deep inside, a small spark of defiance remains. I cling to it, knowing that as long as it burns, there's still a part of me that Jurto can't control. And that gives me the strength to face another day. Despite everything, I try to be strong. I try to hold on to that small spark of defiance. But each insult, each command, chips away at my resolve, and I wonder how much longer I can endure this torment. Isolated and afraid, I feel completely alone on this estate. Not another human in sight, just orcs who regard me with disdain or indifference. Each day is a reminder of my captivity, and each night, the silence amplifies my loneliness. I yearn for home, even the dubious safety of Alarin's house. Despite the dangers there, it was a world I understood, a world where I had some semblance of control. At night, I lie on the narrow cot, staring at the dark ceiling. My mind drifts back to that fateful Zerix match, the moment my world was shattered. Tears well up in my eyes, and I bury my face in the thin pillow, weeping silently. My sobs are muffled, but the anguish is all-consuming. "This can't be happening," I whisper to myself, my voice breaking. Why did this happen to me? The darkness offers no answers, and there is no one to hear my pleas. No one to rescue me from this nightmare. Enslaved by monsters, I see no hope left for my bleak future. Each day blurs into the next, a monotony of suffering, and I struggle to hold on to any shred of hope. As I weep into my pillow, the memories of my old life feel like a distant dream. A world where I was free, where I had choices. Now, those memories are all I have to cling to, a fragile lifeline in this sea of despair. But as the nights stretch on and the days grow darker, I wonder how much longer I can hold on, how much longer I can endure this torment before I break completely.
Chapter 12. Jurto. It was a great practice, Rogar says as he claps me on the back. I grunt in response as we leave the training quarters. In truth, my mind wasn't totally focused on the game. Instead, I kept seeing fiery red strands and bright green eyes flash behind my eyes, which only led to my violent nature in the arena. Krodash joins in. "You were a beast out there?" "Yeah. I was unleashing all the aggression that Amelia has been working up in me. There's something about her innocence that I want to ruin, her compliance that makes me want to push her until she breaks. I want to see her come undone because of me, know I'm the only one who can control her, and then put her back the way I want. In other words, I've become obsessed. Obsessed with her. Obsessed with breaking her. Obsessed with being the only one to claim every part of her battered soul." Rogan bumps into me, pulling me from my thoughts. "Everything all right, Captain?" We're almost to my home, and I can see movement behind the window facing me. I have one of the largest homes on our base, a mix between the dark elf style of mansion and the rustic mobile camps most orc clans are known for. It's big, but still breathable, not full of useless trash I have no need for like an elf. "Fine," I huff and break away from them toward Amelia. I swear that girl has magic with the way she's screwed with my brain, and just being around her pisses me off. Probably because I don't like feeling so out of control. I smother the thought, annoyed at it as I slam through the front door. All I know is I want to find her, to make her pay for making me feel this way. Maybe she doesn't deserve it. But if that's the case, then her sad eyes and fear shouldn't make me so hard. She's in the courtyard, hanging freshly washed linens. I watch her from the shadows for a moment, her movements careful and precise. She's trying so hard to be perfect, to avoid my wrath. But I want to see what happens when she's pushed too far. "Amelia!" I call out, stepping into the light. She jumps, nearly dropping the sheet she's holding. "Yes, Jurto," she replies, her voice steady but her eyes betraying her nervousness. I stride over to her, grabbing a corner of the sheet and yanking it from her hands. "You're doing it wrong!" I sneer. "Can't you do anything right?" She flinches. "I'm sorry," she says, her voice barely above a whisper. "I'll fix it." I step closer, invading her space. "You're always sorry, but nothing ever changes. Maybe you need a better lesson." Her green eyes flare with something that looks almost like anger. For a moment, she opens her mouth as if to say something, but then she closes it, lowering her gaze. I can feel the tension building within her, the defiance simmering just beneath the surface. It's intoxicating, but then the flames die out and she just nods her head. I'm almost disappointed, because that one moment with her defiance made me want to bend her over and screw it out of her. I liked it more than her sad gaze or her tears. I like those too would love to see her cry as she begged me for more. But that fire, it makes me want to break her even more until she is a weeping mess for me and realizes that she will have to submit. It's been 3 days of Amelia being too submissive. I hate it. She's not crying. She's not fighting me, and I know there is more in her. I want it. Want to crack her open and take it all for myself. Today, I find her in the study, dusting the shelves. She's meticulous, careful with every movement. I watch her for a moment, the way her slender fingers trace the spines of the books. There's a grace to her, a quiet strength that she tries to hide. "Amelia," I say, my voice breaking the silence. She startles, her back stiffening. "Yes, Jorto," she responds, turning to face me. I walk over to her, my eyes never leaving hers. "You missed a spot," I say, pointing to a perfectly clean shelf. She looks where I'm pointing, confusion clouding her features. "I'm sorry, I'll clean it again," she says, reaching for the rag. "No," I say, grabbing her wrist. "You're not getting it. You're too focused on the task, not on the bigger picture." She frowns, a flicker of frustration crossing her face. "What do you mean?" she asks, her voice tinged with exasperation. "What do I mean?" "I just want to make her angry, to put her a little further." "You're too careful," I say, my grip tightening on her wrist. Always trying to be perfect. It's pathetic. She tries to pull her wrist from my grasp, but I don't let go. "I'm just doing what you asked," she says, her voice trembling with anger and fear. "What was asked was for things to get done, not for you to be falling all over yourself like you're begging for my approval." I sneer. "I don't give a damn about your approval." Her eyes widen as soon as the words are out of her mouth, and she tries to pull back from me, one hand coming up to cover the lower half of her face. But my manhood jerks at the way she just yelled at me. Not because I want her to try and dominate me, because I can already picture her buttocks red as I punish her, tears covering her face. And damn if I don't want that right this second. But I only want it when I know she'll fight back. I've come to realize I could have already taken her. But I don't want her to let me. I don't even want her to give it. I want to rip it from her. Just like I ripped her life and choices away. I want everything to be mine. "I'm sorry," she whispers, her voice barely audible. "I didn't mean..." I scoff, the apology immediately filling me with anger. It's not what I want. I have no interest in apologies. I want to fight, and then her eventual tears as I break her down into my perfect little mold. Disgusted, I shove her away. "Get back to work," I snarl as I stalk out of the room, annoyed. Amelia has been avoiding me for days, and my entire team has felt the wrath of it. I nearly broke Borka's arm today, and yet I still haven't managed to calm myself, not with every thought and reminder of this woman who has driven me out of my God's-damned mind. My body is thrumming with rage that I can't seem to work out in the arena as I approach the house. It has to come out, and I only have one outlet, one way to unleash all my rage as I fight the battle warring in me. I want this woman in pieces at my feet, and I want her thrash as I do it, and beg for me to do it again. And yet, she has been too obedient for me to find any satisfaction in this, to have what I want. The door nearly comes off its hinges as I slam it behind me. Inside, the house is quiet, except for the faint sounds of Amelia working. I follow the noise to the kitchen, where I find her scrubbing the countertops, her small frame moving with determined diligence. She doesn't notice me at first, too absorbed in her task. But when she senses my presence, she stiffens, her hand pausing mid-swipe. "Missing your cozy elf house, little human?" I rumble, leaning close to her with a mocking grin. Amelia's brows draw together in a scowl. "My name is Amelia," she retorts crisply, "and I wish to serve my duties in peace." I laugh, taken aback by the sudden appearance of her audacity, but pleased that it's finally coming out. Her defiance is a spark in the dull routine of her compliance, one I've been waiting for. Her fiery spirit belies her frail appearance, and I'm craving to see more of this boldness emerge. "What a mouth on you! You act as if you can tell me what to do." "You belong to me now, Amelia," I say, savoring her name. "Don't forget that." She meets my gaze, her green eyes flashing with a mixture of fear and defiance. "I haven't forgotten," she says quietly, returning to her scrubbing with renewed vigor. There's something about her spirit that calls to me, a challenge I can't resist. I step closer, looming over her. "You're supposed to be cleaning, not daydreaming," I taunt, watching for her reaction. Amelia's hands tremble slightly, but she doesn't stop working. "I'm doing my best," she says through gritted teeth. I move closer, my body practically pressed up against hers. Amelia pauses, her hands stilling on the dish. She looks up at me, and to my surprise, there's a fierce anger in her eyes. It's a look that sends a jolt through me. Something dark, an unhealthy desire. It awakens something primal within me. "Do better." My voice is barely more than a low grumble. I take a step closer, my gaze locking onto hers. The tension between us is palpable, a charged silence. But then she lifts her chin in the slightest show of defiance, one she hasn't given yet. I feel a dark thrill at her resistance. Breaking her will be a pleasure, a challenge that excites me more than any battle ever could. And I can't wait until she is begging me to completely undo her, until her hate melts into a deep need. She can despise me. I'd prefer it that way, really. But she'll also want me. She'll want me to be her reckoning. I'll make sure of it.
Chapter 13. Amelia. What else do you want from me? I'm seething at this point. I have tried for weeks now to keep my anger under control. At first, I was sad and scared. Jurto was bullying me, and he is massive and fearsome. But over time, those feelings have morphed. And I am sick of being treated like this, like I am the cause of all his burdens when I've done nothing to him. At this point, I am worked to the bone for nothing, and I don't give a damn if he does hit me or punish me. I'd take it to be able to finally say what's on my mind. Jurto's eyes narrow at my outburst, and he takes a step closer, his presence looming over me like a dark storm. "What did you just say?" He growls, his voice low and dangerous. I stand my ground, my heart pounding in my chest. "You heard me," I say, my voice trembling with fury. "What else do you want from me?" He's so close now that I can feel the heat radiating off his body, his breath hot against my skin. "I want you to remember your place," he says, his voice a deadly whisper. But instead of shrinking back, I take a step closer, my anger giving me a courage I didn't know I had. "And what place is that?" I demand. "Your servant? Your punching bag? What am I to you, Jorto?" His eyes flash with something dark and predatory, and he closes the gap between us, his massive body towering over mine. "You're mine," he says, his voice rough with barely contained anger, "and you will do as I say." His words send a shiver down my spine, but it's not just fear that I feel. There's something else, something I don't want to acknowledge. Being this close to him, his powerful body pressing against mine, is doing something to me. My body is reacting in a way I didn't expect. I've always thought Jorto was attractive in a dangerous, forbidden way. But having him this close, his hands gripping my arms, his breath hot on my face, is turning me on in a way I can't explain. My heart is racing, and I can feel heat pooling in my lower abdomen. "Starting with your smart mouth." He pins me to the kitchen counter, his grip firm but not painful. I stare up at him, my breath coming in short, ragged gasps. "You think you can talk to me like that?" He snarls, his eyes blazing with anger. "When I tell you to clean, I don't expect you to talk back." I don't know what to say. My mind is a whirlwind of fear and something else, something I don't understand. I've never experienced this before. Alerin never touched one of his slaves like this, never invaded their space in this way. I don't know what to make of it, and I don't get why he's acting like I'm the one who is out of line here when he's always pushing me. He sounds angry. He's snarling in my face about his rules, but there's something in his body language that's telling me that's not it. It's like he wants a reason to be mad at me, maybe punish me. Jurto's grip tightens, and he leans in closer, his face inches from mine. "You're playing a dangerous game, Amelia," he warns, his voice a low growl, "and you're going to lose."
Sorry for the interruption. I know you were gearing up for a steamy scene, but it's way too hot for this platform.
If we want to keep sharing our stories for free, we have to abide by this platform's guidelines.
To get the full unabridged audiobook, go to worldsofprothika.com.
Browse through unabridged audiobooks, countless ebooks and bundles offered at a discount.
If the thought of me whispering all the dirty details into your ear isn't enticing enough, use discount code YouTube30 to get 30% off of all digital products.
Story after story, audiobook after audiobook, the worlds of Prothika are waiting for you.
Prothika's magic is eternal.
But unabridged, it's unforgettable.
Chapter 14. Jurto. Rogan grunts as I slam into him. Ease up, Jorto. He huffs as we break apart. I thought we were training, I retort in a low growl, scoffing at his protests. Are you going to ask your opponents to ease up? Gritting his teeth, he turns away from me, stalking across the arena. But Varg is standing there when I turn around, his arms crossed over his chest as he surveys me. Something you want to talk about? I slam my shoulder into his as I stalk past, letting that be all the answer I give, but it doesn't deter him. Not when he mutters low, something like, Amelia? I don't even have time to think, my body acting on instinct as I grab him by the throat and slam him against the wall. Don't say her name, I snarl. Just her name has me unraveling. The memory of her in the kitchen flashes through my mind, her breathless gasps, the way her body responded to mine with such raw, unbidden need. It was intoxicating, consuming. One taste of her was not enough. It would never be enough. The thought of her, the feel of her, it's all I can think about. I need more. I need to possess her, to claim her over and over until she knows she belongs to me completely. Varg's eyes widen in surprise before narrowing with a knowing gleam. You haven't been the same since we won Amelia. Is the whole really that good? He taunts, his voice dripping with mockery. His words ignite a firestorm of rage inside me. You don't know what you're talking about, I growl, tightening my grip on his throat. She's more than that. She's... I cut myself off, not wanting to reveal just how deep my obsession with her runs. Varg chokes out a laugh, his hands coming up to pry at my fingers. Looks like she's got you twisted up in knots, Jurto. Never thought I'd see the day. I snarl, shoving him harder against the wall. Shut your mouth before I shut it for you. Permanently. Internally, I know I shouldn't act this way. This rage, this possessiveness, it's not rational. But I don't care. I've always taken what I wanted, done what I wanted. And with Amelia, it's no different. She's mine. With a final shove, I release Varg, watching as he slumps against the wall, rubbing at his throat. You're losing it, man, he croaks, but I'm done listening. Turning away, I stalk out of the training room, my mind already filled with thoughts of Amelia. I'm done with practice, done with training. There's only one thing I want, one thing I need. She's under my skin, and I know deep down that one taste will never be enough. I can already feel myself itching for more, craving to have myself buried deep in her with tears on those pretty cheeks. And Amelia will learn that she belongs to me, in every way that matters. I scowl, frustrated with myself. This wasn't supposed to happen. She was just a prize, a token of victory. But now she's something more, something I can't easily define. I find myself thinking about her constantly, replaying the way she begged me to break her. It's as if she's infiltrated my very being, and it's unsettling. The aggression I felt earlier, the anger, it's morphing into something else. Obsession. Possession. I want her. Not just physically, but completely. I want to own every part of her. To have her know that she belongs to me and no one else. The thought of another man even looking at her fills me with a rage I can barely contain. I try to shake off the thoughts, but they cling to me like a second skin. Her voice, her touch, her taste, they haunt me. I run a hand through my hair, growling in frustration. Damn it, Amelia, I mutter under my breath. How did this happen? How did one night with her turn my world upside down? I think back to the way she looked at me in the kitchen, her eyes wide and filled with fear and something else, something that mirrored my own desire. The way she said my name, the way her body arched into mine, it's all I can think about. And it's not enough. It will never be enough. My fists clench at my sides. I need to see her, to feel her again. The logical part of my brain tells me to stay away, to regain control. But the primal part, the part that's driven by instinct and need, demands that I go to her. I know I'm growing more attached to her, more obsessed, and it's dangerous. But I don't care. I've never cared about the rules, about what's expected. I've always taken what I wanted, done what I wanted. And I want Amelia. I need her. With a growl, I make my decision. I will have her again. I will possess her completely, until there's no doubt in her mind that she belongs to me. As I stalk into my home, the sound of scrubbing reaches my ears. Following the sound, I push open the door to my kitchen to find Amelia on her hands and knees, scrubbing the stone floor with determined focus. Her hair falls in loose strands around her face, and despite the menial task, there's a fire in her eyes that captivates me. A smirk tugs at my lips. I decide to provoke her, to see that spark of defiance that intrigued me so much before. I call over 2 orc servants who are passing by, their chuckles already bubbling up as they join me. "Look at this," I announce loudly, my voice dripping with mockery. "Our little human hard at work. Isn't she a sight?" The orcs laugh, their eyes glinting with amusement as they watch Amelia. She keeps her head down, her cheeks flushing a deep red, but she continues scrubbing in silence. "Hey, human," I call out, my tone mocking. "You missed a spot right there." I point to a random patch of floor, knowing full well it's spotless. "Are you even capable of doing anything right?" The orcs snicker, nudging each other as they watch. Amelia's shoulders tense, but she doesn't lift her gaze. She scrubs harder, her knuckles white with the effort. "Isn't it pathetic?" one of the orcs jeers. "A human thinking she can keep up with us." "Maybe she's just here for our amusement," the other adds, their laughter echoing off the stone walls. I lean down, my voice a low, dangerous whisper. "What's the matter, Amelia? Too afraid to speak?" Her scrubbing slows, and for a moment, I think she might finally break. But instead, she takes a deep breath and continues her work in silence. The orcs, growing bored, eventually wander off, leaving us alone. As soon as the orcs are out of sight, Amelia stops scrubbing and looks up at me. Her eyes are fierce, a quiet but piercing glare that sends a shiver through me. Her bold stare catches me off guard, and for a moment I'm at a loss. Why do I feel such a compulsion to dominate and humiliate this defiant human who has stirred these unfamiliar feelings in me? She's just a girl, yet she gets under my skin like no one else ever has. I expect her to flinch, to cower under my gaze, but she stands slowly, wiping her hands on her apron. She never breaks eye contact, her defiance clear in every movement. My fists clench at my sides as I try to mask the tumult of emotion swirling within me. The silence between us is charged, every second stretching out painfully. I can see the anger simmering just beneath the surface, mirrored by the fire in her eyes. It's the same fire I saw in the kitchen, the same fire that both infuriates and fascinates me. I take a step closer, towering over her, trying to regain my composure. My mouth opens, but no words come out. Instead, I find myself studying her, the determination etched into her features, the stubborn set of her jaw. Her glare sharpens and she takes a step closer, defiance radiating from her. She's daring me to act, daring me to break the silence. But I can't. I'm caught in the intensity of her gaze, conflicted and confused. Why does she affect me this way? Why do I feel this intense need to provoke her, to see that spark of defiance in her eyes? It's more than just a desire to break her. It's something deeper, something I can't quite grasp. Troubled, I finally break eye contact and turn to leave, my mind a whirlwind of confusion and frustration. This game we're playing, it's dangerous, intoxicating, and more than anything, it's a challenge, one that I'm determined to win. But as I walk away, her audacious spirit continues to intrigue and confound me in equal measure. I struggle to understand my own actions toward this girl. Every instinct tells me to dominate, to conquer. Yet there's something else, something deeper that I can't quite comprehend. As I make my way back to my quarters, her image remains burned into my mind. Her fire, her defiance, it's like a drug, and I can't get enough. But with each encounter, I find myself more troubled, more consumed by thoughts of her. I struggle to understand my own actions. I could just take her. I could force her beneath me at any time. But I want the resistance and the submission, and I only want to take her when I know she'll give me both. Amelia has become an enigma, a puzzle I'm determined to solve. And as much as it unsettles me, I can't deny the thrill it brings. This game we're playing, it's dangerous, intoxicating. But more than anything, it's a challenge, one that I'm determined to win, even if it means losing myself in the process.
Chapter 15. Amelia. At least you don't berate me, I murmur to the gorgeous, deep violet and red flowers as I pluck the stems from the ground. It's a brilliantly sunny day, as it normally is on the desert island, but it's not blistering hot today. The rays feel warm and comforting on my skin, and the light breeze fills my lungs with a much-needed, refreshing breath. But that peace is short-lived. A prickle of unease trickles down my spine, and I get the distinct feeling of being watched. I lift my gaze and look around the courtyard, my eyes scanning the area until they land on Jurto. He stands at the edge, his eyes fixed on me, a curious intensity in his gaze. My shoulders tense, but I force myself to keep trimming the stems. I won't give him the satisfaction of seeing me flustered. The flowers are delicate, and I focus on them, their vibrant colours a welcome distraction. Jorto starts toward me, his strides long and deliberate. I can feel the weight of his presence growing as he approaches, but I keep my head down, refusing to acknowledge him until he speaks. "What are you doing?" His voice is demanding, almost accusatory. I lift my chin, meeting his gaze evenly. "I was instructed to gather flowers," I reply, my tone steady. He narrows his eyes, clearly not satisfied with my answer. "And who gave you that instruction?" "Marielle," I say, my voice unwavering even though I doubt he knows his servants' names. "She wants to make perfect centerpieces." He regards me for a moment, his eyes searching mine for any sign of deceit. Finding none, he steps closer, his shadow falling over me and the flowers. Scoffing, Jorto looms over me, his figure casting a long shadow that swallows the sunlight. "You only take orders from me now," he declares, his voice a low, threatening growl. I fight to stay calm under his imposing presence, my fingers tightening around the stems of the flowers. I lift my chin slightly, meeting his stern gaze with as much composure as I can muster. "I apologize, Jorto," I say, forcing the words out, each one a bitter pill to swallow. "I wasn't aware of the change." His eyes narrow, searching my face for any sign of rebellion. Holding his gaze, I do my best to maintain an appearance of meek submission. Inside, however, my defiant spirit simmers, threatening to boil over. "See that it doesn't happen again," he warns, leaning in closer. His breath is hot against my skin, and I can feel the intensity of his scrutiny. "You belong to me, Amelia. Every command, every task, it comes from me." "Yes, Jorto," I reply, my voice barely above a whisper. I know better than to challenge him outright, but my mind races with silent defiance. I will not let him break me. He straightens up, a satisfied smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. Good, he says, as if the matter is settled. But I can see the curiosity in his eyes, the confusion that mirrors my own. Why does he feel the need to dominate me? What is it about me that stirs such a response in him? I lower my gaze, returning my attention to the flowers. Their vibrant colours blur slightly as I focus on my breathing, trying to steady my racing heart. Jurto's presence is overwhelming, and I struggle to maintain my composure. I don't want to see you on your knees for anyone else, he rumbles deeply, almost like he didn't intend for me to hear. Or you won't like the consequences. Even though he's trying to bully me, I won't let him get the last word. You know, Jorto, I say, my voice surprisingly calm, if you just let me work in peace, you might be happier with the results that I can deliver. His eyes darken, and I swear the air gets thicker between us as he answers. But why would I do that when I can force you to your knees and watch you deliver the same results? For a brief moment, the idea of him forcing me before him, using me the way he wants to, letting out all that aggression that is building between us, makes my core throb. My whole clenches, and I have to squeeze my thighs together, shock tingling through me at my body's reaction to him. He must see it because he shifts closer. Oh, you'd like that, wouldn't you? I scoff. The only thing I'd like is for you to meet your end on that precious arena floor of yours. His expression darkens, and he leans in closer, his breath hot against my skin. You're treading on thin ice, Amelia. You think you're clever, talking back to me like this? I meet his gaze, my anger bubbling just beneath the surface, mingling with an unexpected surge of arousal. I think I'm tired of the way you treat me. Jurto's eyes flash with anger. He steps even closer, his towering presence intimidating, but I refuse to back down. The scent of him, leather and something raw, fills my senses, and I can't help the way my body reacts, my pulse quickening. Watch your mouth, he growls. You have no idea what I'm capable of. Oh, I know exactly what you're capable of, I retort, the words spilling out before I can stop them. I've watched it firsthand. And I have. I've watched his violence and anger and brutality bleed from him until I've forgotten to fear it, until I've started to crave it. He sucks all the air from my lungs as he comes closer, my body remembering the last time we were this close in proximity, and I gasp, my heart pounding in my chest. And you think you're untouchable, don't you? He hisses, his face inches from mine. You think you can defy me without consequences? I think I'm a person. I snap, my voice trembling with fury. And I won't be treated like a piece of property. Jurto's eyes blaze with anger. You speak as if you're my equal, he sneers, his voice dripping with contempt. I speak as if I'm human, I respond, my voice steady despite the fear clutching at my heart. Something you seem to have forgotten. For a moment we just stare at each other, the tension between us almost palpable. His gaze is intense, searching, and I can see the turmoil in his eyes. He's confused, perhaps even angry, but there's something else there, a flicker of something he doesn't quite understand. His eyes narrow, and I can see the inner battle he's fighting. He wants to intimidate me, to see me cower, but my defiance only seems to fuel his confusion. You're a stubborn fool, he mutters, but the words are huskier, like the insult means something else. Maybe, I reply, lifting my chin, but I'm also resilient, and I won't break easily. He studies me for a long moment, his expression unreadable. Then, to my surprise, he lets out a low, humourless laugh. Keep thinking that, Amelia. I don't respond, unsure of what to make of his reaction. Instead, I turn back to the flowers, focusing on their delicate petals. The silence stretches between us, heavy with unspoken words. The tension between us heightens, an invisible thread pulling us closer together despite our best efforts to resist it. Finally, I glance back at him, about to demand what he wants. But Jurto's eyes flicker to the flowers in my hands, and without warning, he reaches out to take them from me. I pull back instinctively, clutching the stems tighter. "These are for the dining hall," I say, my voice firm. His eyes darken, and in a swift movement, he grabs my wrist. The sudden contact sends a jolt through me, and I gasp, my heart pounding in my chest. His grip is firm, but not painful, and his face is so close that I can feel his breath on my skin. "What are you doing?" I whisper, my voice trembling slightly. The warmth of his hand seeps through me, igniting a fire that I can't ignore. And I'm starting to realize that I'd let it consume me and burn me alive. I haven't stopped thinking about how it felt when he bent me over in the kitchen, for him to let out all those frustrations on me with actions rather than his words. I didn't feel like dirt then. I felt like his little toy to be used for his pleasure, and I liked it. I must be sick to want that, to want him to claim control. I refuse to give and wring pleasures from my body like he needs them to live. I don't want him to like me. I don't even care that he hates me, that much. But I want another taste of this man. And as I stare up at him, his massive hand wrapped around my wrist, I wait for the sharp words that will only stir up the frenzy in me, already wanting the release only he can give me. Only after he works me up into a red-hazed level of anger will he rip my very soul from my body, and as much as I hate him and me for it, I want him to do it to me again and again, until the pleasure bleeds the loathing from my limbs. This huge orc brings out the animal in me.
In a world where humans have been driven underground, living like rats is the only way to stay safe from the marauding orcs.
All my life, my only job has been to make sure I have enough to eat.
These orcs of the Burning Sun clan will vow to keep their human mates safe.
There is a nobleness to these giant savages, alpha male warriors who will protect their women at all costs.
Get this complete series of books following the Burning Sun clan for 70% off. Each book is a full-length monster romance that features a giant orc with eyes for his beloved, curvy human. Happily ever after guaranteed.
Prothika's magic is eternal.
This bundle will show you that size really does matter. Chapter 16. Jurto. I can't think straight around this girl. She works me up into such a rage that all I can feel is the violence pulsing through my body. It looks for an outlet, even as the blood rushes to my manhood, begging for me to unleash it on her. Gritting my teeth, I rip the flowers from her hands. "Hey," she tries to protest. "I need those." I toss them to the ground as my free hand covers her mouth. "I don't give a damn what you needed them for. What you need is to learn your lesson." Her eyes grow wide for a second before a scowl mars her face, the defiance snapping back in place. She tries to jerk back from me, but I hold her in place with my hand wrapped around her wrists, reminding her who is in control. But that doesn't stop Amelia. She jerks and fights like her life depends on it, and I huff, growing more and more agitated. But also the fire in her sends arousal pouring through my body, making it hard to think of anything besides making her jerk and twitch from the pounding I give her, too consumed with pleasure that it's almost painful. I drop my hand from her mouth, and she immediately tries to protest. "You can't just..." "Shut up!" I snarl, my patience snapping. "You never shut up!" In one swift motion, I fist her hair, pulling her head back and dragging her in for a deep, punishing kiss. Her lips part in surprise, and I seize the opportunity, my tongue invading her mouth with a ferocity that leaves no room for resistance. She tastes sweet, like defiance, and something intoxicating, something that makes me want more As much as Samara and I want to finish what these two characters have started, it looks like this chapter is about to get too hot for this platform to handle.
Unfortunately, we have to pause here because their guidelines won't allow us to reveal the spiciest details.
To keep bringing you these free audiobooks, we have to follow their rules.
But don't worry. You can experience the full, unabridged version over at worldsofprothika.com, where the boundaries of passion and fantasy collide.
Use code YouTube30 for 30% off any of our unabridged audiobooks set in the rich and immersive worlds of Prothika.
Prothika's magic is eternal.
With these scenes, it will be unforgettable.
Chapter 17. Amelia. It's sick how my stomach flips when I hear his footsteps. I shouldn't be eager. Not at all. And yet, as Jorto turns around the corner, I can already feel myself growing wet. And as he comes to a stop behind me, I know he must see the flush covering my body. Amelia. He rumbles and my thighs clench. What is wrong with me? What have I told you about being on your knees for someone else? No one else told me to get down here and scrub the floors. But I've learned after a few trysts that Jurto wants a fight. And I would be lying if I said there wasn't a small part of me that liked making him battle me for it. I whip around, glaring at him. You can't tell me what to do, Jorto. His eyes instantly glaze over, and he leans forward. My core clenches, already anticipating the pounding I can't wait for. Will you ever learn that that smart mouth will get you in trouble? I open my mouth to argue, but he hauls me up to my feet by my hair. I don't mind it. In fact, I'm surprised by how quickly he's giving in. My palms slam against his chest as he captures my mouth with his. It's a quick, brutal kiss, and he snaps back, sneering in my face. I'll just have to screw that attitude out of you then. Grabbing my wrists, he spins me around and pins my arms behind me. My chest is shoved up against the wall as he pushes my dress up around my waist. I wiggle, huffing in irritation as he takes away all my control. Let me go, I snap. He chuckles, running a hand over my backside. Don't fight me like you don't want this. Chills pepper the skin left in his wake, and I fight against him more. But I don't want to get away. I want him inside of me faster than he'll give it to me. Jorto, I gasp as his hand delves between my legs. A deep rumble goes through him as he swipes at the wetness there. Just like I thought. A liar. I gasp as he pushes in deeper. Let's see how long it will take to break you, little liar. It doesn't take long. Soon, I'm spasming around his hand, and then his tip is there, replacing his fingers and driving into me. He grunts as he takes me, hard and punishing, and I don't have it left in me to do anything but enjoy it. When he finally pulls out, our release dripping onto the clean floors, I can barely stand. He lingers for a moment, his hands trailing over my thighs. He's started to do this more, like he doesn't quite want to leave me. But then he steps back, remembering himself. Clean this up, he tells me before stalking away and leaving me utterly sated. Not that it will last long. I have no more control than Jurto seems to in this scenario. The moments after he leaves are always the hardest. I sink to the floor as my body aches, but my mind is a storm of confusion. I hastily wipe at the tears that threaten to spill. How did I become this person? How did I become someone who aches with desire for a man who humiliates me? I finish cleaning the floor, the remnants of our encounter wiped away but not forgotten. My hands tremble as I work, my thoughts a chaotic mess. I should despise him. I should hate the way he makes me feel. But every time he touches me, every time he takes me, a part of me yearns for it. My body betrays me, responding to his dominance with an eagerness that shames me. Later, when I'm alone in my quarters, I sit on the edge of the bed, my fingers tracing the marks he's left on my skin, the bruises on my hips, the bite marks on my shoulder. Each one is a reminder of his possessiveness, a reminder of how he claims me as his. I close my eyes and breathe deeply, trying to calm the turmoil within me. But all I can think about is the way he looked at me, the way his eyes darkened with desire. The next day, I move through my chores with a sense of dread and anticipation. The servants whisper as I pass, their eyes filled with pity and disdain. They've seen how Jorto treats me, the way he belittles me, orders me around like a slave. And yet, they don't know the full story. They don't know how my body craves his touch, how I secretly wait for those moments when he corners me, his eyes burning with need. "Amelia!" Jurto's voice booms from the hall, and my heart leaps in my chest. I quickly finish scrubbing the table and rush to stand before him. He's surrounded by his men, their eyes flicking to me with amusement. "Fetch me some water," he orders, his tone dismissive, "unless you're too dull to do even that." I nod and scurry away, my cheeks burning with shame. They laugh as I go, their voices carrying down the corridor. I grip the water pitcher tightly, my knuckles white. How can he be so cruel? How can he humiliate me like this in front of everyone, only to turn around and claim me so passionately in private? When I return with the water, he barely glances at me. I pour it into his cup, my hands steady despite the turmoil inside me. He takes a sip, then looks at me, his eyes cold. "Is that all you're good for?" He sneers, and the men laugh again. I lower my gaze, biting my tongue to keep from responding. I can feel their eyes on me, their judgment heavy. But when I meet Jorto's gaze, I see something there, something that makes my heart twist. He's testing me, pushing me to see how far I'll go, and I hate that a part of me wants to prove myself to him. So I refuse to break. I only bow demurely and scurry out of his path, hating the way I hope I pleased him. The day drags on, each task a distraction from the thoughts that plague me. When night falls, I find myself alone in the kitchen, cleaning up after the evening meal. The servants have gone to bed, and the silence is a welcome relief. I scrub at the pots and pans, my mind wandering. I hear his footsteps before I see him. My body tenses, anticipation and excitement rushing through me. He steps into the kitchen, his presence filling the room. I don't look up, but I can feel his eyes on me. "Amelia," he says, his voice softer than usual. But that deep rumble is still there. I glance up, my heart pounding. He's standing there, his expression unreadable. He crosses the room in a few quick strides and grabs my arm, pulling me close. His lips crush against mine, a kiss filled with urgency and need. I gasp against his mouth, my hands clutching at his shirt. He kisses me deeply, his hands roaming over my body. I want to push him away, to tell him no, but my body betrays me. I melt against him, my fingers tangling in his hair. He breaks the kiss, his breath ragged. "Do you know what you do to me?" He growls, his hands gripping my hips. "You drive me insane." I tremble in his arms, my mind a whirlwind of emotions. "Jurto, please." He silences me with another kiss, his hands sliding under my dress. I moan into his mouth, my body responding to his touch despite my conflicted feelings. He lifts me onto the counter, his fingers delving between my legs. "You're mine," he murmurs against my skin, his voice filled with possessiveness. "Only mine." I arch against him, my thoughts scattering. How can I desire someone who treats me like this? How can I crave his touch when he humiliates me so cruelly? But as he drives into me, all I can think about is the way he makes me feel, the way he sets my body on fire. When it's over, I cling to him, my breath coming in shallow gasps. He holds me for a moment, his hands gentle on my skin. But then he steps back, the mask of indifference slipping back into place. "Clean yourself up," he says, his voice cold. I nod, my heart aching. He leaves without another word, and I'm left alone in the dark, my body trembling with the aftershocks of our encounter. I slide off the counter and sink to the floor, tears streaming down my face. How can I continue like this? How can I keep pretending that I don't want him, that I don't crave his touch? I wrap my arms around myself, sobbing quietly. I know I should hate him. I know I should despise the way he treats me. But my body betrays me every time, responding to his dominance with a need that shames me. Yet I catch myself stealing glances at Jurto, noticing details like the jagged scar on his brow, the way his muscles ripple under his skin. At night, I lie awake, remembering the feeling of his powerful arms around me, the way he holds me as if I am the only thing that matters. I know these conflicted feelings are wrong, but cannot seem to stop them from blooming. I both long for and dread our private moments together, the intensity of his touch and the fire it ignites within me. Burying my confusion, I focus on finishing my tasks for the night, knowing defiance will lead to another bittersweet encounter. I feel myself fracturing, torn between my mind's resistance and my yearning body's surrender. It's becoming a battle between what I know is right and what I cannot help but desire. When I finally make my way back to my quarters, my thoughts are a tangled mess. I lie in bed, staring up at the ceiling, my mind replaying every moment of our encounter. His kisses both thrill and shame me, leaving me flushed with arousal and self-loathing. I don't know how much longer I can keep this up, how much longer I can deny the way he makes me feel. But as I drift off to sleep, I know one thing for certain. I'm trapped in this twisted dance, and there's no way out.
Chapter 18. Jorto. It is no longer a question of if I'm losing my mind. I've fully lost it, or it's been snatched rather by a little yippin I have running around my home. My practices have been brutal but not skillful. My teammates have noticed how on edge I've been. And even so, all I can think about is Amelia. I wonder where she is and what she's doing as I make my way toward the dining hall, the aromas wafting toward me making my stomach growl. But it's not what I truly yearn for. Instead, I already feel myself craving Amelia as I take a seat, my servants poised to give me whatever I need. The impulsive desire for her grows until there is practically a buzzing in my skull, and I slam my fist on the table, jolting everyone in the room. I can have whatever I damn well please in my own home, I growl, realizing a beat too late that the room was silent before. The servants have no knowledge of my internal struggle. "And what is it that you would like?" the closest one asks tentatively. My lips curl around the word before my mind can stop my mouth. "Amelia." I ignore the sidelong glances of my servants as they scurry to fetch her. The anticipation gnaws at me, impatience and an odd twinge of vulnerability pulsing through me. When Amelia finally arrives, there's hesitation in her eyes, but she obediently takes the seat opposite me. I gesture for her to fill her plate. She hesitates for a moment, her eyes flicking to the abundant spread before us. Slowly, she reaches for the serving spoon, her movements tentative. At first, we eat in uncertain silence, the clinking of utensils the only sound between us. I find myself watching her, the way she delicately picks at her food, the way her lashes cast shadows on her cheeks. I can't help it. The silence is too heavy, too charged. "Careful with that," I say, a teasing lilt in my voice. I hear humans have rather weak stomachs. To my surprise, Amelia shoots back a witty retort without missing a beat. Weak stomachs, perhaps, but strong wills. Can't say the same for everyone at this table. I bark out a laugh, genuinely appreciating her boldness. It's rare for anyone to speak to me like that, and it's refreshing. We fall into easy banter, trading good-natured barbs back and forth. I throw a few more jabs her way, and she parries them with a sharp tongue and quick wit that matches my own. "So, you think you're tough, huh?" I say, leaning back in my chair, a smirk playing on my lips. "Tougher than you, clearly," she replies, her eyes sparkling with mischief. I chuckle, shaking my head. You've got spirit, Amelia, I'll give you that. As we continue our verbal sparring, I find myself smiling, a rare occurrence these days. Amelia's vibrant spirit and sharp tongue engage me in a way no one else does. She matches my vigor, meeting my challenges head-on without flinching. It's exhilarating. The meal stretches longer than usual, neither of us in a hurry to leave. I watch the way she talks, the way her eyes light up when she's particularly pleased with a retort. There's a fire in her, a passion that draws me in despite myself. So, tell me, I say, leaning forward, my elbows resting on the table, what do you really think of this place? She raises an eyebrow, clearly considering her words carefully. It's different, she says finally. Not what I'm used to, but it has its charms. I nod, appreciating her honesty. And me? I ask, my tone more serious now. What do you think of me? She pauses, her fork hovering mid-air. You want the truth? Always. You're infuriating, she says, her voice steady. But you're also fascinating. You challenge me in ways I didn't expect. Her words hit me harder than I anticipated. I lean back, studying her. You challenge me too, Amelia, more than you know. She looks down, a faint blush spreading across her cheeks. For a moment, the playful banter fades, replaced by a charged silence. I can see the conflict in her eyes, the same one that gnaws at me. I find myself smiling again, a rare occurrence. Amelia's vibrant spirit and sharp tongue engage me. She matches my vigor in a way no one else does. Their laughter draws more curious looks. Ignoring the onlookers, I refill Amelia's glass, charmed by her smile. It hits me again how much I want her. I've never entertained anyone's company, and yet I want hers. I can't let her see too much of my thoughts, though. I still need to maintain control. Eat up, I say gruffly, pushing a platter toward her. You'll need your strength. She gives me a curious look, but doesn't argue. As we continue to eat, I notice more about her. The way she carefully selects her food, the way she chews thoughtfully, lost in her own world. It's these little things that make her different. Do you miss your home? I ask, surprising myself with the question. She looks up, her eyes meeting mine. Sometimes, she admits, but I'm learning to adapt. I nod, understanding more than I let on. Good. Adaptation is a sign of strength. We fall back into a comfortable silence, the tension from earlier easing. It's strange, but I find myself enjoying her company more than I expected. She's not just a distraction, she's a challenge, a puzzle I can't quite solve. As the meal winds down, I lean back in my chair, watching her. You know, Amelia, you're not like the others. She raises an eyebrow. Oh? What makes me so special? I smirk, leaning forward. You've got fire, spirit. Most would have broken by now, but you thrive. She looks away, a small smile playing on her lips. Maybe I'm just stubborn. Maybe, I agree, chuckling. But it's more than that. You've got a strength most don't. It's admirable. She looks back at me, her eyes searching mine. Why do you care? The question catches me off guard. Why do I care? I've been asking myself the same thing. Maybe because you remind me of myself, I admit, the words surprising even me. She blinks, clearly taken aback. You? I nod. Yeah, stubborn, defiant, unwilling to back down. We're not so different, you and I. She considers this, her eyes thoughtful. Maybe you're right. The room falls into a comfortable silence again, the weight of our conversation hanging between us. I can see the wheels turning in her mind, the same questions I've been asking myself. With the meal done, Amelia excuses herself from the table, her voice soft yet steady. I'll take care of the dishes, she says, gathering the plates with practiced efficiency. I nod, watching her every movement. As she walks toward the kitchen, I find myself rising from my seat, an inexplicable urge pulling me to follow her. The dining hall falls away, and I trail her silently, my footsteps almost ghostly as I approach the kitchen's threshold. She doesn't notice me at first, busy with the task at hand. I lean against the doorframe, arms crossed, simply observing. The way she moves is almost mesmerizing, each action deliberate and purposeful. She rolls up her sleeves, revealing slender, strong arms as she begins to scrub the plates. The gentle clinking of dishes and the sound of running water fill the space, creating a strange sense of calm. I take in the scene, noting the small frown of concentration on her face, the way her brows knit together as she works. There's a quiet determination about her that I can't help but admire. I don't try to humiliate her, although the thought does cross my mind. Instead, I just stand there, content to watch her. The kitchen, usually a place of chaos and noise, feels serene with her in it. She moves with grace, her presence transforming the mundane task into something almost beautiful. She glances up and startles slightly when she sees me. "You scared me," she says, a touch of admonishment in her voice. "I didn't mean to," I reply, my tone softer than usual. "Just watching." She gives me a curious look but doesn't press further. As she continues to wash the dishes, I remain there, silently observing. For once, it's enough just to be near her, to share this quiet moment away from the chaos of the world outside. With a pang, I realize this defiant girl, my slave, might be the closest thing I have to a true partner in my cold, empty home. It's a disconcerting thought, but it's there, lingering in the back of my mind. But the more time I spend with Amelia, the more I'm drawn to her resilience and spirit. She's not just a distraction. She's becoming something more.
Chapter 19. Amelia. What a weird day, I muse as I lean back in the bath. The water is warm, washing over my skin, and I close my eyes. As usual, my mind drifts to Jorto. All day he was there wherever I turned. He was mostly just watching me, his presence always demanding, but it was different. I almost found it comforting for him to be there. He may be unpredictable and harsh, sometimes even cruel, but for some reason, I like being around this orc. I'm not just attracted to him and the way he wrings pleasure from my body. I want to be around him. I'm almost shocked he's not in here right now. A bang slams against the outside of the locked door, and I jolt upward. What dash? Amelia! As if summoned by my thoughts, Jurto is outside the bathroom door. I'm bathing. My hands immediately come up to cover my body, even though there is still a door between us. A chuckle rumbles through the door as the lock groans. And? The metal finally breaks, and he shoves his way inside, looking even larger in the small servant's bathroom. A louder laugh erupts him as I scramble to hide myself. You act as if I haven't seen your body naked before. Jurto, get out! I need some privacy, I demand, my voice shaking with anger and something else I can't quite place. He laughs again, a deep, resonant sound that fills the room. Privacy? You're mine, Amelia. There's no need for modesty with me. He steps closer, his eyes raking over my body with an intensity that makes my skin tingle. Jorto, please, I say, my voice softer now, almost pleading. But he's already undressing, stripping away his clothes with a casual ease that leaves me breathless. You don't need to hide from me, he says, his voice a low growl. I've seen every inch of you, and I want to see it again. He steps into the bath, the water sloshing around us as he settles in behind me. His presence is overwhelming, and I find myself leaning back against him despite my protests. His hands come to rest on my shoulders, and I shiver at the contact. Relax, he murmurs, his lips brushing against my ear. I've been thinking about this all day. I want to resist, but my body betrays me. His hands begin to move, massaging my shoulders and neck with a skill that leaves me melting under his touch. I close my eyes, letting out a soft sigh as his fingers work their magic. "No attitude?" he says, his voice a soothing rumble. "You've finally given in to how much you want me?" I can't find the words to argue, and I don't want to. His hands move lower, caressing my skin with a gentle firmness that sends waves of pleasure through me. I lean back further into his embrace, feeling the hard planes of his chest against my back. "Jurto," I whisper, my voice trembling with need. He responds with a soft growl, his hands sliding around to cup my chest. I gasp at the sensation, arching into his touch as his fingers tease and knead my sensitive flesh. "You like this, don't you?" he murmurs, his lips trailing down my neck. "You like it when I touch you?" "Yes," I breathe, unable to deny it. His touch is intoxicating, and I can feel myself growing wetter with every stroke of his hands. "Good," he says, his voice a dark promise. "Because I plan to make you feel even better."
This scene is about to get too steamy for this platform's comfort. And as much as we'd love to keep going, their guidelines say we need to stop here.
To continue releasing these free audiobooks on this platform, we've got to play by the rules.
The passion doesn't end here.
Visit worldsofprothika.com to hear the full, uncut version of this fantasy romance, and every daring moment that YouTube can't handle.
Use code YouTube30 for 30% off unabridged audiobooks in the worlds of Prothika.
Don't let YouTube hold you back. Immerse yourself in a world of magic, danger, and unfiltered passion.
Prothika's magic is eternal.
Listen unabridged and you'll never want to go back. As I walk back to my room, I can't help but feel a sense of anticipation. Things are changing between us, and I don't know where it will lead. But for the first time, I'm excited to find out. In my bed, I replay the events of the day, the way he was always there, watching me, the way he held me in the bath. It's strange, but I feel a connection to him that I can't explain. He's still the orc who captured me, the one who has been both my tormentor and somehow someone that I've grown to want. But now, he's something more.
Chapter 20, Jurto. Energy thrums through my body as I stride through the base. I gave the team a week off from practice to rest before diving back in for our next big game, and I took advantage. I've screwed Amelia on every surface of my house by now. Even though my mind should be focused on leading the drills at practice, I'm already thinking about her. I can still taste her on my tongue after having her for breakfast, and I'm ready for seconds. I have to will myself not to get hard behind the thin shorts as I approach my teammates. "Jorto!" Borka shouts as I approach. "We haven't seen you all week." I grunt as I walk past. "Why would I want to see your ugly mugs if I don't have to?" The team howls with laughter at that, but I notice a few watching me a bit too closely. It's as if they can see what exactly has kept me away, and I'm not sure I like it. "All right," I wave my hands. "Get over here." As the team gathers, I notice sly glances and murmurs rippling through the group. It seems rumors of my relationship with Amelia have spread, at least in some way. I can feel their eyes on me, assessing, judging. Some smirk, others look almost envious. I narrow my eyes, scanning the crowd until I catch sight of Varg and his closest friends exchanging knowing looks. Varg is the first to approach me, a mischievous grin on his face. "So, Jurto," he begins, crossing his arms over his chest. "We've been hearing things. Interesting things." I grunt, trying to keep my expression neutral. "Oh yeah? And what interesting things would those be?" He chuckles, and a few of the others join in. "Word around the base is that you've been spending quite a bit of time with a certain human. Amelia, isn't it?" I feel a surge of protectiveness at the mention of her name. "What of it?" I say, my tone sharper than I intended. "Last I checked, my personal life isn't up for discussion." Varg raises his hands in mock surrender. "Hey, no need to get defensive. We're just curious, that's all." She must be something special to keep you away from us for a whole week. The group laughs again, but there's an edge to it. I can tell some of them are genuinely curious, while others seem to be enjoying the idea of me being distracted. I take a deep breath, trying to keep my cool. With a bellowing command, I silence the gossip. Enough. Get to your positions and start the drills. My voice echoes across the training ground, leaving no room for argument. The grumbling orcs comply, though their curious stares linger on me. Their captain. I stride towards the center of the field, my eyes scanning the team as they reluctantly fall into formation. The tension is palpable, but I refuse to let it distract me. We've got a big game coming up, I remind them, voice firm. I expect nothing but your best. The drills begin, the rhythm of our practice routine a familiar comfort. Varg and his group are still casting sidelong glances my way, but they focus on their tasks when I catch their eyes. I push them harder than usual, channeling my frustration into the training. The sound of feet pounding the ground, the grunts of exertion, and the clash of practice weapons fill the air. Faster! I shout as they run laps. Stronger as they spar. I need them sharp, focused, and I need to remind them, and myself, of what's at stake. As the practice continues, the initial murmurs and whispers die down, replaced by the disciplined shouts and responses of a well-trained unit. Sweat pours down their faces, muscles straining as they give it their all. I keep a close eye on each one, correcting stances, adjusting grips, demanding more. Finally, when I'm satisfied they've pushed themselves to their limits, I call for a break. They collapse onto the ground, panting and gulping down water. I stand over them, arms crossed, waiting for the right moment. Listen up, I say, my voice cutting through the heavy breaths. I don't care what you think you know or what you've heard. What matters is what happens here on this field. We're a team and we fight together. Understood? There's a murmur of assent, some nodding, others too exhausted to respond. But I see the message sinking in. Good. Ignoring the lingering looks, I dive straight into the next phase of our training, brutal conditioning. Now get up. We're not done yet. Their grumbling is like music to my ears. We're going to push it today, I announce. No half measures. I want to see what you're made of. I start them on sprints, up and down the length of the field. Faster, I roar, eyes scanning for any sign of slackening. Move it. You think the other team's going to take it easy on you? Think again. Sweat pours off them in rivers, their breathing turning ragged, but I don't let up. I can't afford to. Not with the game so close and the whispers of Amelia still hanging in the air. Next, endurance drills. You stop when I say you stop. We transition into grueling sets of push-ups, sit-ups, and burpees. Every muscle in their bodies is pushed to the brink. My eyes are everywhere, catching even the slightest hint of fatigue or hesitation. Varg, pick up the pace, I snarl, seeing him slow. You think you're tired? Push harder. You want to win, don't you? He grunts in response, pushing himself harder, and I see the rest of the team following suit, driven by both the challenge and my relentless presence. I push them through circuit after circuit, their bodies screaming for rest, but I allow none. Keep going, I shout, my voice a relentless hammer. No one stops until I say so. Hours pass, the sun climbing high in the sky, beating down on us. Their movements become slower, more labored, but I keep pushing. You think this is hard? This is nothing compared to what we'll face on the field. Show me your strength, your determination. Finally, when I see they've reached their absolute limits, I call for a halt. They collapse, gasping for breath, muscles trembling with exhaustion. I stand over them, chest heaving, but resolute. Remember this feeling, I tell them, my voice steady despite my own weariness. This is what it takes to be the best. This is what it takes to win. There's no mention of Amelia now. No sidelong glances or whispered comments. Just a team, bonded through shared hardship, ready to face whatever comes next. The Orsish way. As the team tries to shake off their exhaustion, I stand tall, having reasserted my dominance. The field is littered with my spent warriors, their heavy breaths punctuating the silence that falls over us. But now the thoughts of what waits for me at home filter in, and my thoughts of Amelia have turned sour. Having a week to feast on her made me blind to the reality of our situation. I grit my teeth at the thought of appearing soft over a mere slave. Amelia, who has become so much more to me in private, must remain just another conquest in the eyes of my brutish kind. I can't afford any hint of weakness. My mind races and a cold resolve settles in. I vow to redouble my cruelty toward Amelia in public. No matter how much she means to me behind closed doors, outwardly, she must be treated as nothing more than a possession. The stakes are too high, and any sign of softness could undermine my authority. Get some rest! I bark at the team, my voice hard. We're not done yet! Tomorrow, we'll push even harder! They nod weakly, dragging themselves off the ground and towards the showers. As I watch them go, I feel a pang of guilt. The relentless conditioning, the harsh words. It's all necessary. But I can't shake the unease settling in my gut. With this resolved, I turn and stalk off the pitch, the rumors quashed for now. But inwardly, doubts begin to gnaw at me. Can I truly keep up this facade? Can I balance the brutal leader my team expects despite the thoughts I've been having over a mere human? I'm an orc. I can take what I want. But the way that Amelia has twisted me is something else. I refuse to be seen as weak. I wanted to break this woman, but it seems I've lost sight of that. I push the thoughts away as I head towards the showers, the cool water a brief respite from the turmoil within me. I know I'll see Amelia soon, and the thought both comforts and tortures me. I've come to love her willingness to be with me. Yes, she still fights me, but she always bends, and I love watching it. It is a game we've come to play, but it also seems to be costing me my reputation. As the water washes over me, I try to steel myself. The game is all that matters. My team needs me to be strong, unyielding. I can't have everyone thinking I am anything less. I'm their captain and an orc. I'm stronger than that, better. I've let a little human get too far under my skin. She's been scrambling my mind since the day I met her, and I let her shake my resolve. I need to prove that she is nothing to me, even if inwardly I know that is no longer true. I have to make everyone else believe that she is just another conquest, which means I'm about to show Amelia what cruelty really looks like.
Chapter 21. Amelia. I can't keep my eyes from wandering. Truthfully, I've been finished with the laundry for half an hour, but I expected Jurto to be home by now. The sun is already high in the sky, and he's still gone. I shouldn't even miss him. I mutter beneath my breath, but I know it's no use. At first I was just physically craving him, but now I've found comfort in having him around. We eat breakfast together, and he'll find me throughout the day, sometimes to take me, to use me, and sometimes just to watch me. Him going back to practice has left me wanting him, and that's how I've found myself out in the garden all morning, waiting for him to come home. My body is craving the sight of his shirtless torso, his muscles glistening with sweat under the sun. Gods, I hope someone messed up this morning and he'll take it out on me. The thought barely even registers as wrong with me now. That's how accustomed I've become to the sick desires that this orc stirs up in me. And there is no part of me now that wants it to stop. I find myself lingering in the garden, picking at weeds and rearranging flowers that don't need rearranging. Anything to keep my hands busy and my mind occupied while I wait for Jurto to return from Zerix's practice. The anticipation builds as the sun climbs higher, casting long shadows across the yard. I finally hear the heavy thud of his footfalls on the path, and I straighten, my heart quickening. But as he comes into view, my excitement falters. His expression is thunderous, his jaw set in a hard line. Jorto. I start, taking a tentative step towards him, but he cuts me off with a sharp glare. "Get back to work, Amelia," he snaps, brushing past me without another glance. The coldness in his tone is a stark contrast to the warmth of our morning routine, and it stings more than I care to admit. I watch him go, my hands clenched into fists at my sides. Frustration wells up within me, mingling with confusion. What happened at practice to put him in such a foul mood? And why is he taking it out on me like this? That's not what I wanted. I bend down, pretending to adjust a flower, but my mind is racing. His sudden cruelty is jarring, especially after the time we've been sharing. He hasn't been exactly tender with me. I don't think Jorto is even capable, but I thought we were past this. Now it's as if a wall has been thrown up between us, and I don't understand why. I push my anger down, reminding myself of my place. I'm his slave, not his equal. But the taste of our recent closeness lingers, making his coldness all the harder to bear. As I continue working, my thoughts churn. What could have happened to make him so angry? And why does it hurt so much to see him like this? I try to shake off the disappointment, focusing on the task at hand. But the ache in my chest remains, a constant reminder of the fragile nature of our bond. I glance towards the house, where Jurto has disappeared, and a resolve hardens within me. I need to understand what's going on. If he's determined to push me away, I'll find a way to break through that wall. As the afternoon wears on, the tension gnaws at me. I can't focus on the garden any longer, the weight of Jurto's mood pressing down on me. I finally muster the courage to go inside, determined to confront him. I find him in the main room, still brooding, his back to me as he stares out the window. "Jurto," I say softly, stepping closer. "What happened at practice today?" He doesn't turn around, his shoulders stiffening at the sound of my voice. For a moment, I think he might ignore me entirely, but then he speaks, his tone icy. "It's none of your concern, Amelia. Get back to your work." His words hit me like a physical blow, and I take a step back, my resolve wavering. "But—" He whirls around, his eyes blazing with a fury that makes me flinch. "I said get back to your work," he snaps, each word laced with venom. "Do you think I want to discuss my day with a slave? Know your place." The harshness of his words takes my breath away. The familiar warmth in his eyes is gone, replaced by a cold, unyielding hardness. Any semblance of the connection we'd built over breakfasts and stolen moments has evaporated, leaving a stark, impassable distance between us. I swallow hard, fighting back the sting of tears. "I'm sorry," I whisper, turning to leave the room, my heart heavy. Retreating in stung confusion, I replay the harshness of Jurto's words over and over in my mind, trying to make sense of the sudden shift. One moment, he was the orc who shared breakfast with me, who sought me out during the day just to see me. The next, he's a stranger, his eyes cold, his words biting. Did I imagine the change between us? Jorto has always pushed me and treated me poorly, but I thought things had become different. His harsh words were just part of a game, not truly meant to tear me down. Or I thought. As I scrub the floor vigorously, I feel the walls around my heart rebuilding, stronger than ever before. I have to protect myself. I can't afford to be swayed by false hope again. Jorto's cruelty is a reminder of my place, a brutal wake-up call. To survive, I must harden myself completely against him. The soap suds swirl on the stone floor, and I attack each stain with renewed vigour, channeling my frustration and hurt into the task. My hands ache, but I don't stop. I can't stop. If Jorto wants only cruelty from me, that is what he will get. The idea of a relationship, of something more, now seems foolish beyond belief. How could I have been so naive? I scrub harder, the bristles of the brush scraping against the stone, the sound matching the turmoil in my mind. I will not let myself be fooled again. I will not let myself hope for something that can never be. Jurto's kindness was a mirage, a cruel trick of the light. The reality is stark and unyielding, and I must accept it. My muscles burn with the effort, but I welcome the pain. It grounds me, pulls me back from the edge of despair. I am a slave. This is my reality. I must focus on my duties, on surviving each day. Anything else is a dangerous distraction. The floor gradually becomes spotless, the dirt giving way to clean, smooth stone. I sit back on my heels, wiping the sweat from my forehead with the back of my hand. The physical exertion has done little to ease the ache in my chest, but it's a start. I need to keep busy, to keep my mind occupied. Standing, I move to the next room, determined to continue cleaning until every inch of the house shines. I will not give Jorto any reason to scold me. If he wants cold efficiency, that is what he will get. No more soft looks, no more stolen moments. I can't afford to let my guard down again. The afternoon drags on, each minute feeling like an hour. I force myself to focus on the tasks at hand, scrubbing, dusting, polishing. The repetitive motions help to dull the edge of my pain, though the hurt remains, a constant undercurrent. By the time the evening shadows lengthen, I'm exhausted, my body aching from the day's labour. But the house is spotless, every surface gleaming. I take a moment to survey my work, a small sense of satisfaction mingling with the exhaustion. This, at least, I can control. This I can accomplish. And I try to ignore the fact that Jorto didn't seek me out once today. I hear Jurto's heavy footsteps approaching and straighten, my heart pounding despite my resolve. He steps into the room, his eyes sweeping over the spotless surfaces, but he doesn't acknowledge my efforts. His expression is still hard, impenetrable. "Good," he mutters, barely glancing at me before heading towards his study. I nod, though he doesn't see it, and turn back to my work. The sting of his indifference cuts deep, but I force myself to remain calm. This is how it must be. I will not let him see how much he affects me. I will not give him that power. As the night falls, I finish the last of my tasks and retreat to my small room, the day's events replaying in my mind. I lie down, staring at the ceiling, steeling my resolve. I must be strong. I must protect myself. Jorto may have the power to command me, but he will not break me, not again.
Chapter 22. Jurto. "Keep at it! Don't give up, Borka!" I yell, pointing at the orc who has tripped up on his own feet as he tries to pursue Varg down the field. "If you keep doing that during matches, we won't stand a chance against our opponents." "Oh, Jurto," Hrgun mumbles beside me, shaking his head. He drinks languidly from his water skin, observing our teammates. "Do you aim to kill the rest of our team with these drills?" "I'm building character." "Yes, under an excruciating heat," he replies, slapping me on the shoulder. "Give them a water break before they all die on you." With a sigh, I clap my hands and call out for everyone's attention. All right. Hrgun pities you all, so we're taking a short break. Recollect yourselves, because practice isn't ending anytime soon." "Thank you, Hrgun," Krog whispers, spitting onto the ground. I was about to faint. I might be taking out my frustrations on the team, I realize. I've been suppressing thoughts of Amelia. In turn, I've been punishing the team for entertaining the thoughts of my perceived fondness for her. There might be grains of truth within their gossip, but I won't admit that to them. As we all take a break, my team scatters, collapsing onto the benches, gulping air like it's their last breath. The sun bears down on us, relentless, as if it's trying to sear the very spirit out of our bodies. I stand apart, letting the clamor of my exhausted teammates fade into the background. My thoughts drift to Amelia, her defiant gaze, the slight tremor of her lips when she's worried. I shake my head, trying to scatter her image like leaves in the wind. I can't afford distractions. Suddenly, the chatter of unfamiliar voices catches my attention. I turn, squinting against the sun. Gargash, with his bulky frame and sneer that could curdle milk, saunters onto the pitch, followed by a couple of hulking orcs from his team, the Stonebreakers. They wear their arrogance like a second skin, and disdain drips from every word as Gargash stops a few feet away, his eyes gleaming with malice and amusement. "Jurto, always pushing your team to the brink, I see!" Gargash bellows, his voice echoing across the field. His cronies chuckle behind him, their laughter grating on my nerves. I straighten up, crossing my arms. "Gargash, to what do I owe the displeasure?" He smirks, stepping closer. The stench of his arrogance is almost palpable. "Heard a bunch of rumors about you, old friend, that you've got yourself a sweet little human plaything. This surprises me, Jurto. Quite the exotic taste you've developed." The mention of Amelia tightens my jaw. I can feel the stares of my team, their curiosity piqued. This is exactly what I didn't want. Attention on my personal life. On her. "She's not a plaything," I grit out, my voice low. Gargash laughs, a sound like rocks grinding together. "Oh, come now. We all know what happens with pets, Jurto. They either run away or they break. And I'm thinking, what's it like, eh? Maybe I should find out for myself. Take her from you, see how sweet she really is." The threat hangs in the air, heavy and sinister. My hands clench into fists at my sides. "You try it, and it'll be the last thing you do, Gargash." He steps forward, his face inches from mine. "Is that a challenge, Jurto?" "It's a promise," I reply, every muscle in my body tensing for a fight. Staring me down, he huffs out a breath. As much as I want to knock the tusks out of his lower jaw, I hold myself back. Somehow he manages to infuriate me just with his mere presence. My rage simmers just beneath the surface, a volcanic heat ready to erupt. Gargash's words, vile and venomous, hang in the sweltering air between us, fueling my fury. "She's not yours for the taking," I snarl back, my voice a low growl that doesn't quite mask the undercurrent of protectiveness I feel. Gargash's eyes narrow, a cruel smile playing on his lips, as if he's just placed the last piece in a puzzle. "Oh, I think we can let the game decide, Jurto," he suggests, his tone dripping with malice. "How about a high-stakes match? If my team wins, the human is mine." I hesitate, every fiber of my being screaming against the idea. Amelia is not a token to be gambled, her fate not something to toss around in a game. Yet, I see the trap Gargash is setting. Refusing might show weakness, or worse, it could incite him to take what he wants by force. Amelia doesn't deserve to go through something like this again. Alarin bet and lost her. She belongs to me indefinitely. Why must he ruin things? The sun beats down mercilessly, casting long, ominous shadows across the field, mirroring the darkness that seems to seep into my thoughts. My teammates watch silently, their fatigue momentarily forgotten, replaced by a tense anticipation. I take a deep breath, trying to quell the storm within me. "This isn't a game, Gargash," I say firmly, stepping closer so that only a few feet separate us. "She's a person, not a prize." "But everything is a game, isn't it?" He counters quickly, his voice smooth as oil. "And everyone has a price. So what will it be, Jurto? Are you afraid your team might lose?" "Ah," Rogan mumbles. "Bold words from an orc with your record." Gargash smirks. "I've won more matches than you can count, you hard-headed fool." His words are a taunt. He knows just how to provoke me, and I feel the control slipping, my anger a live wire sparking dangerously close to detonation. But it's that very anger that steadies my resolve. "No," I reply, my voice steady now, the rage channeled into a cold, focused determination. "We'll play your game, but not today. We'll meet on the field for a match. That should give you some time to pray to the gods you grovel before." Gargash's grin widens, and he gives a sharp, mocking laugh. "Very well, Jurto. A match it is. Prepare well. It'll be a match to remember, especially when I take your precious Amelia home." I freeze. How does he know her name? And who told him? He turns, his laughter echoing back to me as he and his lackeys make their way off the field. As their figures recede, a heavy silence descends over us. I turn back to my team, their faces a mixture of concern and resolve. "We have work to do, brothers," I say, more to myself than to them. "We train harder, we fight harder. I'll be damned if we let Gargash and his orcs win a match against us." As I turn to my team, the weight of what's at stake settles heavy on my shoulders. But when I meet their eyes, I see it reflected back at me, a fierce, unwavering determination. They know what we need to do, and despite the exhaustion etched on their faces, they pull themselves up, ready to stand with me. "All right, everyone, gather around me," I call out, my voice firm but infused with a warmth that surprises even me. They come, forming a tight circle around me. Hrogan with his ever-watchful eyes, Varg whose quick feet have saved us more than once, Krodash with his brute strength, Krog with his cunning, Borka with his newfound resolve. "We're not just training for a match," I begin, my gaze locking with each of theirs in turn. "We're training to protect something important. Gargash thinks he can threaten us and thinks he can take what he wants. We're going to show him he's wrong." Hrogan steps forward, clapping a heavy hand onto my shoulder. "We've got your back, Jurto. We train together. We fight together." His words ripple through the group, and a chorus of assents rises up. Borka nods vigorously, a fire lighting up his eyes. "We'll make them regret ever stepping onto the field with us," Varg adds, his voice sharp and fierce. I nod, grateful for their support, feeling it bolster my own resolve. "We sharpen every technique. We perfect every play. We become the unbreakable wall and the unstoppable force. No mercy on the field, understood?" "Understood!" they shout back, their voices a unified force. We dive back into training with a renewed vigor. I set up drills that push their limits, and they meet each challenge head-on. We work on our formations, our passing, our defense, every element that could give us an edge. The sun continues its relentless assault, but we barely notice now, our focus narrowed to the task at hand. As they move through the drills, I can't help but glance occasionally toward the path leading away from the field, half expecting to see Amelia watching. The thought of losing her to Gargash's grim intentions gnaws at me, stirring an uncomfortable vulnerability in my chest. This vulnerability transforms into a fierce protectiveness, fueling my determination. I jump into the drills, moving with a vicious precision. If Gargash thinks he can use Amelia to unnerve me, he's sorely mistaken. I'll fight with everything I have to keep her safe, to keep her from his grasp. As practice wears on, our movements grow sharper, our calls louder, our spirits harder. We are more than a team. We are a brotherhood forged in the fires of adversity, bound by a common cause. We will be ready for the Stonebreakers. We will be victorious. For honor, for glory, for Amelia.
Earth is pretty much a desolate wasteland since the orcs came over from Prothika, and being a woman, the best you can hope is to be someone's property. Now, after my curvy body catches Korthar's eye, he'll claim me, and I'll serve him, in any way he pleases.
You're mine now. Listen to this story and more when you get the complete Orc Warriors of Prothika audiobook and ebook bundle.
40 books, 19 audiobooks, 19 ebooks. You even get 1 free novella and 1 free audiobook.
All for a shocking 90% off.
Prothika's magic is eternal, and the complete Orc Warriors of Prothika bundle will bring over 100 hours of that magic to you. Chapter 23. Amelia. Clenching my jaw, I scrub the floors with renewed intensity, while Berna and Yalia mumble things about me from somewhere behind me. With the way they gossip about me, in front of me in most cases, it makes me miss the camaraderie I used to have back in Alarin's home. At least there, we were all bonded due to our traumatic experiences with Alarin. Here, things are so different. "Humans are so strange," Berna says, shaking her head while she gives a lackluster shine to the nearest bookshelf. "They can hardly speak for themselves. They can't fight. They don't have any autonomy of their own. They're pitiful creatures indeed. No wonder they're traded like clothes in the Zerix arenas, Yalia remarks with a wistful tone. How I wish I could turn around and tell them off for slacking off while I clean the floors by myself, but there's no use making enemies here when it seems I've made an enemy of the orc in charge. I suppress a sigh, thinking about Jurto and how we went wrong. What could I have done differently? Continuing to scrub the floor, I press the brush harder against the tiles, each stroke a bit sharper, a bit harder, channeling my frustration into my work. Berna and Yalia's murmurs morph into a background hum, irritating but ignorable. I don't need their sympathy or their mockery. I just need to get through this day. Suddenly, a shadow falls over me, chilling and vast. I don't need to look up to know who it is. The heavy, oppressive presence can only belong to one person in this house. I try to keep my focus on the floor, on anything but him, but then his hand, large and unyielding, clasps my shoulder. I stiffen, my whole body coiled tight as a spring. "You two," Jorto rumbles, referring to Berna and Yalia. "Leave." Soon afterwards, I hear a scuffle of footsteps hurry out of the room. At least they're gone. But now, I'm alone with Jorto. "You're not going to run from me, Amelia." Jurto's voice is low and rough, like gravel being crushed underfoot. His grip tightens, not enough to hurt, but enough to ensure I can't turn away. Reluctantly, I stop my scrubbing and face him, his dark eyes burning with an urgency that startles me. "Gargash has thrown down a challenge," he rasps, his gaze never wavering. "He wants to win you in the next Zerix match." The floor seems to sway beneath me, and for a moment I'm dizzy with a cocktail of fear and anger. "And what did you say?" My voice comes out sharper than I intend, edged with accusation. Jurto's eyes narrow slightly, the lines at the corners deepening. "I haven't answered yet, but you know I can't refuse. It's not just about you, it's about honour, about standing." I pull away from his grip, anger flaring. "So I'm just a pawn then?" "Something to be wagered and won, over and over." The words tumble out, bitter and twisted. Alerin's wager is fresh in my mind. He doesn't flinch at my words. If anything, his expression hardens. "You know it's not like that. This is how our world works, Amelia. I'm doing what I must to protect you, to keep you here with me." "By fighting for me like I'm a trophy." I shoot back, my hands clenched at my sides. Jurto steps closer, his presence overwhelming. "No," he says firmly, "by fighting for us, because whether you believe it or not, I want you here, Amelia, not as a prize, but as—" He hesitates, his usual confidence faltering as he searches for the right words. "As what?" I challenge, my heart pounding in my ears. "As someone I care about, more than I should." His admission hangs between us, raw and unexpected. I stiffen under his grasp, the old familiar sensation of helplessness washing over me. Not this again, I think. The cycle of being fought over, the object in a game of brutal strength and cunning. It's too much. I laugh, a harsh, bitter sound that surprises even me. "Why should I believe you? After all, I'm just your slave." Jurto's grip tightens, his fingers digging into my shoulders just enough to command my full attention. He leans in, his face only inches from mine, his expression fierce. "Don't be foolish," he growls, his voice low and menacing. "I won't lose you to that scum." The intensity in his eyes, burning with a ferocious fire, ignites something in me. It's the look of a warrior, a protector, but also of desperation. This game, this life we're entangled in, it's more than just survival. It's about possession, power and pride. I shake my head, trying to free myself from his unsettling grip and the conflicting emotions it stirs within me. "Why? Why go through all this for me? I'm just—" "You're not just anything, Amelia," he interrupts sharply, his voice softening slightly, the harsh lines of his face smoothing as his anger gives way to something else, something painfully sincere. You think I don't see how they look at you, how they underestimate you, but I know your worth. I see your strength, your resilience, and damn it all, He stops, his jaw clenching as he struggles with his words, something uncommon for a man usually so dominated by sheer will and force. His hand moves from my shoulder to gently cradle the back of my neck, his thumb stroking my skin in a rare display of tenderness. This isn't just about keeping you as a prize. This is about choosing where you belong, he continues, his voice now a husky whisper. With me, not because you have to be, but because it's where you should be, free from the likes of Gargash. My heart pounds fiercely in my chest, a chaotic rhythm that matches the tumultuous thoughts swirling in my head. Jurto's closeness, the heat of his body, the palpable concern in his eyes. All of it makes it hard to think, to breathe. But what if you don't win? The question slips out, vulnerable and laden with fear. The possibility hangs between us, heavy and ominous. Jurto's face hardens, the warrior re-emerging. I will win, he states with conviction, his grip firm but no longer painful. I have to, for both of us. Before I can gather my thoughts into words, Jorto closes the distance between us. His hand cradles the back of my head, pulling me toward him, and then his lips crash against mine in a searing kiss. It's forceful and desperate, filled with all the unspoken tensions and raw emotions that have been building between us. Despite my confusion, my resistance begins to melt under the heat of his passion. My body reacts before my mind can catch up, responding to the intensity of his kiss with a surprising fervour. My hands, once limp at my sides, rise to clutch at his broad shoulders, pulling him closer. The world narrows down to the press of his lips, the firm grip of his hands, and the tumultuous emotions spiralling through me. Jurto finally breaks the kiss, but he doesn't let go. His breath is ragged, and his eyes burn into mine with a fierce possessiveness that should frighten me, but doesn't. You are mine, he rumbles deeply, his voice thick with conviction. I protect what is mine. His words wrap around me like a cloak, heavy with implications. The possessiveness should rankle, should ignite my defiance. Yet in this moment, surrounded by his overpowering presence, I find a strange comfort in his declaration. It's as if his claim provides a shield against the chaos of our world, a chaotic world that threatens to sweep me away at any moment. He keeps me close, one arm around my waist, as if afraid that I might slip away if he loosened his grip even slightly. I lean into him, my head against his chest, listening to the steady beat of his heart. It pulses strong and sure under my ear, syncing for a fleeting moment with my own rapid heartbeat. As I pull away and search Jurto's face, the harsh lines and the dark shadows under his eyes tell a story of sleepless nights and worrisome days. His urgency, I now see, isn't just about possession or pride. It's driven by a genuine care for me. The realization sends a warm, confusing ripple through my chest. Could Jurto, with his fierce demeanour and hardened shell, truly harbour feelings for someone like me? The thought is as intimidating as it is exhilarating. His eyes, usually so commanding and unreadable, now flicker with a vulnerability he seldom shows. They trace my features as if memorising them, as if he is seeing me for the first time. The intensity of his gaze stirs a hope within me that I scarcely dare to nurture, a fragile bud pushing up through a crack in a wall of stone. Jurto. My voice is a whisper, laden with unspoken questions. Why are you doing this? Why me? You could have any orc woman, any one of them. He exhales slowly, his breath stirring strands of my hair. Because, Amelia, he starts, his voice low and earnest. You see me for who I am. and that exhilarates me more than any Zerix match. His admission hangs in the air between us, bold and revealing. My heart skips, then steadies, as his words sink in. To be seen, to truly be seen by someone, is both a treasure and a terror. And here, in the dim light of the room, with his arms still around me, I feel treasured. Jurto's eyes soften, and a slight smile tugs at the corners of his mouth. A rare, unguarded smile that brightens his entire face. It's a smile that speaks of relief, of a shared secret finally acknowledged. He's willing to fight for what we have. Thoughts of the future don't seem as bleak anymore.
Chapter 24. Jorto. Keep up the pace, Krodash, I roar, nearly tearing one of the training dummies apart as I see Krodash fumble another possession. If I see you do that again, you're running 40 laps around the field. What the hell, Jurto? Rogan remarks, picking at his tusks as he observes from the sidelines. You're gonna kill the damn kid. He's become a different beast, Varg says, plopping down on the bench beside him. Rogar drinks from his water skin beside them. Did you see the way he spoke to poor Borka earlier? I thought he was going to kill him right then and there. Are you gossiping about me right now? I snarl, shooting glares in their general direction. This next match is important to me. I won't tolerate failure in any shape or form. If we fail, I want a new damn team behind me. Calm it, Jorto, Rogan says, sending me a warning look. You don't mean that, so don't say it. The anger permeates me completely. I'm quick to anger, quick to criticize, and it's all because of Gargash. The sun barely peeks over the horizon, but we're already on the field, sweat mingling with the morning dew. Again! I bark at Krodash, who's panting like a cornered beast. His last run was sloppy, unworthy of the Blood Crushers. Beside him, Krog and Kyleb reset their stances, bracing for another grueling drill. Varg and Rogar, after enjoying a brief break, haul the heavy training shields and position themselves as opposing players. I watch, unsatisfied, as Karg attempts to maneuver past them, his steps lacking the sharpness I demand. Faster, Karg. Move like the damn wind or don't move at all. My voice slices through the morning air, a whip that drives them harder. Rogan, ever the voice of reason, tries to interject. Jurto, they're breaking. They'll learn to break the Stonebreakers, and if they don't, they'll have to crawl off the damn field with broken limbs. I snap, cutting him off. The name Gargash seethes in my mind, fueling my fury. It's not just another match. It's the match. The one where Amelia could be taken from me. I won't show up with anything less than a legion ready to dominate. We push through the drills, each repetition more intense than the last. I spot Borka faltering, his large frame shuddering with exhaustion. On your feet, Borka. Show me you deserve to stay on the team. His response is a gritty, determined nod, and he surges forward, tackling Rogar with renewed vigor. The hours bleed into each other, the sun climbing high as we grind through each play. By midday, the field is a battlefield, each corner of the practice field trampled under relentless orcish feet. Krodash drops to one knee, gasping, and I'm on him like a shadow. You think Gargash's Stonebreakers will give you a moment to rest? This is nothing compared to what's coming. I pull him up, clapping a heavy hand on his shoulder, my grip as hard as my expectations. We are the Blood Crushers, and we do not yield. This rallying cry pulls a chorus of grunts and nods from the team, their fatigue momentarily forgotten in the surge of shared resolve. Krodash crumples again, his broad shoulders sagging, knees hitting the dirt with a dull thud. I'm on him in an instant, my boot connecting with his side in a sharp, unforgiving kick. Get up! My voice booms across the field, a harsh echo against the quieting dusk. Weakness on this field is a blade at our throats in the arena. The others freeze, their expressions a mix of shock and disbelief. Never before have I pushed them this hard, never have I let the leash slip this tight. Rogar's eyes narrow, A spark of defiance flickers, but he holds his tongue, his jaw clenched tight. Varg steps forward slightly, his usual grin wiped clean off his rugged face, replaced by concern. Jurto, this is not... Silence, I snap, turning my glare on him. The word slices through the air, cutting off any further objections. My gaze sweeps over them all, Krog, Borka, Kyleb, Karg, each one of them showing signs of strain beneath the weight of my expectations. Rogan finally strides over, his larger frame casting a long shadow as he blocks the setting sun. Jurto, you're crossing a line. We're your team, not your enemy. Push us to break, and we'll have nothing left for the Stonebreakers. I breathe heavily, my chest heaving with the fire of 1,000 battles. And if we don't push now, Gargash will destroy us. You think I'm harsh? His methods are crueler, his players ruthless. I do this to prepare, not to punish. Krodash slowly rises, supported by Kyleb, his face a mask of pain and determination. I can take it, Captain. If it means we win, I'll stand again. The sincerity in his voice stabs at me, a reminder of my responsibility. This isn't about standing, Krodash, I say, softer now, but still fierce. It's about conquering, about bringing those bastards to their knees. The air cools as night approaches, the earlier heat of the day and of our training fading into a tense calm. I look at each of them, my warriors, my responsibility. Get some rest, I command, my voice firm but no longer harsh. Tomorrow we train smarter. We're the Blood Crushers. We don't falter, we adapt and overcome. As the team disperses under the encroaching night, each figure retreating into the shadows cast by the setting sun, I stand alone in the center of the field. My eyes linger on their retreating backs, their exhaustion visible in every step. But beyond their fatigue, beyond the dusk that blankets us, my thoughts churn with the image of Amelia, her defiance, her courage, and the undeniable fact that she has burrowed deep into my mind, unsettling the soil of my convictions. The stakes are high, higher than any of the team might fully understand. Failure is not merely a loss in the arena. It is leaving Amelia to the mercies of Gargash. That thought tightens my chest, clenching my heart with iron fingers. The idea of her suffering under his rule, subjected to his cruelty, propels my resolve to new heights. I will not let that happen. Jurto, are you coming? Rogan's voice calls out from the edge of the field, pulling me from my thoughts. In a moment, I reply, my voice a low growl swallowed by the dusk. Turning back, I stare out across the field, envisioning the battles to come. In my mind's eye, I see Rogar's determined charge, Varg's clever maneuvers, Krodash's resilience, and Krog's brute strength. Borka, Kyleb, and Karg, each playing their part with a precision I will demand relentlessly. Because what is their pain, their exhaustion, compared to the horrors Amelia would face if we fail? This is the conviction that hardens my resolve as the stars begin to prick the night sky. My leadership may be stern, my methods harsh, but they are necessary. Gargash is a foe who respects neither strength nor spirit. He only acknowledges victory and the total submission of his adversaries. As I finally turn to leave the field, my thoughts are clear. Tomorrow I will push them harder, refine their skills sharper. Each drop of sweat, each moment of pain they endure under my watch is a barrier I build around Amelia, a fortress of flesh and will. You've never trained us like that before, Rogan says. Not even when we had to face Alarin and his dark elves. I shake my head. Things are different now. I can tell. Rogan claps his hand on my shoulder as we leave the arena together. And I'm not sure I like it. For Amelia, I'm willing to train my orcs within an inch of their lives. As Rogan and I leave the training arena, the cold air slices through the evening's fatigue, setting my resolve even firmer into the stone of my intentions. The ground crunches under our heavy boots, a steady rhythm in the quiet of the twilight. I can feel Hrogan's eyes on me, measuring, perhaps questioning, but I am a wall of certainty. "I know they're tired, Hrogan," I say, my voice steady, echoing slightly off the stone walls surrounding us. "But tired won't save us. Tired won't keep Amelia from Gargash's grasp." Hrogan sighs, his breath misting in the air. "There's a line, Jurto. Push them past their breaking point, and we risk everything. They need to be strong, not broken." I stop walking, turning to face him. The fading light casts half his face in shadow, making him look like a statue carved from the very essence of caution. "We will not break," I assert with a quiet intensity. "We will forge. In the heat, in the strain, we sharpen. He won't ease up because we're tired." He meets my gaze, the unspoken challenge hanging between us like a heavy cloak. After a moment, his features soften, the warrior giving way to the strategist. "Just remember, they're not just weapons, Jorto. They're our brothers, your brothers." His words linger in the cooling air as we resume walking. I know he's right. My warriors are not just tools to be wielded against our enemies, but the image of Amelia, her defiant spirit, her unwavering strength fuels me. I will not let her down. "We'll rest tonight," I finally concede, though the plan forming in my mind is anything but gentle. "Tomorrow we push harder. The Stonebreakers will expect tired foes. We'll show them a storm." Hrogan nods, perhaps not entirely convinced, but trusting nonetheless. As we part ways, the weight of leadership settles deeper on my shoulders. Tomorrow's training will be crucial. I will drive my warriors, test their limits, and in doing so, protect what is precious. Amelia will remain by my side, no matter the consequence.
Chapter 25. Amelia. "Everything is going to be fine," I whisper to myself as I pace around in my bedroom. I have no more nails to chew on. He's been training for this. He'll be ready. He has to win. I can't stand the idea of leaving Jurto behind. Apparently Jurto has been pushing his Zerix team to the absolute limit in preparation for this match. And today's the day where I'll find out if it was all worth it or not. In my mind, all kinds of scenarios play out. I envision Jurto raising the match trophy at the very end, relishing in the roars and cheers from the crowd as his teammates hoist him up above their heads. But I also see Jorto sprawled across the dry, cracked ground, while his teammates suffer injuries all around him. My heart cracks at the image, even though I know it's all in my head. Suddenly, strong knocks come at my bedroom door. I'm frozen for a moment as the door swings open. Jorto stands there, his massive frame filling the doorway, eyes burning with a fierce intensity that sends a shudder through me. Without a word, he steps inside, closes the door behind him with a soft click, and pulls me close. His strong arms envelope me, and before I can catch my breath, his lips find mine in a kiss so intense it feels like the world stops spinning. His kiss is desperate, filled with all the emotions that this brutal game of Zerix stirs in us both. As he finally pulls away, his eyes lock onto mine, fierce and unyielding. "Even if we lose," he declares, voice rough with emotion, "I will never surrender you to Gargash. I'd rather die first." His words hang heavy in the air, a solemn vow spoken with such grave sincerity that it roots me to the spot. I search his face, tracing the lines of strain around his eyes, the set of his jaw tensed with determination. In this quiet moment, the depth of his feelings for me is unmistakably clear, laid bare in a way that Jurto usually guards fiercely. My heart swells at the sight, love and admiration mingling with a torrent of doubts that still nag at me. Can we really survive this? What if Gargash's challenge proves too much? The questions whirl in my mind, but looking into Jurto's eyes, finding the unwavering resolve there, a fierce protective streak that I've come to rely on, steadies me. It's in this gaze that I see not just the fearsome warrior everyone else fears, but the man who has slowly, unexpectedly, claimed my heart. Despite the turmoil that surrounds us, a warm, undeniable assurance fills me. Here in the circle of Jurto's arms, I find a strange peace. Yes, the future is uncertain, and yes, the dangers are real. But in this moment, buoyed by Jorto's vow, I feel a fierce determination rise within me as well. We'll face whatever comes together, I whisper back, voice steady despite the chaos of my emotions. I believe in you, and in us. Jurto's expression softens, a rare, vulnerable smile touching his lips as he leans down to kiss me once more. A promise without words that no matter the outcome, we are in this together. Grabbing my hand, he leads me out of my bedroom, and we make our way to the carriage that awaits us outside his home. He's already loaded up his gear for the game. Once inside the carriage, it starts moving towards the arena where the Zerix match awaits. As we pass through Toulouse into the urban centres, my fists clench to hear, even in the distance, the roar of the excited crowd that awaits the match. As we make our way to the stadium, the weight of the upcoming match presses heavily on me. Each step we take seems to echo with the gravity of what's at stake. My stomach twists into knots, a tangible reminder of the uncertainty that lies ahead. Once again, my fate hangs on the outcome of a Zerix match, a brutal game I've come to both fear and respect. Jurto's hand finds mine, his grip firm and reassuring. I glance up at him, seeing the familiar set of his jaw, the determined glint in his eyes. He's ready to fight, to defend what has become precious to him, us. I squeeze his hand, drawing a small measure of comfort from his presence. The pathways leading to the stadium are bustling, filled with fans and vendors alike. The air crackles with anticipation, the crowd's energy palpable, almost electric. I can hear the distant cheers, the sounds of drums and horns and excited screams. It's a festival, a celebration of strength and skill. Yet for me, it feels like a march toward an uncertain verdict. As we enter the stadium, the roar of the crowd swells, engulfing us. The vast arena is a sea of spectators, a mosaic of faces, all turned towards the central field where dreams and nightmares will unfold. The scent of sweat and soil fills the air, mixing with the sharp tang of anticipation. Jorto leads me to a secluded spot near the athletes' tunnels, where I can watch, slightly removed from the chaos of the crowd. He looks down at me, his expression softening for a moment. "No matter what happens out there, know that I'm fighting for us," he murmurs, before turning to join his team. I nod, words caught in my throat. Watching him walk away, broad shoulders set and ready for a vicious match ahead, I feel a mix of pride and terror. The orc who was once my captor, who tormented me in ways that both challenged and changed me, is now the one I cannot imagine life without. The thought of being torn from Jorto, of losing this fierce, complicated love that has blossomed in the darkest of circumstances, fills me with a dread so intense it's almost paralysing. As I stand in the shadowed enclave Jorto led me to, my gaze sweeps across the arena, absorbing the pulsating energy that saturates the air. The vibrations of stomping feet reverberate through the ground, melding with the cacophony of shouts and chants from the frenzied crowd. Flags of vibrant hues flutter above, each representing different Zerix teams, their colours a stark contrast against the dull grey of the sky above. In this electrifying atmosphere, my thoughts swirl back to Jurto and the tumultuous path our relationship has taken. It's strange to think how much has changed since I was first brought to him as a prize. Initially, every day was a battle, not just against him, but against the resentful tide of emotions within me. Yet, over time, those sharp edges have worn down, smoothed by countless interactions laden with reluctant care and shared challenges. I remember the first time I saw a glimpse of something more in Jurto. Beyond the harsh exterior, there was a moment of genuine concern, so brief yet so stark it had startled me. In the beginning, He didn't treat me very well. That wasn't surprising, given his temperament. He's an orc, with an innate desire to dominate the world around him. And I never thought that our relationship could evolve into what it is now. It has turned into something beautiful. Now, as I watch the teams warming up on the field, their movements sharp and calculated, the reality of how deeply my life is intertwined with Jurto's sinks in. Our relationship, though born from conflict and survival, has morphed into something profoundly binding. I realise, no matter the outcome of today's game, my feelings for him won't waver. This isn't just about survival anymore. It's about not wanting to imagine a future without him by my side. I can't lose him. Around me, the crowd's anticipation builds. The air is thick with the scent of popcorn and spilled ale, the usual fare for spectators coming to feast not just on food, but on the spectacle of the match. Orc children climb on their parents' shoulders, eager not to miss a single moment, their faces painted with team colours, eyes wide with excitement. Drums beat in a rhythm that seems to sync with my own heartbeat, faster and louder as the start of the match approaches. The energy in the stadium is a living, breathing entity, almost tangible, like electricity crackling through the very air we breathe. It's exhilarating and terrifying, a reminder of what's at stake today, not just for Jorto, but for both of us. In this sea of noise and emotion, I stand, somewhat apart, yet completely immersed in the world of Zerix. The din of the crowd swells as the announcer's voice booms over the speakers, calling out the names of the teams: Blood Crushers and Stonebreakers. Each mention ignites a roar from different sections of the stands, a wave of sound that crashes over the arena like a stormy sea. Blood Crushers! A group to my left chants, pounding their feet against the ground, creating a thunderous rhythm that vibrates through the air. They wear deep red scarves, waving them like banners on a battlefield. Their faces are painted with fierce, snarling designs that mirror the ferocity of their cheers. On my right, the Stonebreakers supporters respond, their voices melding into a deep, resounding chant. Stonebreakers! Stonebreakers! They hold aloft signs shaped like hammers and shields, symbols of strength and resilience, coloured in earthy tones that stand bold against the grey sky. Caught between these two impassioned factions, I feel the stadium itself pulse with life, a living entity fueled by the fervour of its spectators. The air is thick with anticipation, each shout and cheer weaving into a tapestry of communal expectation. All I want is Jurto to hold me in his arms after everything is said and done. That's all. And I can only hope and pray that I'll be given that chance, no matter the outcome of the match.
Chapter 26, Jurto. Ready? I call out to the rest of the team. Rogar nods first. Krodash and Crag, despite the torment I've put them through while training for this match, send me smiles. I owe them all a feast after this match. In usual form, we strip down to our uniform shorts, showing off our scarred, muscular physiques as we walk out onto the field. The crowd erupts into ear-deafening roars, shaking the very ground. Rogan waves to the fans while Borka shows off his muscles to the salivating orc women in the stands. My eyes instinctively trail to where I left Amelia, away from the rest of the crowd. I know that she'll be watching the match with full attention. I can't let her down during a moment like this. Alarin was the first bastard who crushed her dreams by wagering her. I won't do the same. I'll make her proud to be mine. I survey my team with a deep sense of pride swelling in my chest. Rogar, Krodash, Krog, Karg, Varg, Rogan, Kyleb, and Borka. Each one stands as a testament to the months of grueling training we've endured. Our bodies, ripped and scarred, are a visual promise of our strength and resilience. We don't just carry muscles, we carry stories of survival, etched deep into our flesh. Across the pitch, Gargash and his burly squad are mirroring our pre-match ritual. They too strip down, flaunting their own battered physiques under the harsh arena lights. My lip curls instinctively at the sight of Gargash. The rivalry between us runs deep, poisoned by years of bitter competition. He's a tough brute, I'll give him that. But today he's nothing more than an obstacle in my path. The crowd's energy is palpable, their roars fueling our adrenaline. Rogar, with a warrior's grin, waves to our supporters, soaking in their fervor. Beside him, Karg and Varg, the twin towers of our defense, bang their chests, their eyes locked on the opposition with fierce determination. Krog and Krodash share a look, a silent nod between them that speaks volumes of the silent promises we've made to each other. We're more than a team. We're a brotherhood bound by sweat, blood, and the shared dream of victory. Caleb clenches his fists, his gaze intense and focused. I know I've pushed you all, I announce to my team. They watch me with careful, intense eyes. And I thank you for your sacrifice. You guys will be rewarded for what you endured for my sake. Jurto, Krogan says, clapping his hand over my shoulder. We understand what you're going through. We know that a lot if at stake here. You're our leader, so we will stand by your side no matter what. Thank you, Krogan, I reply. You've always been a loyal one. Turning around, I face midfield where the referee awaits with the ball tucked under his arm. He beckons Gargash and I to come face to face. As we approach midfield, the ground beneath my heavy steps feels like the only thing stable in a world of roaring chaos. Gargash stands there, his bulk like a dark tower against the backdrop of the frenzied crowd. We lock eyes, and I can feel the electric tension crackling in the air between us. His presence is formidable, but I'm like a storm he hasn't weathered yet. May the best orc win, Gargash rumbles, his voice deep and somewhat mocking, as if the outcome is already decided in his favor. It irks me, the smugness of his tone. I fully intend to crush you, I growl back, my voice dripping venom. Each word slices through the noise of the arena, sharp and clear. I want him to know he's in for a fight, not a formality. The referee, a small but stern orc who has overseen many of my Zerix matches, steps between us, his face pinched in disapproval. Enough, Jorto. Save it for the game. He scolds, wagging a finger almost comically up at me. I barely give him a glance, my focus laser-locked on Gargash. The referee's words float away, unheeded, irrelevant. Gargash smirks, a slight upturn of his lips that fuels my fury. It's clear he thinks he's already got this in the bag. But I see the slight shimmer of sweat on his brow, the way his eyes dart just a fraction too quickly. He's worried. Good. He should be. The handshake is brief, our palms clashing, the grip a battle of wills in itself. His hand is a vice, but mine is the anvil, unyielding and cold. I squeeze with all the pent-up aggression of our rivalry, and for a moment I see a flicker of surprise in his eyes. We break away, the silent message delivered and received. Turning back to my team, I nod sharply, a silent signal that everyone understands. It's more than just a game. It's a declaration, a challenge. We're not just here to play. We're here to dominate, to claim what's ours. The energy of my teammates is a palpable force, a united front of raw, eager power. As Gargash and I part ways, returning to our respective teams, the gravity of this moment settles over the field like a heavy shroud. This isn't just another match of Zerix. It has morphed into a brutal grudge match, a clash of wills between two titans unwilling to give an inch. Each step back to my team feels like marching through a saga written in the roars of the crowd. The arena around us is a cauldron of noise. The fans, a sea of frenzied faces, are up on their feet. Their cheers a wild, undulating wave that crashes against the confines of the stadium. Banners wave furiously, blurring into a tapestry of vibrant colors, reds, blacks, golds, all merging into a vivid display of tribal allegiance. The air is electric, charged with anticipation, each breath tasting of dust and sweat. Orc women, their expressions fierce and proud, chant and stomp. The traditional rhythms of war dances, thudding against the ground, reverberating through the soles of my boots. Children, hoisted on shoulders, mimic our aggressive postures, their small fists pumping in the air, little warriors in the making. The elderly, their faces lined with the stories of many games past, wear expressions of intense concentration, understanding the stakes better than anyone. My teammates are a row of storm clouds ready to burst. Rogar's jaw is set. Borka is a mountain, immovable, his chest heaving with each deep breath. Krog and Krodash have their heads bowed, whispering last-minute strategies, their voices lost beneath the call of the crowd. Kyleb's eyes are wide, taking it all in, the raw energy fueling his youthful fire. Across the field, Gargash's team mirrors our resolve. They huddle close, their muttered tactics a low hum against the clamor. Gargash stands tall among them, trying to project confidence, but I catch the occasional glance he shoots my way, each one betraying a sliver of doubt. The atmosphere is a living entity, pulsating with each chant, each shout from the crowd. It feeds our spirits, injects our veins with fire. I feel it in my bones, this electric pulse of impending battle, tightening my muscles, sharpening my senses. Hrogan approaches me again, a reassuring force amidst the calamity that encapsulates us. "How are you feeling?" "Better than I've ever felt," I say swiftly, "because I know that we're going to win." "Your confidence always amazes me," he says, staring at Gargash from across the field. He rests his hands on his hips. "Even in the face of intense obstacles, you're still cocky." "And I'll never change," I almost reply. The air around me vibrates with the imminent clash, each breath I draw laced with the charged anticipation of battle. I glance towards where Amelia watches, and I can barely see her expression. Her face is a mask of concern and hope intermingled. Losing her is unthinkable. She's not just a face in the crowd, she's my heart laid bare, vulnerable, and beating wildly outside my chest. Today, for us, I cannot afford anything less than total victory. The ground beneath my feet feels like the only stable thing in a world spinning towards chaos. I shift my weight, feeling the ground firm and responsive under my feet, grounding me. My gaze sweeps across my teammates, each one radiating the same fierce determination that fuels me. We nod to each other, a silent pact forged in the crucible of our shared resolve. Rogar claps me on the back, his touch a bolstering force. "For glory, brother," he says, his voice almost drowned by the roar of the crowd. I nod, the words unnecessary. We know what's at stake. We've sweated and bled together. Now we fight as one. As I turn my gaze back to the field, I see Gargash rallying his team, his voice booming even from a distance. The sight stokes the fire in my belly, turning simmering rage into a blazing inferno. I'm a coiled spring, tension honed to a fine point. My mind sharpens, thoughts narrowing to a single point of focus, the victory that must be ours. Because if we don't win, that means Amelia will belong to him. His disgusting hands will trail her body. His vile eyes will explore the places only I have seen. I heave a deep breath, bracing myself. When I get the chance, I'm tearing his team apart. I won't stop until I've destroyed every single one of them. And when I'm done, I know the victory will feel euphoric.
Chapter 27. Amelia. With bated breath, I stare at the referee as the ball magically descends into the ground. In a few moments, the match will begin, and I can hardly think straight. Around me, the screams and yells of the fans are loud enough to deafen me, and even still, I can hear the beat of my own heart. As much as I want to cover my eyes and shield myself from the game's outcome, I can't tear my eyes away. Once the ball erupts out of the ground, the game begins. Jurto's blood crushers clash against Gargash's stonebreakers in a mess for possession over the ball. One of the stonebreakers elbows a blood crusher square in the face, eliciting stunned gasps from the crowd. With every strong hit, I flinch from the intensity. Jorto roars as he flings off an orc from off his back, sending the player crashing into the ground as the crowd yells their approval. "Jurto," I whisper, clasping my hands together. "Please be careful." The Stonebreakers are relentless today. Perhaps they've been training as hard as Jurto and his team too. Their tactics are dirtier than the ground under our feet. Each elbow jab and concealed hit echoes a brutal intent that stirs up a rage in me. As they rain down illegal blows upon the blood crushers, the air fills with the sharp scent of aggression and the raw shouts of pain. Yet amidst this chaos, the blood crushers, my Jurto's team, hold their ground with a fierce valour that swells my heart with pride. Jorto is a tempest in the centre of the storm. He moves with an animalistic grace, a warrior dance that is both terrifying and awe-inspiring. His commands cut through the noise of the crowd, sharp and clear, guiding his teammates with the precision of a seasoned general. As he dodges a sweeping arm, his body twists with such power, muscles rippling under his sweat-slicked skin, a testament to the countless hours of grueling training. I can't tear my eyes away from him. He's magnetic. Each time he plows through an opponent, my pulse quickens, mirroring the frantic beats of the drums that some enthusiastic fans pound on in the stands. The ground seems to quake with each collision, each grunt and groan from the players mixing with the roars of the crowd. "Jurto!" I find myself whispering over and over again, my hands clasped so tightly that my knuckles turn white. But he doesn't need my pleas. He's a force of nature, unstoppable. As the game intensifies, so does my anxiety. The Stonebreakers, frustrated by their inability to dominate, escalate their aggression. I wince as one of them delivers a particularly vicious elbow to a blood crusher's side, the sound of impact a sickening thud that draws a collective gasp from the spectators. The referee seems blind to these infractions, keeping the play moving instead of pausing for the bleeding player on the ground. No external force can stop a play once it's in motion. Only the players can. Yet, Jorto doesn't falter. He's everywhere at once, defending, attacking, a relentless leader who inspires his team to push past their limits. With every move, he seems to grow larger, his presence dominating the field. "Fight on!" he bellows, his voice booming over the chaos. The blood crushers rally to his call, their movements synchronized in a swarm of bruised flesh and determined spirits. They are warriors, every last one of them, driven by a shared will to overcome, to win. They're doing this for Jurto. And for me. As the match drags on, the brutality escalates, but so does the determination of the blood crushers. With Jorto at the helm, they transform pain into motivation, each illegal hit fueling their resolve. They are not just playing for victory in the game, but for their pride, for the respect they command on this field. Despite the ferocity of the blood crushers, the match is anything but one-sided. Gargash, the imposing captain of the Stonebreakers, orchestrates his team with calculated ruthlessness. His strategy is clear and sinister: target the keystones of Jurto's lineup, aiming to dismantle their formation by sheer force. My stomach knots as I watch their focused aggression unfold. Jurto, amid this tactical assault, takes a hit that sends a jolt of fear through me. It's a heavy, resounding impact that echoes across the field, drawing a collective wince from the crowd. I see his body tense, the momentary ripple of pain across his features. But then, astonishingly, he shakes it off with a grunt, his resilience as palpable as the sweat glistening on his brow. His determination doesn't just show, it resonates, vibrating through the air like the deep bass of the drums around us. He's not just playing, he's battling, leading his squad with the ferocity of a wild beast, yet the sharp mind of a seasoned leader. "Keep pushing forward," he shouts, his voice a call that seems to lift his team's spirits and bodies alike. They rally to him, their movements reflecting a renewed vigour, as if his unyielding spirit infuses them with strength. Each time Jurto drives his team forward, I find my admiration for him deepening. The way he reads the field, anticipates Gargash's manoeuvres, and counters with strategic precision is nothing short of masterful. Yet there's an elegance to his brutality, a poetry to the way he moves, fluid and explosive, a dance of power and determination. But Gargash is not to be underestimated. His eyes, cold and calculating, miss nothing. With a sharp gesture, he directs his team to intensify their assault, focusing on the Blood Crusher's weak spots. Jurto's team can hardly advance the ball forward before being thwarted and wrestled to the ground by the Stonebreakers. It's a relentless pursuit, each move deliberate and damaging. The Stonebreakers seem to embody their name, aiming to shatter not just the spirit but the very bodies of their opponents. Watching this, I feel torn between awe and horror. The game is brutal, yes, but also mesmerizing in its intensity. With every clash, every takedown, the stakes climb higher. The crowd's roars swell to a crescendo, mirroring the escalating tension on the field. My hands are clenched so tightly in my lap that my fingernails dig into my palms, each moment stretching my nerves taut. Jorto, for all the hits he takes, never shows signs of faltering. His resilience is like a beacon on the field, shining amidst the storm of the game. Even as Gargash lands another strategic blow, sending a key blood crusher limping off the field, Jurto's resolve only hardens. He rallies his team, his presence galvanizing, pushing them to transcend their limits, to transform pain and fatigue into fuel for victory. The match sways like a pendulum, terrifying in its unpredictability. Each possession exchange is a battle, a war waged in fleeting seconds that stretch into eternity in my clenched heart. Jurto's team shines on the offence, a well-trained machine of power and aggression, yet it's their defence that betrays their vulnerability, gaps appearing like wounds that the Stonebreakers exploit mercilessly. From where I stand, I watch Jurto with my heart lodged firmly in my throat. His every move is a note in a symphony of chaos, his presence on the field both a reassurance and a source of nail-biting anxiety. I can't bear the thought of being torn away from him, of losing the strong bond that has formed between us amidst the clamour of the crowd and the brutality of the game. As the Stonebreakers launch another fierce offensive, my hands find each other, fingers intertwining in a silent prayer. Please, I whisper to any gods that might be listening over the roar of the stadium. Let Jurto emerge victorious, please, I'll do anything. My words are barely audible, drowned out by the sudden uproar as the Blood Crushers gain possession of the ball during a critical play. Jorto seizes the ball, his movements a blur of speed and precision. The crowd surges to their feet, a tidal wave of anticipation and excitement. Go, Jorto! I scream, my voice joining the collective roar, my fears momentarily overtaken by adrenaline. On the field, Jurto charges forward, dodging a tackle. Hold the line! Borka, take down that orc! He shouts back to his teammates, his voice booming across the field, a commanding presence that rallies his team. They respond in kind, solidifying their formation, their weaknesses momentarily fortified by sheer willpower. Borka, the one he called for, comes to his aid immediately. By ramming his head into the chest of the opposing orc, he knocks the air out of his lungs and the orc slumps to the ground. Still, the Stonebreakers are relentless. Gargash, their captain, is a looming shadow over the field, his tactics as ruthless as they are effective. He shouts orders, pointing and gesturing, orchestrating his team. They respond with a vicious counterattack, their movements mirroring the desperation and determination that the game demands. My breath catches as Jurto narrowly avoids a sweeping leg that would have sent him tumbling into the rough ground, the miss so close I could see the brush of it against his legs. The ball is a beacon between them, each team drawn to it, a magnet of victory and defeat. Jurto, watch out! I find myself shouting, my voice hoarse, as a Stonebreaker lunges towards him from the side. But he's already moving, always one step ahead, his body swaying with practiced ease as he sidesteps the assault. Each second is agony, each play a potential heartbreak. As the game nears its climax, my prayers become a mantra, repeated over and over. Please let him win. Please. My hands clench, my eyes never leaving the figure of Jurto, who, even in the face of overwhelming odds, never stops fighting, never stops believing, and neither will I. There isn't much left of the world after the orcs came.
Savage. Brutal. Merciless.
If you're a woman, you're property. Even to other humans.
What happens when an orc stakes his claim on a human woman? Who would dare to stop him?
Me.
Chapter 28. Jurto. I don't have enough time to brace for the sudden hit Gargash surprises me with. The air is instantly knocked out of my body, and my arms go slack, which means I lose possession of the ball to the excited howls for the stonebreakers around me. My vision blurs. There's ringing in my ears, and my focus on the world is momentarily lost. That hit was devastating. A player weaker than me would have probably fallen unconscious after something like that. Instead, with my back on the dry, hot ground, I stare up at the sky and try to ignore the pounding ache in my limbs. All of the fans, the opposing players, my own team, they fade away in an instant. And the only person I think about is Amelia. Her face, her beauty, her smile. That was too much for you to handle, huh? Gargash leans over my body, smiling wide. Provoking appears suddenly, shoving him away. Then he hauls me up to my feet and dusts me off. Damn, Jorto, are you okay? Yeah. That was nasty, Rogar whispers, shaking his head. But Krodash and Borka managed to stop their offense. The next play is about to start soon. Rogan sends me an uneasy glance as I take a few steps forward. I won't fail Amelia, not today, not ever. I shove the dizziness to the back of my mind. My muscles scream in protest, but there's no time for pain, not now. I see the ball burst from the ground, a geyser of dirt and magic, and I'm moving before I fully register my actions. I'm with you, Jurto! Krog bellows from behind, his voice a war drum that fuels my legs. I charge forward, the ground beneath my feet a blur of dust and grass. The opposing players, the stonebreakers, line up like boulders in my path. I lower my shoulder, my body an unstoppable force that not even Gargash can take down. The first opponent tries to sidestep, but I'm faster, more desperate. Our bodies collide with a thud that echoes in my chest, his grunt of surprise lost in the roar of the crowd. Borka is on my flank, a steadfast giant whose presence alone parts the sea of enemies. He throws a block that sends an orc tumbling. Go, Jurto! He roars. I don't look back. Krodash and Rogar weave through their assignments, creating a path for me, their movements precise and deadly. We've played together for years, and in moments like this, we're less a team and more a single entity, pushing toward victory. The field is chaos, a storm of bodies clashing under the harsh glare of the sun. Every shove, every tackle is a brushstroke in this brutal art we play. Rogan slips through the defenders like a dagger, quick and sharp. He meets a blocker head-on, and for a moment I fear for him, but he's up and moving again, relentless. Ahead, the goal shifts, its magic pulsing as it relocates to the east end of the field. It's a small window, a fleeting chance. My lungs burn, and the pain from Gargash's hit is a distant thunder, urging me on. Jurto, left. Rogar's voice cuts through the muddle of noise, and I instinctively veer left, dodging a sweeping tackle. The goal is in sight now, a shimmering hoop of light that dances teasingly at the edge of my vision. With a roar, I wind my arm back and let go of the ball. It arcs through the air, a streak of hope, and crashes through the goal with a resounding clang that feels like it shakes the very ground beneath my feet. The scoreboard flickers and changes. We're up by 1, but this game's far from over. I stand for a moment, the din of the crowd swelling around me like a storm surge. The cheers, the stomps, the clashing of horns. It's a cacophony that tries to invade my focus, but I push it all to the background. There's only the game. Only this precarious lead we must defend with everything we've got. Blood drips from a split lip, a warm, salty reminder of the game's cost. I swipe it away with the back of my hand, the tang mixing with the dust in the air. My body aches, every bruise and scrape a badge of the day's battles, but there's no time for pain now. I lock eyes with Rogar, who nods sharply. His expression as hardened as mine. We know what's at stake. "Stay sharp, brothers," I growl as we huddle quickly. Krog's heavy hand lands on my shoulder, gripping it tight. "We hold them now and we win this," he says, his voice a low rumble of thunder. "They're going to play dirty from here on out." "Defense!" Borka barks out, a giant ready to anchor our line. It's as if a switch flips in us. Our formation tightens, every player a link in a chain that cannot and will not break. We move as one, a phalanx bearing down on the advancing stonebreakers who come on like a tide, desperate and dangerous. The ball bursts forth anew, a gleaming orb of chaos that both teams surge toward. I throw myself into the fray, my body screaming in protest as I slam into a stonebreaker. The impact is a jolt, adrenaline firing through my veins, but I shove past the pain, pushing him back. Krodash is beside me, his presence a force of nature as he wrestles another orc to the ground, his grunt of effort a battle cry. Rogan darts past, snagging the ball with a deft move that speaks of countless hours on this field. "Cover him!" I shout, my voice hoarse. We form a protective ring around Rogan as he charges forward, the stonebreaker snapping at our heels like furious batlas. It's a maelstrom of movement, pushing, shoving, grappling. The goal shifts again, elusive as a shadow. The tension is a palpable thing. Thick in the air, we gasp down. Rogan weaves through a narrow gap, his eyes fixed on the shifting target, every muscle coiled. The crowd rises, a wave of sound crashing down upon us. But in my ears, there's only the thud of my heart, the heavy breaths of my teammates, the grunt of our exertions. This is Zerix at its rawest, at its most real. As Rogan makes a break for the goal, we guard his back with the ferocity of guardians, each step, each block, a testament to our resolve. The goal is in sight, the end of the match a breath away. "Push!" I roar, the field narrowing to just these final crucial moments. Gargash's shadow looms large as he barrels towards Rogan, his eyes alight with a fierce determination that borders on reckless. I recognize that look. It's the same one he had before he blindsided me earlier. This time, though, I'm ready for him. My body still aches from the previous clashes, but my resolve hardens into steel. As Gargash raises his arm, likely aiming for another of his infamous cheap shots, I intercept him with a shoulder charge that's more like slamming a door shut in a storm. Our bodies collide with a force that sends shivers up my spine, but I stand firm, denying him the hit. "Not today, bastard," I grunt, pushing him off balance. Gargash stumbles, his moment lost, his eyes burning with the sting of defeat. Rogan, now with a clear path, nods to me, a silent thank you etched in his quick smile, then turns his focus back to the game. He darts forward, the ball clutched tightly as he navigates through the maze of players with a dancer's grace. Behind me, Gargash recovers, his pride bruised more than his body. He hesitates, knowing he's taken his best shot and missed, the taste of failure bitter in his mouth. I turn back to my team, each one of them battered, their jerseys stained with the evidence of their toil. "Let's finish this," I say, my voice raw but ringing with command. "Together." Krog nods, wiping sweat and dirt from his brow. Borka clenches his fists, ready to become the unbreakable wall we need. Rogar and Krodash exchange a look, a silent pact between them that no stonebreaker will get past their guard. We line up, our formation tight, a fortress moving in unison. The Stonebreakers throw themselves against us with the desperation of the drowning. But tonight, we are the storm, unyielding and relentless. Rogan, with the ball still in possession, makes a break for the relocated goal, now shimmering tantalizingly close. The crowd's noise swells to a crescendo, a tidal wave of sound that tries to drown us. But we are anchored by a single purpose. I lead the charge, clearing a path for Rogan. Every block I throw, every Stonebreaker I fend off, feels like striking a blow for every hard-fought moment of this match. The goal inches closer each step Rogan takes, fueled by our collective will. I glance back to see Gargash trailing, the fight gone out of him as he watches helplessly the inevitable unfold. Stay down, you coward, or I'll beat the defiance out of you once and for all. Krog and I stay back, fending off exhausted Stonebreakers as they try to catch up with Rogan. They try to wrestle us down, but we've trained long and hard for this. We let no one through. The crowd's cheers intensify. Shooting a glance over my shoulder, I see Borka fighting off a Stonebreaker as Rogan puts some distance between himself and the pursuing orcs. Damn yes, I say, raising a fist to the sky. Go, Rogan!
Chapter 29. Amelia. My eyes swell with tears as I watch Jorto and his team fight off the Stonebreakers with everything they have. When Jorto went down, my knees nearly buckled in fear. At that moment, my mind swirled with thoughts of us, of our relationship, of our potential future together. And that's when I realised that I don't want to lose Jurto. I'm in love with him, and I can't imagine living without him. No matter what happens, I won't go with Gargash. I belong to Jurto. I'm finally willing to admit that. The crowd gasps and cheers when a bloodcrusher manages to sprint away with the ball in his possession. Jorto trails behind, blocking off Stonebreaker defenders who try to catch up with the player. Jorto even manages to slam into Gargash, who hit him with an illegal move earlier in the game. Is this it? I whisper, clenching my fists until my knuckles turn white. Are they going to win? My heart pounds like a drum, echoing the thunderous roar of the crowd as the bloodcrushers reclaim control of the game. Jorto, sweat glistening on his broad shoulders, moves with a ferocity that both terrifies and mesmerizes me. Each muscle ripples under his skin, a testament to the relentless training and raw strength he wields. The sight of him, so powerful and determined, stirs up a heat in my core. Gods, how can an orc be so beautiful? The bloodcrushers, led by Jurto, are a whirlwind of energy, their movements so synchronized it's as if they share one mind. They crash into the Stonebreakers with crushing force, each tackle sending shockwaves through the stadium. I watch, breathless, as they dismantle their opponent's defense, piece by piece. The Stonebreakers, once formidable and daunting, now seem to falter under the onslaught. Jorto's eyes catch mine for a fleeting moment, fierce and fiery, and I feel an electric connection that roots me to the spot. It's as if his glance alone can reassure me, promising me that everything will turn out right. The bloodcrushers push forward, the ball now a mere blur between hands. One of Jurto's teammates, a massive orc with scars crisscrossing his arms, breaks through the line. He barrels down the field, dodging a tackle with surprising grace. The crowd's cheers crescendo into a deafening wave, urging him forward, urging them all to victory. Jurto, not content to just watch, plows through a pair of defenders trying to block his path. His determination is palpable, every fibre of his being focused on the win, on keeping me, on proving his worth and love in the only way he knows how. It's brutal and beautiful all at once. Come on, I mutter under my breath, my hands clasped so tightly together they ache. The atmosphere is electric, charged with anticipation and fear. The scoreboard shows the bloodcrushers leading by 1 point. They only need one more goal to score, and with every second that ticks by, the bloodcrushers edge closer to triumph. As the game nears its climactic finale, the tension is almost unbearable. The crowd is a mix of frenzied shouts and held breaths, everyone on the edge of their seats. The Stonebreakers rally, desperation clear in their quick, chaotic plays, but the Blood Crushers are relentless. The stadium erupts into a cacophony of cheers and shouts, the sound so loud it seems to shake the very ground beneath my feet. People leap up from their seats, waving flags and throwing drinks into the air in a frenzy of excitement. The air is thick with jubilation, and confetti begins to rain down, swirling in colourful whirlwinds around us. The Blood Crushers have not only won, they have dominated, sealing their victory with a spectacular final play that will surely be talked about for seasons to come. Jorto stands at the centre of the field, his chest heaving, a victorious grin splitting his face. His teammates rush to him, clapping him on the back, lifting him into the air. Even from this distance, I can see the light in his eyes, a wild, triumphant fire. He's more than just a winner. He's a leader who has carried his team through storms and strife to this moment of glory. The Stonebreakers, on the other hand, are a stark contrast. They trudge off the field, heads bowed, shoulders slumped. The weight of defeat is palpable in their slow, heavy steps. Some fall to their knees and pound the ground with their fists in frustration. Others simply stare blankly ahead, lost in the shadow of their loss. The humiliation is etched on every face, a stark reminder of the brutal nature of this game where today's champions could be tomorrow's defeated. Around me, the crowd is a living, breathing entity of its own, pulsating with energy. Fans of the Blood Crushers chant Jurto's name, a rhythmic, thunderous sound that fills the air. "Jurto! Jurto! Jurto!" they shout, as if their voices could lift him even higher. The atmosphere is electric, every soul in the stadium connected by the sheer thrill of the win. I can't help but be swept up in the excitement. My heart races, adrenaline coursing through my veins. I clap and cheer, my voice lost in the sea of sounds. Despite the fact that his teammates encapsulate him, Jurto still searches the crowd with a wistful expression. When his eyes find mine, there's an unspoken promise in his look, a shared moment of triumph that bridges the distance between us. I want to rush to him, to hug him, to kiss him for the victorious game he just led. But I control my instincts. I stay hidden in the shadows, not wanting to steal any attention off of Jorto. He deserves every second of this, and I'm not entirely sure he wants his teammates to see him in a vulnerable spot, especially not after such an electric win. My legs tremble, not from exhaustion but from an overwhelming surge of relief and joy. Jurto's victory doesn't just signify a win in the game, it's a personal victory for us, a reassurance of safety and a future together. The field below is a canvas of celebration, with Jorto at the centre, a warrior in his element, his victory roar melding with the cries of his teammates. He stands tall among his fellow Blood Crushers, their burly forms engulfing him in hearty embraces. They slap his back and shake him by the shoulders, a band of brothers united by their hard-fought triumph. Jurto's face is alight with a raw, exhilarating happiness that I've never seen before. It's infectious, and I can't help but smile broadly, my heart swelling in my chest as I continue to make my way toward him. When his roaring laughter and cheers subside, his gaze lifts again, searching the crowd. His eyes, those deep wells of passion and strength, lock onto mine. He keeps searching for me, I think to myself. He wants to be with me. Time seems to pause, the noise around us fading into a distant hum. In his look I see everything, the battles fought, the love declared, and the quiet promise of a shared future. The intensity of his stare sends a warmth spreading through me. I am his, completely and irrevocably, and now, more than ever, I am relieved and grateful for it. A wave of emotions crashes over me. The distance between feels insurmountable in this moment, filled with the chaotic joy of victory. I can't yet cross that expanse, not until the crowd thins and the last echoes of celebration fade. So I stand here, in the secluded spot where he's left me to observe the game, watching him revel in triumph, surrounded by his teammates, and I find myself reflecting on our journey together. Jurto and I are an unlikely pair, our differences as stark as night and day. He, with his relentless warrior spirit, thrives in the clamour and clash of the game, while I, more reserved, find solace in the quieter, untouched corners of the world. Yet, despite these differences, or perhaps because of them, we've found a rhythm, a way to dance around our disparities and meet in the middle where love resides. As he laughs, his head thrown back, the setting sun casting a glow around him, I realise how much he has grown. He's not just a player on a field. He's an orc who has faced down fears and fought battles, both literal and metaphorical, for us. This victory on the field is a testament to his strength and determination, qualities that reassure me despite the fears that often plague my thoughts. He's in love with me. I realise that now, and I'm hopelessly devoted to him. So much so, that the thought of losing him makes the air seem scarce within my lungs. I wouldn't be able to go on without him. I never felt this way under Alarin's ownership. And that's the thing. With Jorto, I don't feel like someone who is owned. I feel as if I am his equal. And he makes me feel as if I belong by his side. We've had our share of challenges, moments when it seemed like the world was conspiring to pull us apart. There were times when I doubted, when the fear that I might lose him, or worse, crept into my quiet hours. But looking at him now, victorious and vibrant, I understand the depth of his commitment. Each game, each battle he's fought, wasn't just for glory or triumph. It was for us, for a future he's determined to secure. He did this all for us, and I am so happy to spend the rest of my years by his side. No other team will dare challenge him for me, not after seeing what he's capable of doing to the ones who test him.
Chapter 30. Jurto. Around me, my brothers enjoy the spoils of our victory. Rogan and Borka feast on some of the dried meats included in the large chest, while Varg and Rogar talk about how they'll split the money amongst the team. I'm not interested in those rewards. My prize awaits me in the shadows of the arena, and when the rest of my team discusses the riveting moments of the match, I slip away with ease. Amelia, I think. My heart races at the thought of her, and there's a stirring in my loins that only she can manage to elicit. I'm coming for you. Unsurprisingly, she's waiting for me right where I left her. She's good at obeying me, and she's great at making me happy. When she sees me, her eyes light up with an unspoken relief. My shoulders relax. I'm finally freed from the weight of the Zerix match and can enjoy my newfound victory. Jurto, she whispers. At the sight of me, she rushes forward and embraces me tightly, her body trembling with relief. I return her embrace, enfolding her petite form against my powerful frame. When our lips meet, the kiss ignites a flame of passion and affirmation between us. It's a reassurance, a silent vow renewed in the wake of battle's chaos. Breaking away, Amelia's eyes, wide and shimmering, meet mine. Gods, I was so terrified when you fell. When that idiot Gargash slammed into you like that, she confesses, her voice a fragile whisper against the din of my still-racing heart. I can't help but smile, brushing a stray lock of hair from her face. I'm tougher than that, I assure her, my tone light, trying to ease her worry. The battlefield is my realm, but here, in this quiet moment, I find a different kind of strength in her concern. But you were down, and I thought... Her voice breaks, and she looks away, unable to finish. I lift her chin gently, compelling her to look at me again. I always get up, Amelia. For you, I always will. It's a promise, deep and unwavering. The truth is, the pain from the match still lingers, a dull ache that pales in comparison to the thought of her fearing for me. Her eyes search mine, looking for the certainty that always grounds her. "You're sure you're all right?" she presses, her fingers tracing the line of my jaw, tender yet tentative. "You took a lot of heavy hits during the match." "More than all right now that I see you," I reply, my voice low. The warmth of her nearness seeps into me, dulling the physical discomfort that clings like the remnants of a bad dream. This, here with her, is what victory feels like. She smiles then, a slow, blooming thing that chases the shadows from her eyes. "I just want to take care of you," she murmurs, and there's a new resolve in her gaze. "And you do, Amelia. You do," I tell her, my words underscored with the raw honesty of my feelings. She does more than she knows. Her presence, her concern, her touch, they heal me more than any medicinal potion ever could. "Did you really think I would let anyone take you from me in front of all of Toulouse?" I ask her gruffly, my fingers gently caressing her face. It's more than a question. It's a declaration, a promise that I intend to keep forever. Amelia smiles back at me, her eyes lighting up with devotion. Her heart swells visible in her eyes, her spirit undiminished by the fear she felt earlier. Together, with our hands entwined, we leave the chaos of the stadium behind, stepping into the quieter, shadow-filled tunnels that run beneath the arena. As we walk, the noise of the crowd fades into a distant roar, a mere echo of the tumultuous battle that had raged not long ago. Here in the dimly lit corridors where the cool air brushes against our skin, we are alone, removed from the world and its brutal demands. We pause, finding a secluded alcove, a haven amidst the stone and torchlight. I pull her close again, and our lips meet in another smoldering kiss. This time there's a fervor, a desperate intensity, as if we are trying to communicate everything words have left unsaid. I no longer care who might see. The world beyond this moment, beyond her, fades into insignificance. This defiant human, Amelia, is irrevocably mine now, as I am hers. The realization sends a thrill through me, a fierce joy that joins our fates together. It's not just the victory in the arena that has bound us. It's something deeper, a connection forged in the fires of adversity and sealed in the quiet moments like this. As we break the kiss, our foreheads rest against each other, our breath mingling in the cool air. "I thought I was going to lose you," she confesses softly, her voice a whisper that only I meant to hear. "You'll never lose me," I assure her, my voice a low rumble in the quiet of the tunnel. "I fight harder knowing you're waiting for me. You're the prize I always come back for." Her smile in response is shy, but filled with an inner strength that matches my own. "I'll always wait for you, Jurto. Always." We stand there a while longer, wrapped in each other's arms, the rest of the world held at bay. I feel the weight of my responsibilities, the expectations of my team and my rivals, but they are lightened by her presence. Amelia is not just a prize won in a brutal game. She is my partner, my equal in this strange new life we are carving out together. As we step out into the afternoon light, the cool air envelops us, a stark contrast to the heated atmosphere of the arena. The streets are quieter here, the tumult of the crowd a distant echo behind us. Amelia's hand feels small and firm in mine, her grip telling me she's just as determined to not let go. "Jurto," she says softly, her voice carrying a weight that makes me tighten my grip on her hand. "Amelia," I respond, glancing down at her with a fierce protectiveness welling up inside me. "No matter what comes, no matter who stands against us, I'll fight them. With every ounce of my strength, I'll keep you safe. You're mine, and I am yours. Nothing and no one will change that." Her eyes meet mine, reflecting the light and the depth of her trust. "I know you will. I've seen you fight. But remember, we fight together now. I'm not just a prize to be kept safe." Her words strike deep, reminding me that her spirit is as fierce as mine. "Yes, we fight together," I acknowledge, feeling the truth of that statement more than ever. The road ahead may be uncertain, but our resolve is clear. As we approach my estate, the grandeur of the sprawling grounds reflects the waning light, casting long shadows over the manicured lawns. This place, once a symbol of my solitude and separation from the world, feels different now as Amelia walks by my side. She is no longer just a presence in the background of my life. She is its very essence. The gravel crunches under our feet, a steady, comforting sound of the quiet that encapsulates my home. Amelia's hand in mine feels like a declaration, her strength and warmth seeping into me. As we reach the front steps, illuminated by the soft glow of the estate's lanterns, a boldness takes hold of me. Without a word, I pull her to me, my hands framing her face, and press my lips to hers. It's a kiss, not of possession, but of partnership. I kiss her deeply, passionately, right there on the steps of my home, under the watchful eyes of the skies and perhaps the servants. At this moment, I don't care who sees. Let them look. Let them see what true acceptance and love look like. Breaking the kiss, I look into her eyes, my voice firm yet thick with emotion. You're not a shadow in my halls, Amelia. You're the heart of this place now. My partner. My equal. My love. Her eyes glisten with unshed tears, her emotions clear. Jurto, I never dreamed. She trails off, overwhelmed. I know, I whisper, brushing a tear from her cheek with my thumb. But it's our reality now. Here, you stand beside me, not behind me. Not just in the shadows of our private moments, but in the full light of day. I want you as my mate. I love you, Amelia. Nothing would make me happier. Her tears finally fall. I love you, Jurto. Make me yours in every way. We step across the threshold together, entering the grand foyer. The familiar statues and paintings look on, silent witnesses to the change between us. Amelia's presence transforms the space, her energy infusing the air. As we walk through the halls, my arm around her shoulders, I feel a profound sense of completion. The estate, vast and echoing, shrinks around us, becoming a home rather than just a residence. I'm ready to show her this side of my life, to integrate her fully into the world I inhabit. We'll have to make some changes around here, I say, thinking out loud. This place should reflect both of us. Amelia nods, her smile bright. I'd like that. But for today, let's just enjoy being here together. Just us. You went through a lot back at the stadium. Just us, I echo, feeling the weight of our past struggles lift. Tonight, the estate isn't just a symbol of my status or power. It's a home, our home, where love and partnership reign over solitude and separation.